this page like it is for the moment, and then when, actually, okay, never mind, I see it. I lost my tape runner and it was literally just sitting right in front of my face. Anyways, I'm gonna glue this page onto this page, and if you've never glued a flyleaf page down before, this would be my recommendation, is to put the tape or the glue or whatever sticky substance you're using onto the harder sheet of paper, and do it in a way that is not going to be taking up the whole page, because if you glue everything on the page, it's going to look a little bit lumpier, versus if you just do like the corners and maybe like a few strips in the middle, you're gonna have a cleaner look. And if you're worried about like the page separating, you can also do a little bit on the edges, but I would not recommend doing glue over everything. That's not, I feel like it adds a little bit of lumpiness to the page. I'm also going to grab a pencil board, and the reason why I picked red, by the way, is because I have this pencil board that I want to use for this planner. And we're just going to slowly slide the page over. So I'm going to put the pencil board on this side of the page, and using my hand and keeping this flat, I'm going to push the page over with the pencil board, and it helps just keep it from being super lumpy, and it adheres it all the way down nice and flat with no crinkles. And if you're curious, I got that trick from Siobhan over at Just Scribble. She's amazing. Highly recommend her channel. I'm using one of her planners this year too, and I'm super excited about it. But let me go ahead and recenter this, and we will keep on going. So now we're at the year at a glance pages. When I talked about this, I definitely want to use the 2026 side for my pain tracking and menstruation. So we're going to create a key for this page, but on this other page, I'm going to just cover this up with a dashboard, or a vision board, or I don't really know what to call this. I call it a dashboard, but I think it's vision board would probably be the correct term. It's basically a collection of images that I put together on Canva and printed out on sticker paper, and I'm just going to plop it straight down onto the page. So the images I have here are like money, Bitcoin. I picked images that correlate to like my goals for 2026. So I'm hoping to do a bit more with like investing and like money management. I also have some gardening tools here. I want to get back into gardening for 2026 since I hopefully we'll have a bit more time. And then I have a fountain pen here, books, and the dandelion, which kind of all correlate with like my hobbies slash business. And then I have baby feet because I'm hoping to become a mom in 2026. Learn languages. I'm still slowly becoming more and more conversational in Spanish, and I'm also learning Japanese. I have a body image of an influencer I like to follow, her workouts and stuff, and I feel like we have very similar body types, so this would be like a goal body for me at some point in my life. I have travel down here with maps and an airplane. I'm hoping to do more travel in 2026. I have a crystal here and then some planets, and all of that is a bit more for like manifestation purposes and learning a bit more about astrology and things I love on that aspect. But yeah, I'm going to go ahead and stick this full page sticker down on this side using the exact same trick I just used with the pencil board, but I'm also going to fold over the edge of it. So I'm going to just take the edge of the sticker. I'm going to take the edge of the sticker and fold down just like a 1/2 inch of the backing on the back side. Since it is a full page sticker, I risk accidentally sticking the whole thing down to the page before I'm ready and then having to try to move it around, and that is not really what I want to do. So yeah, I am going to bring this close to myself so I can line it up with the edge, and then I'll be back in a second. So all I did was stick down the edge here, and the rest of this is completely loose, and I'm going to use that same trick with the pencil board, and I'm just going to put the edge of the pencil board onto the part that's already stuck on the planner, flip the sticker over, and then slowly peel off the backing while I use the pencil board to squish down the sticker. And this is going to be a bit challenging because of the way the book is, so I'm going to grab another book. I have a physical book here. This is The Alchemist by Paulo Coelho. And I'm just going to use that to support the back of the page, just because this is one of the first pages in the planner and is a bit hard to press down on since it's so like thin. Like there's not enough pages, basically, is what I'm trying to say. But we're just going to go nice and slow and push and make sure it's as straight as can be. And it curled a little bit, but I'm pretty satisfied with that. I think I can manage to live with that. All right, now let's go ahead and make the key for this other side. I'm just going to gently lift off my sticky note here. And I'm going to use one of the stickers in my shop for this that I just released for Black Friday. I'm going to use one of these key header stickers, and I'm going to do, I think, the medium size. And this little notepad is from the Coffee Monsters Co. It's just a plain dot grid little notebook here. Yeah, I think it's like a notepad. And I'm going to choose 3 colors because I track 3 different things typically. And I'm going to use the Zig Clean Colored Dot markers. Yeah. So I actually needed 4. So I'm going to do red for menstruation. I'm going to do this light green one called Kiwi for my digestion. I'm going to use the yellow one called Summer Sun for my headaches. And I'm going to use the darker blue one here called just Blue for my down days or like depression episodes, mental health badness. And I'm just going to dot these down on the sheet. And then I'm going to use just the Uni Jetstream with the black ink to write out what each thing means next to it. Okay. And then I'm going to basically come over here and glue it backwards like this to the page, or not glue it, but like use a little piece of tape so that way it acts as like a little flip out. But before I do that, I'm going to write out the actual name of what I'm calling this. So I'm just going to call it the pain tracking, or I should say, yeah, I'm going to call it pain tracking because that's really what it is, the things that bring me pain. And then the tape that I'm going to use is this gingham plaid buffalo. I don't know what pattern of plaid this is, but this is just a plaid tape from Lauren Phelps Designs that I've had for a little while, and I like the colors, so I'm going to use this to stick down the key, and I need to make sure it's the right direction up. So I'm just going to put an edge of this like on the center of the plain paper. That's kind of centered, not really. I'm going to move it. And then I think I'm going to cut the bottom of this off just because of the rounded corner. Or, actually no, I'm going to leave it. And then when I find my corner rounder, I'm just going to round these other corners. But I'm just going to stick this down right here on the edge of the page. And then this is how it's going to work when I want to use the key. I'll just flip it over and it looks fantastic. I really like that. Yeah, I am going to add a star because I want to. So we're just going to add a nice little star to the edge here to add a little bit of extraness, because why not? Okay, let's keep going. The next pages are the blank pages, and these are going to take me a minute to do with you guys. But I want to do an adulting log on this side and then a 52 weeks cleaning tracker on this side. This might be a little bit more labor intensive on showing you guys exactly what I'm putting on the pages, but to give you an example, and I've kind of shown this I think before, this is how I've done it in my current book, and I'm essentially going to be recreating the same thing, but we're going to make it a little bit different. So let me just get myself situated for a second here. Okay, I'm going to start with the adulting log on this page, and we're going to put that book back underneath it so I have a little bit more support to write on. And I'm going to just do a very small bordering of washi at the top here. This one is from Simply Gilded, I believe. It's just like a navy with some copper stars. And I'm just going to line the top. Not like super crazily or anything, but just to add a little bit of something to the page so it's less threatening. And then I'm going to go ahead and use a log sticker, I think the medium size again. And I'm going to just do a log right there and then a little dash, and then I'm going to write down adulting in print. And then we're going to grid out the page so I can have the January, February through December at the top, and then the tasks that I'm checking off on the side over here. So I'm just going to do just in case I need to do two, I'm going to do it right on the edge over here. I'm just going to draw a line. January, February, March, April. I'm going to leave two spaces. January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December. And that way, if I need to have a second column, I can do that. I don't think I will, but I want to have the option. And if not, I'm just going to extend either the cleaning tracker up this way or just do like some decoration or something right here with washi tape or PET tape or something. So January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, and December. And you could just do 1 through 12 up here. I'm just doing the first initial of the month because that's what I like to do, at least now, for now. Okay, I do have an entire list of everything that I am going to be putting on this tracker. I printed this out to like help guide me while I do this. And so if you want to take a screenshot of this in case you're curious and zoom in, I will read all of this off after I write it down, but I'm going to go ahead and just write down everything using this jet stream, and then I'll voice over and read off what's on the list here. Okay, so the very long list of things that I have on my adulting log kind of relate mostly to the house and a little bit to the garden. I feel like I add more and more to this list every single year as like the longer I become a homeowner, but it's fine. First things on here are for home, and it's my mattress pad, making sure I'm changing that out or washing it, rotating our mattress, changing out my toothbrush head, changing out the razor in my shower, getting myself a haircut, which isn't necessarily a monthly task, but maybe like every 3 months, dental cleanings, nails done, or nails, cuticles, all that kind of stuff, like a spa type of day. I usually do that once a month just to have maintenance. Changing out the dish sponge in the kitchen, cleaning out our fridge. I try to do that once, if not twice a year, where I take everything out and clean the shelves really good, and the doors and everything. Sometimes monthly, it depends on how gross the fridge gets, but usually it's like every 6 months is what I aim for. Cleaning out our pantry, just making sure that taking out expired goods, getting rid of foods we're not eating anymore, donating things, cleaning the shelves, all that kind of good stuff. Cleaning our oven, I also like to do that once or twice a year, especially around the holidays. Changing out our water filters, which is usually every 3 months to every 6 months. Air filters, which is usually every other month because we have 4 dogs. Checking our smoke detector batteries, which most of the time they're fine. I don't think I've changed them in a while, so they may go off this next year, who knows. Cleaning our baseboards, cleaning our blinds, cleaning the washer and dryer, cleaning the paper shredder, and then the rest of the stuff is mainly like outdoor home things and car things. So doing the oil change, registration, cleaning our car, changing out all of the bedding in the chicken coop, cleaning our dogs, whether we're bathing them, doing flea treatments, claw managements, chicken wormer, basically cleaning out our AC units, cleaning out our water heater. I added that new to the list this year because I've been seeing a lot of things about making sure you maintain your water heater, and I really don't want to have to change ours because it's a pain in the ass. And then watering my plants indoors, and then mowing and taking care of the lawn in the front and the back of our house. Okay, that's everything I have on the adulting log. It's a pretty long list, and I'm sure I will find more things to add to it for 2026 as the year goes on. Okay, now that the adulting log is done, I'm going to go ahead and flip this direction to do the cleaning tracker. So last year I did it where essentially this was 25 weeks on the top and then another 25 weeks on the bottom, and I think I want to do that again. But I'm thinking I want to better kind of space out all of the rooms, because I forgot some of the rooms that I want to keep track of cleaning in our house on this tracker. So that's why I have a list over here. So I'm going to start at the bottom of just the actual list of items I want to keep track of on this side. And then once I reach all of the way up, actually no, I'm not going to write them down. I'm going to count, and then I'm going to make a line with the marker here. This is a Statler Tri-Plus fine liner in light gray, if I didn't say that already. But okay, so I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 spaces that I want to do. So we'll do one space from those. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. And I need a ruler, hello, where did I put it? It's literally right in front of my face. Oh my god. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and recount that since I just want to double check. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. And I'm gonna draw a line. I'm only gonna go that far though, because I don't think I'm going to need all this space over here, because this is going to be week 26 through 52. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Well, actually, I might need more space. Let me write out the rooms on this bottom. I'm basically going backwards doing this, so hopefully I'm not going to mess myself up, but we shall see. I mean, it's very possible. Worst case, I will just cover this up with another sheet of paper or a sticker and then move it to the back of the book or something. But I'm going to just start off by writing the rooms down. So the rooms that I wrote down are my reading room / library / fireplace / living room, dog area, kitchen, dining room, laundry room, porch, media room, guest bedroom, bathrooms, master bedroom, office, entryway, music room, garage, and craft space. So there's actually 15, not 14, different sections of my house that I'm keeping track of. And I think I'm going to go ahead and draw a line to kind of break where I want the actual like week counting to start. And that is not a straight line, and I used a ruler. Oh well. And then I'm going to write 26 through 52 on this line right here, since that is the second half of the year in weeks, since there's 52 weeks in a year. Wow, I drew the perfect size line. That's crazy. And then I'm going to go ahead and do, I think, a small strip of the skinny washi. How did I do this last year? Let me look. Let me look at my thing really quick. Okay, yeah, I did like a small strip of the skinny washi to break up the section, and I think I'm going to do that again. But I'm not going to drag it all the way to the edge of the page over here, because I may either put my header on this side or I may do some other kind of decoration. But I'm going to go ahead and count, not really count, I guess, just start writing the same rooms above this until I reach the final spot. Let me just count. Yes. I'm sure I'm sounding kind of crazy. It's fine. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 13, 14, 15. We count again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. And I'm just going to draw a line. And then write out the rooms. Okay, and then I'm going to take that fine liner again and just draw another line across the top here. And I'm going to try to match it with the same length as the one on the bottom. So that way it's even. And then this is going to be weeks 1 through 25. I accidentally did 26. I did one too many. Let me see if I can find my whiteout. I mean, it's not that big of a deal, but I just don't want it to be super noticeable, so I'm just going to white that out just a smidge. Okay, so we have weeks 1 through 25, weeks 26 through 52, and I think I'm going to add this strip of this washi up here, just so it matches the one on the bottom. And then I think I'm going to add the title up here, and maybe some kind of sticker. I think for now I'm just going to do the title, and then later if I decide I want to put a sticker down, I will. But I want to keep this a bit more simple for right now. Do I want to do the title this direction though? Or this direction? I think I'm going to change it back to this direction. Yeah, where's my... Okay, so I'm going to do 50... Man, my thumb hurts, jeez. 2 weeks. And then I'm going to do cleaning. And then put tracker right underneath that. I love that. That looks so good. Okay, yes, I'm enjoying this. I'm going to do a little 2 dots like that on the side, just to frame it a little bit. Okay, I'm going to leave it like this for now, and then maybe I'll come back in with some decoration at some point, but I am satisfied with this, and we are going to keep moving on. Oh boy. All right, so the next section is the goals, and I'm going to do some of this with you guys on camera, and then I'm going to finish the rest of it off camera because I have to write it all out, and it's going to take me a decent amount of time, I would say. But this is essentially what I'm going to do again. So this is my current goals spread, so I'm going to do this exact same thing, and I'm going to have the same kind of goals, goal categories at the top. So I'm going to have health, wealth, mental, spirit, social, and inspire. And I am going to do essentially the same kind of, I guess, coloring that I did before. I really liked how it looked, so I want to do it again. And I think I'm going to leave it, I don't know, do I want to do it more colorful or not? Let's think about this, because the stickers, like the butterflies I used for last year, are different than the butterflies I want to use for this year. So these are the other tape. This is the other tape from the washi tape shop that I'm going to use for sure. And these butterflies are a bit more muted looking. Should I still do like the rainbow of colors at the top, or should I just do like one color, like a tan marker or something? I think I'm just gonna do one color this year. I think I'm gonna do like a light, either like a light yellow, like a buttery yellow color, or a light tan. And then I will come back and fill in the actual goals. But let me grab a light tan marker. I'm just going to use another one of these Zig Clean Color dot markers. This one is the oatmeal color. Before I do that, I am going to cover up the top part up here where it says the words for the goal spread. So I'm going to cover up where it says goals, action steps, first quarter. I'm covering all of this up with my tape. And if you're cringing at the rough edges of my washi tape, I'm sorry. I just can't be bothered to make it a clean cut. I just can't be bothered. And then I am going to take, I think, my goals script stickers, and I'm just going to stick this one up here at the top, and it's not going to cover the whole thing, so I'm going to do some surgery here to the page and just white out the whole thing, and then stick this down. I like that. And then I'm going to take the oatmeal Zig Clean Color dot marker, and I'm just going to gently color in these top boxes. And then while this is drying, I'm going to categorize the rows as well. And then once that's done, hopefully this will be dry enough to write on top of, and it's not going to bleed through the page. We shall see. So far, I am pretty happy with the paper. The paper is a little bit, it seems to be doing better than last year's paper already. This did bleed through, no, it really bleed through. It just ghosted really heavy on that side. Let's see how it did on the back of this one. Yeah, it's just heavy ghosting, which is normal for this paper. To ghost a little bit. I do find that some markers do better than others, but I think it's doing okay. So I'm going to go ahead and do the side over here. I'm going to use a fountain pen. This is the Pilot Black ink. So let's see how this does on the paper. And I'm just going to do a titling of each row. So I'm going to start at the bottom and work my way up, but it basically is going to be daily, weekly, monthly, quarterly, half year, 1 year, and then someday. And I am going to kind of format this the same way that I did last year. Again, I know it's like just doing the same thing over and over again, but yeah. So I did 1 row for daily, 1 row for weekly, 2 rows for monthly, 1 row for quarterly, 1 row for half year, 2 rows for 1 year, and then 1 row for someday. And I'm just going to follow that same pattern for this current year. And on that note, I think I am going to embolden those rows a bit. So I'm going to take another fine liner. This one's a little bit darker. I think this one's like dark gray. And I'm going to go ahead and outline those rows so they're a little bit more, like I said, emboldened or bold. And I'm just going to slowly move my way across, just so the rows are a bit more defined. I think it'll look a bit better, like a little bit more standout-ish. Is that a word? Standout-ish? I don't know. But you see why I love this ruler so much? Because it's so flexible. It's wonderful. Okay, now that all of those are outlined, let me take my pen here and we're just going to write out the headers of these rows. So the one on the bottom here is going to be daily, and then we have weekly, and then monthly, and then quarterly, and then half year, and then 1 year, and then someday. Okay, and like I said, I will fill out the rest of this off camera, but I am going to go ahead and title the page, and then I think we're going to be done with this section. And at the end, when I do a full flip through, you'll see how this looks. I'll go back in with those butterfly stickers and just fill in the empty spaces, but it's pretty straightforward from that. But yeah, it's easier for me to just explain my goals after I've written all of them down versus try to write and talk at the same time. So yeah, that's all I got. But I'm going to go ahead and write out the categories. So we have health as my first category, wealth as my second, and then mental, which is essentially like mental health, but also like mental learning. So the languages I want to learn, books I want to read, things like that. Spirit is like my spiritual type of goals. So things I want, like next year I want to read the entire Bible. I also want to get more into my astrology practice and kind of dive more into that and go from there. And then social, which I did really well in my social goals for 2025. Inspiration. And then the last one is inspire. So like social goals are more of like hanging out with family and friends. It's basically just like keeping my social network intact, because I can get pretty reclusive at times. And then the inspiration one is a bit more of like travel, doing things that inspire me. So that's kind of just those goals in a nutshell. But I'm gonna move on to the next section and I will fill this out without you guys. But look at the paper. The paper! Oh, I'm so happy the paper is behaving so much better. That you have no idea how happy that makes me. Wow. Okay. Yay. Yay. All right. I'm going to keep going here. So now we're going to move into the quarterly section of the planner. And this one is a section of the planner that I really am trying to figure out how I want to use. I know for sure I want to do monthly snapshots of my garden. Like I want to use this whole section for my garden. So I think I'm going to just title out all of these sections using my Pentel Sign brush pens. And I did pick like a color for every single month that I've been consistent with in other planners, so I think I'm just going to reuse those same colors here. And then at the top on the quarterly sections, I am not 100% set on what I want to do with this yet, so I am going to cut this sticky note down and just leave it in the top, because I don't know if I want to do like a quarterly tracker or if I want to do a quarterly recap. I'm not set on anything for that section yet, but I am going to go ahead and just color the monthly bits with my Pentel Sign Brush pens. So January is this kind of like a bluish color, and I'm just going to write these out. Actually, you know, I know I'm not. I'm going to just leave this page alone for now, because I may change my mind and want to do more neutral things for this. Yeah, sorry. I'm going to just leave this like it is for the moment and come back to it. To give you a reference on what might happen with it, it may look something like this, because this is how I did the colors for last year, and I like it, but I think if I did like a more neutral and then did colored pen in each square, it might look more fun. That's why I'm hesitant to do just the colored banners. We shall see. But this is essentially what it may turn into, with just like snapshots of the garden. So we're going to just move on. Okay, next we have the perpetual calendar / calendex section of this. And I'm going to go ahead and do my important events with you guys. Actually, let me just, yeah, because it's already been like I've already been filming for over an hour and a half, so let me just show you guys what this looks like. This is from my B6 plans. This is another planner I'm using for 2026, but essentially it's going to have this. So these are like the important dates and stuff. I'm just going to copy this over into this other planner and then add in precipitation. It's just easier for me to do that off camera because it's so tiny. Yeah, like I don't know how to describe it to you other than just like, this is what it'll look like in the end, because I'm going to go back in here and add all of these little dates and stuff to the section. Like I'm going to just add them in, and then the precipitation will be on the left part of the column. So I guess I can split the columns in half with you guys. I can do that for sure. And then I will add all of the dates and other things off camera, just because it's going to take me a little bit longer, and I don't want this video to be that long, just because yeah, I feel like that's a lot to edit. But I'm going to basically leave 4 squares on each column. So the first 4 squares will be dedicated to the precipitation of that day. I'll track the high temperature and the low temperature, and then if it rains or snows, I don't write down. I do use a dot marker, and I will dot on top of the weekday. But I can go ahead and just trace all of these out. Okay, well, there's that. That's all I'm really going to do, and I'm only going to do the first 6 months with you guys, because I'm going to leave the second half for a later time to fill out as well. Yeah, not really much else I can use for this section. Same with the habit tracker sections. I don't really have anything I can set up with you now. I can just show you how I've used it before. So I'm going to have all my habits over here, and then like check them off, and then use this other section for notes or decoration like this, and then have a weekly recap in the middle part here where I'll just write down a sentence for the week of like what happened. Again, I'm not going to do any of this before the year starts. I'm just going to use it as the year goes, so nothing really to set up here. I'm just going to keep moving on, and same with the next section being the meal planning. I don't really have anything I can set up here either, because it's going to be, I use it as the planner goes on. And this is how I've been using the meal planner section in this planner, is just keeping track of like all my different meals that I've had, what restaurants I've gone to, using the stickers and stuff to just decorate, using the groceries column to actually track groceries or any kind of supplements I was taking. Yeah, it's a use on a weekly basis. There's no setup I can do for that right now. But yeah, let's keep going into the next section, which should be the monthlies, I believe. And it is. And the first monthly in here is the 2025 of December. So I'm not going to use this as a monthly for 2025 December. Instead, I'm going to use it as a collections page. I've really been enjoying using the extra monthlies in the planners as collection pages. And in my Facebook group or in the Journey Planner Facebook group, I don't remember which one, but somebody mentioned they did 25 things of 2025 or top 25 things of 2025 for their planner. So I kind of want to do a spin on that and do 26 recipes of 2026. Because this planner does have meal planning and meal tracking, I want to keep track of recipes in here too. And I feel like the bigger squares might give me a little bit better representation of like what I cooked, like 5-star rating or not, or how it went. So I'm just going to decorate this page a little bit with a vinyl, and the vinyl I chose is Cool Beans from the Coffee Monsters Co. I felt this was perfect, and I am just going to do a little bit of washi on the edges here to cover up the December part, and then also the weekdays, so that way it's just going to be the numbers showing on the monthly page. My goal is 26 recipes, but if we go all the way to 31 or even to the extra sections over here, that's fine. But the goal is 26 since it's the year of 2026. The washi I have here is from Planner Monkey Co. It is just some beautiful navy butterflies, and I felt like it matched the navy skinny tape that I'm using from Simply Gilded really well. So I'm just going to place this down to cover up a little bit of the writing, and then use the skinny washi that I keep misplacing and cover up the weekdays up here. And then to balance, I'm just going to add a little strip of the skinny on the bottom as well, so that way the page is balanced. And then I'm going to stick down the Cool Beans sticker because it's cool beans, you know? I don't know. I love the sticker. It's so cute. And I'm just going to stick it in the corner. And then I went ahead and picked one of the numerology stickers from my shop. This is 888. It stands for like love, manifestation, that kind of stuff. And to me, cooking is a form of love. I love cooking for people. There's just something about it that I really enjoy. And I felt like this one was a really good match for this, like the intentions I have for this section, I guess. Yeah. Okay, so that is down. The last thing I want to do here is title the page. And I'm just going to do it over here on the side. And I'm going to do 26 recipes of 2026. I'm going to put the 26 in quotes just in case. Okay, and then I'm going to add some stars, and I think I'm just going to use one red star and then maybe 2 of the silver stars, because I want to bring out the red tomato that's over here on the can of beans. This is so silly. I have an obsession with beans. It's fine. And then we're going to take the red stars. I'm just going to do one right there. See, red, red, it balances so well. And then I am going to add a little bit of page freckles. I'm just going to use my fountain pen for this. And this section is done. So hopefully when I either make a recipe or come across a really fun recipe, I will write it in the box and then maybe rate it or write a little bit about it. So we shall see how that goes. But this section is done. And if you're curious about paper quality, again, it's behaving beautifully. There's no bleed through. I'm so happy. Like, so happy. Okay, next is the monthlies, the actual monthlies. And I'm going to use my kits for the months of this planner. So these are the new Floral Fantasy A5 kits from my shop. They're currently up and running, and Black Friday sale is still going. So if you want to snag these for a 20% off discount, definitely check it out. But I'm going to essentially just set up January, and then as the year goes on, I'll set the months up, because I don't like to do them all up front in the A5 planner because this book gets really chunky, and I don't want the page to be super lumpy while I'm working with it. So I'm just going to set up January with you guys, and then we will do, we'll keep going in the planner. And then I'm going to set the rest of these to the side for the year to use as the planner goes on. Okay, so these kits are sized for 1.3 inch columns, and Nisha's planners have 1.3 inch columns, just like the Hobonichi Cousin does. So I'm just going to place the weekday headers at the top down. And then I'm going to take the artwork square and stick it as close to the edge of this as I can. Oops. That's kind of not centered, but it's fine. And then I'm going to take the monthly name sticker underneath that and stick that underneath the artwork square. And then, do I want to do this the same as I've done before, or do I want to wait and do the rest of it at another time? I think I'm going to wait and do the rest of it when I decide to start using the planner, so that way I can set up the monthly exactly how I want. But essentially this is how every month will start, with just like the top part colored in, and then I'll fill out the monthly as I go. And yeah, we're gonna leave that in that section. And actually, no, I'm not, because I don't want to lose it. I'm gonna stick it with the rest of those, and we're gonna move on to the next section of the book, which is the weeklies, which again I will not be setting up because I'm not going to use them until I start using the planner. And then we have the dailies, which again I won't be using right now to set up because it'll just be once I start using the planner. And I think the last few things in here we need to do are tabs and then the back pages. So let me do the back pages first, like the notes pages, and then we will do the tabs, because the tabs are going to take me a minute. But the first note page in here, I want to do an end of the year review, so I'm just going to leave that sticky note on that page. And then I want to set up my reading log. So I think I want to format this the same as how I did last year in my planner, because this worked really well for me. And it's basically a table. So I have the date that I read the, or date I started reading the book, date I finished reading the book, the number of pages in the book, the book title, the author of the book, my 5-star rating, or rating out of 5 stars, and then notes about the book as well. And then I bordered the page with some PET tape. So basically, I'm going to be doing the same thing because I like how this works for me in this planner. So I'm going to start off by doing the bordering of the page, and the tape that I want to use is from London Gifties, and it kind of matches the tape from the front because it's like the neutral, more floral-y type things, but this is the Neutral Shabby Fabric Flowers from London Gifties, and this is what I want to use for the back here. And I'm just going to cut 1, 2, 3, 4. I think I'm just going to cut 4 out for the moment. And the way I like to do this is I'm basically just going to cut each one of these in half. And since this is on, it's like kiss cut like a sticker, I'm just going to cut in a zigzag pattern so that way they're not completely centered. Because I don't want like one of them can be centered, but I don't want all of them to be centered. Because if they're all centered, then it's not going to, like, it's going to look too, I don't know how to describe it. Like, it's not going to be awkward enough. I don't know if that made any sense. But here we have my 2 halves. So I'm going to start with this half over here. And I'm just going to line it up to the edge of the page. Where are my tweezers? My thumb is so useless. And I'm just going to stick this right along the edge of the page. I'm not going to do the edge of the grid. I'm doing the edge of the page, like just a millimeter or so, maybe 2 millimeters away from the edge of the page. And then I'm going to do, this was the other side of that one. Okay, so then I'm going to do this one underneath it. And see, since this one is not as full, it makes a nice like little bordered edge that's not super uniform all the way down, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Uniform is a better word. I should have used uniform. It's okay. And then I need to take this next one. I'm thinking 4 was like the perfect number to cut for this for some reason, but maybe not. I don't know. Okay, and then this is the last one. Yeah, that fit perfectly. Wow, looks so cute. I'm already super happy with that. Okay, I'm going to take the skinny one for this other side and border the other side of the page here. And the rest of these don't really matter which order I go in. I just didn't want them to be the exact same on both sides. So now that the page is beautifully bordered, I really like how that looks with the more neutral color. Honestly, that looks really cute. Now I'm going to take the log sticker, and I'm just going to do log again up here at the top. And I'm going to letter reading next to it and do part 1 because there's going to be a second page, a second 2 pages after this that I'm going to use for the other part. And I'm going to go ahead and border the top of this with the skinny washi just to frame the page a bit more. And I think I'm also going to do this on the bottom of the page too, because I never really like go all the way down to the bottom. And I think it'll look nice if the page is like fully framed. Plus it helps me use up my skinny washi. Okay, and then I'm going to go ahead and, do I want to use this up here? I have this really cute Proud Bookworm sticker from the Coffee Monsters Co. and I don't know if I want to use it or not. I think it's going to take up too much space. So I think I'm just going to leave it off. And instead we're going to grade out the actual table. Okay, and I'm going to start with using the first half of the page as the marker to kind of split it in half. So the first side, I'm going to make the date I started the book, date I finished the book, and then the second half, I'm going to make the page numbers and then the title of the book. And that's just going to make it the easiest for me to work with. This ruler doesn't go all the way to the edge of the page, but that's okay. And I'm just going to split this column, I don't know, let me do like, I guess 5 squares. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, boop. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, perfect. Okay, so then I'm just going to do another line straight down in the middle here to separate out the columns for the date started, date finished. And then I'm only going to leave, I think, 4 squares for the page numbers, like number of pages in the book, because if I'm reading anything over 1,000 pages, I will be shocked. I do enjoy really long fantasy books, but if it's over 1,000 pages, I don't know if I'd be willing to grasp, like fully grasp how long that book is yet. But who knows, I might surprise myself. And then on this other side of the page, I'm going to do the author and then the 5-star rating. But I don't think, I'm just going to split the page in half again. It should be fine. So I'm just going to do another line all the way down through half the page, which I'm using the little marker, the little plus sign in the center of the page to help me figure out where half is. And then I'm going to, let me do one of my star stickers for reference, so that way I don't mess up where the line needs to go, and I leave enough space for these, because I love using these to actually keep track of my star ratings, but I need to leave enough space for the heading as well. So I'm going to do 2 squares, I think. That should be perfect. And then I'm going to take my ruler again and just draw a line on the other side of that, and that will be where I'd use the authors. Okay, and now we're just going to title everything out. So I'm going to leave 2 squares at the top for the titles. And then I'm just going to take my fountain pen and write down the actual titles of the sections. So this is started, finished, page numbers, book title, author / authors, and then rating and notes. Okay, and I think I'm going to just leave that 1 star sticker on here. Previously I was doing, you only get 2 lines per book, but I think for 2026 I want to leave a little extra space in case I want to put more notes over here. I am keeping track of books in like a more book review type thing in my health planner, I think is where I put it this year. So I don't need too much space, but I just want to wait before I just like put all of those stickers down. So there's that. So this is part 1 of the reading tracker. I will set up part 2 if I make it to part 2. I don't think that I want to set up both pages yet. So I'm just going to leave the reading tracker alone and leave it at this for the moment. And we're just going to move on to the next section, which is the running log. Something I definitely need to do more of in 2026, and I'm hoping to do more of in 2026. So I'm just going to, again, title this page out as log. And I'm just going to do running next to it. And I'm going to take that skinny washi again to just frame the top portion of the page. And I have a more in-depth running log that I'm doing in my health planner again, but I still want to have a memory of like a long list of all of them in here. So I am going to grid this out with the different sections that I keep track of. So let's do a little title section. And then the things that I keep track of are date, the time that I ran, so like the amount of time I was running, the distance I went, the pace I went, and then also any notes. So I think, again, I'm just going to cut the section or the page in half just to make it easy to work with. And I think I'm going to do maybe like 5 squares for pace, and then leave the rest of that other column for notes about my run. And then for distance, I'll probably just do like another 5 squares, maybe 6 squares. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then same with like the dates. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, okay. I'll just do 6, 6, and then 6 for the final. Section. And then we'll title these out. And I do want to add a couple of stickers to this just to make it a bit more fun looking, because I think that's also what really deters me sometimes, is if it doesn't look fun enough, then I'm not going to use it. Not saying like my planner is the reason why I didn't run last year, or this year, but it's always more fun when you go to a spread that looks really cute, at least for me, and it makes me more encouraged to want to fill it out. So date, time, distance, pace, and notes. Nice and easy. And the stickers I want to use are from my shop. I have my running icons and then my shoe doodles. And I think I just want to do a couple like here and there. And these are on the clear mat. I thought about doing white mat, but I think clear mat is what I prefer. And I'm just going to do a couple. Like, I'm not going to do anything wild here. But that way it looks a little bit more fun, because like there's shoes and runners on the page. Like, that could be me, you know? Okay, after that I have my date night log, which again is pretty simple and straightforward, and I'm just going to put log and then date night next to here at the top. And I think I want to use some other stickers to frame this out, but let me do this first. We're just going to write date night right there, and then take that skinny washi again, just to frame the page. And I think I'm going to do the bottom two on this one. And this other page. We're just going to bring it all the way over. Okay, and then let me see if I can find my other stuff. Okay, I think these are the ones that I want to use because we have a little ramen and flowers, which are very date-like items for me. I love going to get ramen. It's so good. These are both from Sticky Club. The artist behind this one is Yan Yan Candy and G, and then this one is Dear Elaine Co. And I think I'm just going to put them both at the bottom like this to just frame the page. Alternatively, I can do, ouch. Oh no. Okay, hold on. Okay, I'm okay. I'm not bleeding. Alternatively, I can do this like in the corners, but I think I like them both at the bottom a bit better. I don't know, now that I put them in the corners, I'm thinking maybe I should do the corners so it balances both sides. Man, this is so silly. I'll just do the corners like this. It's fine. I think it looks better. And I'm just going to place that one slightly tilted, and then this one also slightly tilted. And then when it comes time to write down my dates, I'm just going to write down the actual date of the year that we went, and then write a little bit about what we did. I think I'm going to add some stars here. We need a star or two. Let's do two. We'll do a red one down here and a red one up here. And then I'll add a little bit of the page freckles. I think it's so cute. I love it so much. Okay, next I think is just the back of the planner itself. I'm going to do the 2027 mind map, obviously, when it gets closer to the end of the year and I decide what planners I want then. Oh, I am going to go ahead and glue this flyleaf down as well, because I don't really use it. I mean, it's an extra notes page, but I don't really want it, so I'm just going to glue this down. And since it's the back, I'm just going to use my hand to push this down and not worry about it. Because if it's lumpy, it's the back of the planner. It doesn't matter. I am going to decorate this off camera. I'm going to do essentially the exact same thing that I did here with the just random stickers from that washi tape shop roll. So that way it looks the same in the front and the back. But I am going to do both pages back here. So I'm going to, it's going to look something like this. Yeah. And then I am going to put the clear cover on after that. The last thing we need to do is tabs, and I know for sure I want to do the chili pepper tabs because of the red. I know for sure I want to do these, but I need one more set of tabs to do with the planner, and I don't know if I want to do black tabs or if I want to do the stone gray tabs. Because I'm thinking, like, based on the colors I have on the front here, I have a lot of black and gray. I could do a blue, but I feel like I don't want to do red and blue together because I think it's a little too patriotic. Which nothing against that. It's just I don't want the colors like that on my planner. But I'm thinking maybe like red and black would look really good together. But I also feel like red and gray would look really good together. I think I'm going to do... I think I'm going to do the gray just because I think the black might be too bold because the red is already very bold and I feel like this just softens a little bit. Yeah, I'm going to do the red for the weeklies and then I'm going to do the gray for the daily section. And then I'm going to go in with the glacier maybe tabs for the ones that I want to write on. Or I can use more of the chili pepper ones. We'll see about which ones I decide to use for writing purposes of like the extra things in the planner. But for sure, I definitely want to do the red for the weeklies, and I think I'm going to do the gray for the dailies. So let's go to the back of the daily section here, and we're just going to start with December and work my way up. If you've never used tabs before, I will do a brief demonstration because I feel like this is just, I don't know, something I like to do now. But these are tabs from my shop. They are kiss cut individually to be tiny, so there is a tiny perforated line that helps them bend over very easily. You line up the edge of the page with the delineating line on the tab, and that way all of your tabs evenly stick out of the planner. You could also line it up with grid inside if you want to, but I just find that lining it up with the edge of the page is the best. And I am going to essentially follow the shaded section on the book because I think that'll work well. But I want to make sure that whenever I flip the tab, it opens to the header page of the month. And I'm going to try to line this up as best I can. And I always like to wait to flip all of my tabs, like fully seal them onto the planner until I have all the tabs down. And that way I can decide if I need to move any of them or whatever. So I'm going to just buzz through this really quick. It's going to be lots of paper rustly sounds, and then I will be back and we'll flip them all over together. Okay, so that is it for the daily tabs. I'm just going to hold this up to myself and make sure they look even, and they do. So I'm going to go ahead and fold these over. And if you're worried about the rest of the tabs on the bottom here, I am probably not going to use them. I might handwrite them. I may use them. I don't know. We'll figure that out in a little bit. But right now I'm just going to flip the tab to the correct page and make sure it's going where I want, and I'm not accidentally like folding multiple pages into the tab, because I really do that. So I'm just trying to be more conscious of my tab folding, I guess, to make sure it's folding correctly and to the page that I want. Okay, so that is it for the daily tabs. Now let's go ahead and do the weekly tabs. And I'm going to do my best to match them with the ones I put down for the dailies, so we will see how this goes. But essentially for the weekly tabs, I want, whenever I flip the page, for it to land on the first of the month. So even if the first of the month is like all the way on a Sunday, I still want it to land on the first every single time. So this one, December 1st, starts here, so I'm going to place the tab to where it'll flip when I open the page to this section. So let's grab December. And placing a second set of tabs is a little bit more challenging than placing only one set. Oop, and I just separated my tab. So I'm just going to bring this really close to me, because once I get the first one down, usually it lines up really easily after that. And there we go. So I'm pretty sure that's lined up pretty well. And since I accidentally separated my tab, which is fine, I'm just going to show you guys how I fix this. I'm just going to flip the page over, and using my tweezers, carefully line up the edge of the tabs together so they are together and not going to stick to anything else. Then we need to go through to November. So November starts on this Sunday, so I need to put the tab on this side. And then I'm going to leave the rest of these open while I set them down. And then at the end, I will fold them over like I did with the dailies. There's October 1st. Okay, so all of those are down. I didn't do a very good job of lining them up with the dailies. Oh gosh, come on. Release, release, release. Okay, there we go. Like they don't match up perfectly with the daily tabs, and that's okay. I think I spaced them a little bit farther out from each other versus the daily ones are a little bit overlapping. I don't really care enough to move all of them, so I'm just going to flip them over and move on with my life. And then we will do the other tabs that I'm going to handwrite here in a second. But I would just want to make sure that every time I flip the tab, it goes to the first of the month for that month. So February, March, April, so on. All right, all of those are done. Okay, so the last tabs I want to do are for the extra sections. So I want to do a tab for the trackers here at the front. So I think I'm going to do I want to do the blue or the red? I think I am going to do the blue. And it's like a soft enough blue. I don't think it's going to look too patriotic. Versus like if I did the darker blue, I think this will be okay. But I'm going to write on these using my Uni Jetstream. And so the first one I want to do is the adulting log. So I'm just going to put adult period. And I'm just going to flip through this as I go. And then I'm going to do the same word on the opposite side. So that way it looks the same from both sides of the planner. And then I have a goals section, which I think I will just handwrite as well, so that way it's more uniform looking. I do have a goals sticker on, like a goals tab on the other sheet, but for my OCD and brain purposes, I like that bit better. Then we have a quarterly section. So I'm just going to do quart. And then we have the yearly section, which again, I have a tab for that already, but I'm just going to handwrite it for uniformity's purposes. And these tabs you can write pretty much with anything on them. I just like using the Jetstream because I'm impatient and it dries fast. The next section is habits. And then after habits, we have the meal planning section. Oh no, I folded a page. Oh well. Okay, so then we have meals. And I thought about doing another set of tabs for the meal section, but I think that would just be too many sets of tabs. So I'm just going to use my index tabs at the top to like thumb through that section. Then I have my recipes. And then I realized as I was putting the tabs on, I forgot about this other monthly in here, which is the 2027 of January. I'm hoping I can use this at some point to document baby things if I become pregnant. So I'm going to leave it blank for now, but that's what I'm intending to use this for, is like, you know, mom baby things. Then after the monthlies and weeklies and dailies, the other ones I want to tab here in the back are the reading section. So reading log. So I'm just going to do read. And then I have a running log. Okay. So I'm just going to do run. And then dates is the last one. Okay. And that is all for the tabs. Okay, we're going to do these from the front forward this time, so that way I can line them up on the sides the way I want. So the first tab we need to put on here is the adulting log. And I'm just going to do it a little bit from the top. And I'm going to wait to flip that over as well in a second. And then we have goals. And here's how I'm going to line it up. I'm going to take the previous tab and kind of not lay it on the page, but get it pretty darn close. And then just put this other tab right next to it. And then try not to stick the two pages together. Yep, okay. And then we have the quarterly section after that. Okay, and then we have the yearly section next. And then after the yearly section, yeah, we have the habits. And then after that is the meals. That's spaced kind of far down. I'm going to move that up just a little bit. I like that better. How are these looking? Oh wow, they're kind of spacey. Let me go back and move this meals back down then. If they're all that kind of spaced out, I'd rather they stay that spaced out. Oh my gosh. Okay, that looks good. And then we have the recipe monthly. And I'm just going to do this one in this direction because it's so far from the other edge of the book. Okay, and then I'm just going to fold these over because the rest of the tabs go in the back, and I'm just going to start another section at the top and go down. But there's adulting, there's goals, there's quarterly, there's the yearly, habits, and meals, and then recipe. Okay, looks good. Now let's go to the back, where reading is the first one. And I'm just going to fold this one straight over because there's only 3 back here, so it's going to be a bit easier to space them. And then after reading, we have running. And then after running, that tab is so crooked, Danielle. Oh my goodness. Okay, I'm just gonna try to lift it up a little bit. Freaking thumb is handicapping me. Ouch. Okay. Let's reposition you just slightly more. It's still crooked. It's fine. I'm just over it. It'll be fine. And then date night log is the last tab. Okay, and that is it for all of the tabs. Let's see how we look put together. I like it. How does it look with the cover? I love the red popping through. Oh my gosh, yes. Yes. I never thought I would love red so much right now, but I really do. I think that looks so fun. It's such a bright pop of color too. Okay, I'm very happy with that. All right, I'm going to stop for now. I'm going to go in here, fill out this part, fill out my goals, and then when I come back, I will show you guys a full flip through of the whole book completed. But as for now, I think I'm going to stop here and then finish all of that stuff off camera, just so this video isn't like 5 hours long. And yeah, I will be back to show you guys the final finished product, but see you guys in a second. All right, we are now going to do a final flip through of this beautiful baby here. I am super happy with how this turned out. I did change up a little bit of the things inside since the last time I filmed, but I'll share everything I used and kind of describe, I guess, how I did it. But starting with the front cover here, I just have assortment of vinyls from my sticker shop, and I was reusing the stars and stuff from the collection of star stickers that I have that I'm working my way through. I really don't know where I got them from, I'm sorry, but that's how the front turned out. I absolutely love how the inner cover turned out with the washi tape shops winter tape here. This one is the pre-cut frosted letters, which is what I used for the 2026, and then the other one I used is the frosted meadow, and that's the one where I kind of piece parted all of the more vintage looking, like dried florals look. I'm so happy with how it's turned out. I really am. Then I glued the flyleaf page to the cardstock and added in my own dashboard here, or vision board, whatever you want to call this. I made this on Canva just using images that I either found on Pinterest or Canva or on the internet. I don't own any of these images. Then on the year at a glance page here, I plan on using this for pain tracking. I made a little key that flips out that has all of my little dots on it, and I just decorated the top a little bit more to make the page look a little bit more full. For the adulting log and the 52 weeks of cleaning, I went ahead and went back in and added in some decoration using another tape from the washi tape shop. I don't have the label of this one, but it is a PET tape, and it's basically just like red and pink florals. And I really love this one, and it's kiss cut as well, so it's just easy to pull the stickers you want off of the roll. And I added in some more of these stars to just kind of keep that theme going throughout. I really like how this one looks compared to my current one in 2025, so I'm excited to keep developing this over time as I improve with my adulting log and cleaning. Then I went ahead and filled out all of my goals. So I didn't share this with you guys on camera originally. I just did the headings. So I wrote out all of my goals based on the timeline, and I added in yet again another roll of tapes from the washi tape shop. And I just used these more vintage looking butterflies, and intermixed them with those star stickers, as well as a sheet that I had left over from Sticker Guru. I don't think Sticker Guru is still in business. I'm not sure, but they had like little tiny foil stickers that I really liked. Then I did the quarterly pages here, and I still didn't really do much with this because I'm not 100% fulfilled with my purpose of using this as like garden pet tracking situation. I do want to use the monthlies for the snapshots, and I just pulled some stickers off of the freebie sheets from my shop. I have been doing monthly names on all of my freebie sheets, so I just pulled off all of the ones that I still had. I plan on releasing these in a full sheet at some point, so stay tuned. But I still need to do a July and a December on this page. But I'm not sure about the rest of the page yet, so there's that. I also went ahead and filled out the yearly pages here for the year at a glance. I filled out the holidays, full moons, and birthdays. And I went through my tapes from the Coffee Monsters Co. and just chose a tape for each month. I think it correlates to the ones I already picked for another planner. And I went back in with the sparkly abbreviated months from my shop and layered them on top. And I like how this turned out. I feel like it looks very bordered, and I'm excited to just fill out the precipitation as the year goes on and my monthly stats, and I think it's going to be good. The stats I'm planning on tracking are how many books I've read, number of pages I read each month, how many miles I run, number of workouts, number of dinners out, and number of dates. So I'm going to try to track when my husband and I go on more dates now. And then at the bottom, I just added another one of those little key script stickers and the key for my rain and snow tracking, which I do plan on marking on the weekdays over here next to the actual weather for the day. And I just did the full year because the holidays and birthdays and stuff don't change, so I might as well just set it up in advance, and then that way I only have to come in here and fill out the precipitation and stuff. Then I went ahead and filled out my first month for the habit trackers. I was really tempted not to do this because I wasn't sure if I will want to track the same habits by the end of the year into January, but I think I will, just because I've been really slacking on a lot of things for my personal life, and I want to get back into the routine of things. So I went ahead and just listed out all the habits I want to track for January and decorated again with some more of that Coffee Monsters Co. tape, and then some tapes from London Gifties over here. In case you're curious of what I'm tracking over here, I have reading, meditation, Spanish practice, Japanese practice, weightlifting, running, my daily walks, H2O or water intake, fruit intake, caffeine, soda, fast food, moisturizer, exfoliating, teeth, which is like brushing my teeth twice a day and flossing, hair, which is when I wash my hair, BM for bowel movements, conversation, left the house, 20 minutes outside, no stationary spending, if I'm doing my morning pages like I want in my morning page journal next year, and also my wifey 5-year journal. I'm hoping to fill out that page every single day as well. So that's what I'm starting the year off with. I'm hoping it's going to be good. Then for the meal planner section, I didn't do anything here because I'm going to start using this once the year starts. And then I did my 2026 recipes of 2026 for the December 2025 monthly page. Basically just turned it into a collection page. I really like how this turns out. I love this vinyl Cool Beans from the Coffee Monsters Co. It makes me so happy. But I really am excited to kind of test out more recipes in 2026. Then I went ahead and filled out my monthly a little bit more. I added more of the stickers from the monthly kit from my shop, and then I also added in the tiny holidays from my shop as well for New Year's Day and Martin Luther King. And I hand wrote the full moon, new moon, and then like the birthdays I have going on in January that I want to keep track of. I also added in my little grid down here for my sleep, mood, and stress graph. Since I keep this in my health planner in like its own section in the back with the habits, I tried to do that with the habit trackers in this book, but ultimately found that it didn't really sit well with me having it on this page, so I moved it to the monthlies, and I really like how it's worked out. Let me just show my 2025 one here. For September, this is what ultimately I want it to kind of look like in the end. So it's going to have all of like my monthly recaps, and then it's also going to have this graph down here with the marker being sleep this time, and then my 2 line graphs being mood and stress. So I kind of want to go through it with that. I also want to add in astrology at some point to this side, but I wasn't prepared to do that yet, so I waited, but this space is empty, and I do think the planner has enough space here, at least for a little bit, if I need to continue that on the months that have the 6-month breakdown. So where there's a little less space down here. I think I'll be fine. But I just did January, and I plan on setting up the rest of the months as the year goes on this time, just because I think it brings me a little bit more joy to kind of touch base with my planner on a monthly basis. Then after the monthlies, there is one more monthly that I kind of transformed, and I forgot to talk about this when I was doing my initial like setup part of this where I was walking through the whole thing. I am hoping to use this as a collection page for when I get pregnant, so I can use it for like me updates or baby updates or something. I just decorated it with some more of that same washi from the Planner Monkey Co. and then Simply Gilded, and then I added a couple vinyls from my shop. This is the new Spirit Elemental vinyl, and then I did a 999 numerology vinyl here as well. And I'm not 100% sure what I want to do with this yet, but I know I want to dedicate it to like my baby journey. So I'm just gonna leave the sticky note there for now, but I just wanted to decorate it so it looked kind of seamless with like the other collection in this planner. Then there's the weeklies, which I just tabbed out with these amazing red tabs. I'm so happy with the chili tabs that I did. They're so fun and bright and in your face, and I don't know. I know it's not for everybody, but I'm so happy with how they turned out, and I'm happy that they match the kind of red on the cover. It works. It's like seamless. I really like it. I also tabbed out all of the daily section. I'm not planning on doing any of this until the year actually starts, and I will hopefully share with you guys like how I use these pages once they're filled up, but it's going to be like my currently inked over here and then daily journaling. Then after all the dailies, we have the notes pages, and I'm going to use this first notes page as an end of the year review. So I'm just going to leave that sticky note there until the end of the year. Then I have my reading log back here where I tabled this out to have my date started, date finished, number of pages in the book title, the author or authors of the book, my 5-star rating using my 5-star stickers from my shop, and then my notes over here about each book. I bordered the page with a tape from London Gifties again, and then that same Simply Gilded skinny washi. And I left the second page, or the second spread of pages, I guess, for my reading log part 2 blank, because I'm hoping to go through this, go to this when I start this page. Yeah. I also set up my running log, which has the date, time, distance, pace, and notes for all of the runs that I'm hoping to do in 2026. I really want to get back in the habit of running. I really enjoyed it, and I feel like this year I did myself a disservice by not running. Then I have my date night log, which I just decorated with some vinyls from the Sticky Club, and I hope to come in here and just write down the date and a little synopsis of what me and my husband go do for our date. Then the last thing in here is the index page in the very, very back that I'm going to save to do my 2027 mind mapping. It's what I like to do when I'm trying to plan out what I want for the next year in terms of planners. So I'm just going to save this as a dedicated space for that. Even if I don't end up doing a mind map, I just want this space to be for next year's plans. Then I went ahead and just finished the back over here with more of that washi tape shop tape. I love the dried florals of this. It just looks like I pressed the flowers in the page. I'm so happy with it. And I'm also planning on keeping the Bible reading plan from Nisha back here as well, just so that way I have it to reference for the journey that I'm going to go on in trying to read the entire Bible in 1 year. So it's going to be an interesting adventure for sure. But I am very happy with overall everything I did in this planner. The last thing I guess I can show you guys is the back cover, and it's essentially a collection of stickers from What I Love. Oh my gosh, the clear cover is stuck. No. It's like whenever you put the clear cover on at first, it always does this. It's just because it's not used to being on a planner yet. Don't panic, okay? It's just, it'll adjust. It just needs time to warm up to the book. Anyways, the back of the planner here, I did my Buc-ee's vinyl, my beloved In-N-Out vinyl that I've had for way too long, and then this lovely vinyl that I got from a pen friend. It says it's not the heat, it's the humidity, with a little gator on it. And this is just kind of like a collection of things that either make me laugh or I really enjoy. Really love In-N-Out, and I really love Buc-ee's, so this is just kind of a continuation of that. And it's a continuation of the red that I kind of pulled through from the front. So you can see the red tabs on the side, red on the front, and red on the back, and more red tabs on the back like this. I like all the red. I don't know, the red is just calling to me. And I think it's because I really want to pair this Tomie pencil board that I got from Hobonichi with it, because it's bright red, and I just feel like it's going to look so cute with like the red and the red. I don't know, I just was feeling the red. Anyways, that is all I have for my journey planner setup. I am very excited to use this again for 2025, or for 2026, geez. And I'm also excited to see how the planner chunks out, since I am only going to be in this one planner in terms of like my all-in-one for 2026. In case you were curious, I'll just share my current one. So this one is my 2025 book. This will be my 2026. And 2025 got a little bit chunkier, but it's not as chunky as I think it could have been. So I'm excited to see how big this planner gets. Maybe I'll do like a planner weight or something in the back. I don't know. Anyways, if you have any questions about this book, let me know down in the comments. If you have any questions about any of the supplies I used in this video, let me know down in the comments. I know this one was a long one, so if you made it all the way through, I highly appreciate you. Like, thank you so much. Like, it's just so much fun to create these videos, and I really enjoy sharing how I set up my books every single year. So yeah, I'm gonna end it off here. I hope you have a great rest of your day. Be blessed, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Bye. Hello and welcome back to my Dandelion Diaries. Today begins the journey of setting up all of my 2026 planners. So I'm starting today with my Hobonichi A6 Original Techo in the English version, and this is going to be my morning pages / breaking of my phone addiction little journal. So yeah, if you have never seen my setup videos before, just as a little preemptive synopsis of what's going to happen, we are going to be taking this book in its empty self, and you're going to be joining me through the entire process of setting it up, from decorating it to how I'm intending to use it and all that kind of stuff. And then at the very end, I will have a whole section of the final done book if you're only interested in seeing like the finished final flip through kind of thing. So check out the description for timestamps on that. But I'm going to go ahead and just get started because these videos are pretty long. Again, reference timestamps in the description if there's anything you're curious about on like different sections of the book. but I am going to go ahead and just get started with the cover and go from there. I do plan on putting this book inside a clear cover as well as inside this gorgeous A6 Hobonichi cover here from the Iyo Okumi line. I love the embroidery on this. I love the color, and I definitely want this journal to be housed in this, at least for now. I may change my cover out later, I don't know, but I'm really in love with this cover right now. But anyways, I'm going to be using some supplies here. Some are from Sticky Club, some are from the Coffee Monsters Co., some are from my own shop. I just kind of grabbed a collection of things. I really want it to be kind of like a soft pink rainbowy kind of theme, just because it's going to be in the morning and I feel like those subtle like soft pink or rainbow-like colors are really nice. I do have a few vinyls here. Oh, I also have one from the Planner Monkey Co. It's the Chronic Overthinker. I tried to pick some vinyls that I thought would be relevant to what this journal is going to be about. So this is from my shop. It is the pink floral nameplate, and I did handwrite my own name on this with 2026. I'm going to put that on the inside. I don't think I want that on the very front. But for the front cover here, I do want to do, I think, some of these vinyls. So I know for sure I want the phone one, because that's my whole purpose of this little book, is to stop reaching for my phone in the morning, and instead I'm going to reach for this and write first thing in the morning versus picking up my phone. I'm trying to break my phone addiction, and I'm hoping making this journal really cute is going to help with that. This is a sticker I tried to use last year. It's a very thick sticker, so I feel like it's going to do best on the cardstock cover of the Hobonichi. And it's pink and kind of yellow and matches this one, so I figured they'd look really cute together. Plus it's like, I don't know, kind of sparkly. Then I have the Chronic Overthinker, and since this journal is going to be lots of different thoughts, I felt that one was really appropriate, and it's kind of like that rainbow thing I was going for. And then I have this one from the Coffee Monsters Co., which says, "Do not disturb, work in progress." I definitely feel like that's appropriate considering this book is going to be a work in progress. But also the do not disturb sign I felt was really relevant since I'm coming out of sleep and going into this book. Because usually like in a hotel you put the do not disturb on when you don't want the cleaning people to come wake you up super early in the morning with changing of sheets and things like that. And then I picked out one of my angel numbers. This is the 888. It stands for like love, power, manifestations. And I like that it matched the pink of the phone, but I also feel like this journal is going to have a lot of those kinds of intentions into it. I also pulled out a pink 2026. I don't know if I'm going to use this at all, actually, since I did write 2026 on the nameplate I'm going to use. So I may not use the 2026, but I have it in case I want it. And then if there's space, I do want to use a couple of these other stickers from the Coffee Monsters Co. This is a seal, I think is what she calls them. It's super holographic, and it's like a little self-care emoji. And then I really like these little tried my best stickers. I don't know if I'd use the koala or the frog, but I feel like those two would match my theme really well, and they would match the kind of holographicness of this too. So we'll see if that fits on there. Other supplies here I have are my tabs. These are the Hobonichi colors from my shop. I have an A6 vellum from my shop as well. This is in the pastel unicorn. I have the abbreviated months in like a script font with some twinkles. These are like the sparkly months. And then I have a sheet of letter stickers from Sticky Club. And since it was pink, I thought I might use these. I don't know for sure yet, but I was thinking I could do like morning pages somewhere with these inside. We shall see. I'm just gonna go ahead and start decorating the cover though, otherwise we're gonna be here for forever. So let me just get started with that. I should also mention that I'm not going to be doing any music in this video. I prefer the sounds of the crinkly paper myself, and I think that, I don't know, I want to leave in like any kind of rustling noises or whatever. So if you want to have your own music on, you'll probably have to select that yourself in the background, or just, you know, figure out what you want to do if you want some music, or just, you know, set up along with me, whatever you gotta do, you know. Ooh, okay, hold on. I like the counteractive pinks here. I'm trying to like balance it out a little bit. What if I did this like right in the center so it overlaps a little bit? Okay, I kind of like that. alternatively, I could do the pink 2026 here. I think I like the 888 better. Yeah. And then if I wanted to do this little girl in the middle, or I could do this instead of the 888. I don't know. This is always like the toughest part, is trying to like maneuver everything to where it works really nicely. And I don't know if I should stick something on top of this or not. But that would definitely give me some more space to work with. Even if I did this on top of that. Okay, I think I have a general idea of what I want to do here. So I'm going to go ahead and for sure stick this super tough sticker down. It's so thick. It's like a giant piece of plastic. That's why I want to put it on the harder cover here. And because I still have my wedding nails on, it is so hard to pick anything up. So just bear with me as I go about this. But yeah, this thing is such a hard sticker. It's wild. Okay, we're just gonna stick it down. Okay, and then I think I'm gonna put this one down here. Oh, and this one's clear too. How perfect. I don't really care so much about like the opacity of the stickers. Like I don't care like they don't all match. I just really want the colors to match, like the color family to be in the same realm. And I think that's what's gonna work here the best. I'm gonna go ahead and stick this one down too. Okay, I really like that. And then I can do Chronic Overthinker here in the middle, maybe, or I can do it completely on top of the Hobonichi to block that out. And then do like the 888 underneath it maybe. I don't know, I really want to leave that kind of cute little star charm alone. If I did this up here, ooh, and then I can do this little holographic guy maybe in the middle here, or I can do 888 here and the little girl up here, and do like a Tried My Best sticker here. Or this is tough. This is always the hardest part. But I also don't want it to be too full. Okay. I think I like this the best. So I'm gonna stick this down for sure right here because I wanted to cover up the Hobonichi since I already covered up part of it. Okay, and then if I do the 888 here, I could also cover that up a little bit and do this little girl next to him. Or I can do her next to this one. I think I'm gonna go with like this, and then I'll cover up part of her with the edge of the 8s. Okay, and I think I'm gonna do the koala. Tried My Best. I think think that'll match the best. And I think I'm going to put it... Okay, should I do it here or here? I think I like it here better. Yeah, I think I'm going to put it here. And then I'm going to take these numbers and do like morning and then pages maybe. Because if I have like a line of them, I think that would look cute. Alternatively, I can just place this big old 2026 right there, but I feel like that doesn't look as right. I don't know. Let me write it all out on this thing, and then I will see how I feel. Okay, so here I have morning pages spelled out, and I think I'm just gonna do it vertically right here. So it's all kind of spelled out, and then I do have some random like hearts on here, so I'm just gonna like, yeah, place those kind of randomly so at least it looks a little bit more cohesive with the black, which I mean there is a little bit of black in some of these other stickers, but at least this will make it a little bit more, you know, just a little bit more. Put one here. That, and then I think I'm going to put one down here, and then I am going to go ahead and take a Sharpie and just do a little bit of freckles around some things as well, which by freckles I just mean tiny little dots. I just feel like it adds a little bit more pizzazz to the negative space. Okay, and I think I'm done with the front cover. I really have been enjoying the collaged look on all of my planners, so I know this won't be everybody's cup of tea, but I really like the, I don't know, kind of jumbliness that it looks like. It's probably a bad term. Yeah, so I'm going to go ahead and slip the clear cover on the front side, and the clear cover I'm using is by Midori. This is the A6 size. It fits their Midori A6 booklets, but also the A6 Tacho as well. And I ordered these from either Jet Pens or Atlas Stationers. Atlas Stationers carries them now, which is really exciting. But I'm just going to go ahead and slip this on very gently to the front here, just so that way my hard work doesn't get any marks or anything on it. I like it. Okay, before I slip the back cover on, I am going to go ahead and write the year on the spine, also with the Sharpie. And unfortunately, I need to pull this close to my face so I can actually see what I'm doing, but I'll show you guys what I have as the finished product. Okay, so here is 2026 written on the spine. This just helps me whenever I am storing these books when I'm finished to see what year they are on my shelf. I wish Hobonichi printed on the spine, but I'm not going to complain. I can easily write it myself with a Sharpie. It's totally fine. Okay, and then before I put the back cover in the clear cover, this is where I want to put my vellum, and it looks like I already got crap on the cover, which is no surprise. See if I can find my eraser. Okay, so I'm just going to try to erase it a little bit and see if whatever it is comes off. It could just be like a little smudge or something. This is also why I like to put these books in a clear cover, because I just feel like they attract so much goop, like random goop. I don't even know what to call it. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and take my vellum here, and I do want to center it a little bit. I think that's good. I am going to go ahead and use the adhesive tape runner. This is by Tombow. It's a permanent one. Yeah, and I'm just going to put, it's clear, so you won't be able to see it on the other side of the vellum, but I'm just going to put a little bit in each corner just to help it stick. And then I'm going to put a little bit in the center as well. It doesn't need to be completely glued down because I am going to have it in the clear cover. If I did not have the clear cover, I think I would want to glue every single edge. And it's not perfect, but that is perfectly okay with me. I really like how soft that looks. Wow. Okay, so that is the back vellum. I'm going to go ahead and finish putting this clear cover on now. So to do that, I just flip the book on itself like this. So I have the front cover open essentially to the front pages, and I'm going to take the back cover that I just did and move it straight out like this, so both covers are outwards, and that way I'm not bending the covers at all and they slip easily into the clear PVC. Just go slow. Sometimes these covers, you know, shrink a little bit. You may have to warm them up. I find that the Midori ones are usually pretty snug to start with, and then as they get used to being on the book, they will adjust. So like this one is definitely very tight on this book right now. So I might need to go take a heat gun to it and just let it relax a little bit, but we're going to keep going with the book open for a little bit. And I will worry about the clear cover later. I just really want to protect my insides from getting a bunch of dirt and things like that. But anyways, I have sticky noted out what I want inside each of these sections. So in the front here, I just want to do the floral label. I totally blanked on what I wanted to say. The floral label here, I think this would look really nice just by itself, maybe with a little bit of those freckles like I mentioned, and keep this page very simple. I thought about doing a washi dashboard, but I want this book to be very simple, like just very easy to grab quickly and move on with my day, because this is something I've never used before and I want to give it a chance at being a book I pick up regularly. Yeah, so I'm just going to keep it simple with just the nameplate here. So I'm just going to peel this off, maybe. Man, having long nails is truly a blessing and a curse at the same time. I definitely need to file these down probably after this video. Okay, I'm just going to center this. Okay, so that is as centered as it's going to get. I think that looks really nice. And then I'm just going to take that same Sharpie and I'm just going to do some little freckles here and there. Okay, I think I'm going to keep it very simple and leave it at that. Okay, next pages. So this page here is the flyleaf page. I thought about using this as like more decoration, but ultimately I don't have a need for it. So I'm just going to glue these pages shut. I'm going to put the glue or the tape runner on the sturdy side, and that way when I roll this over, it's got something to attach itself to versus attaching it to the, I guess, more thin side. I feel like I have better success when I attach it to the thicker cardstock versus the other way around. I hope that made sense, but I'm just going to add a little bit of glue to each edge here, and then I'm going to take the sheet and just carefully roll it with my hands. You could also take like a straight edge, a ruler, a pencil board, and that'll also keep it straight, but that way it's attached and there's no bubbles on the page. It's just like a really nice thick page. Okay, for the year at a glance section in this book, I have no intentions here whatsoever. I truly just want to use this book for journaling, so I'm not going to put anything on these pages. I'm just going to leave them like they are. I may go back in and do like a sticker every month or something. I may end up covering this page up with like a dashboard or something. I don't know, but right now I have no plans for this, so I'm just going to leave them completely blank. The index pages, on the other hand, or the perpetual calendar, the calendex, whatever you want to call this, I do plan on using this as an indexing of what is going to be in the back pages. So I'm not going to be doing a whole lot of setup here, but I do want to decorate the pages a little bit just so that way, I don't know, they're prettier. And to do that, I'm going to be using this lovely skinny washi tape from the washi tape shop. It does have a backing on it, so I'm just going to line this up where I want here and then tear off the edge, and that way I can stick it down easily without having to worry about needing to like remove it and replace it and possibly end up tearing the page. But I hope I'm making sense. So all I'm trying to do here is just line the tops of the pages so that way there's a little bit of color on the page, but also so that way it's not super boring, I guess. Not that the Hobonichi layout or colors are boring or anything, it's just I like to add a little bit of pizzazz. Okay, so I'm gonna leave that there for now, and then I'm going to go ahead and hand letter index on this side using a Tombow marker. So this is the black, the Tombow N15, and I'm just going to write index in the December space because I'm not going to be having any pages for December, at least of 2025. So I'm going to start and just label it on this side. And I'm going to take the bullet tip side of the Tombow marker as well, so black again, and just kind of do a little bit of detailing on the outside of the letters so that way they look a little bit more 3D. And it does not have to be perfect. I'm just playing around here, making it a little bit more interesting to me, just so it has a little bit more oomph to it. And then I'm going to go ahead and do, I think, again, just a few little dots on the outer edges of the heading, just so that way it adds, again, a bit more dimension, just for funsies, just for funsies. And I think that is it for this section. I'm going to go ahead and do the other calendex pages here off camera, just so that way this video isn't a million years long, and then when I come back we will do the monthly sections together. Okay, so moving into the monthly pages, I'm not going to do too much setup here because I really want to do this as a kind of what's it called, collection of my teas or coffees or morning beverages. So whenever I sit down to write with this in the morning, I will likely have a cup of tea or a cup of coffee, maybe a juice, I don't know, whatever beverage I decide to have, even if it's just water. I want to just either draw a picture of it here, write about it, or punch out like a piece of the wrapper of like the tea bag or like the tea like little holder thing. I don't know what the stupid, well, it's not really stupid, the silly little like end thing is called on the tea bag. So if anybody knows the terminology for that, please let me know. But I do want to keep the monthlies for that. So I'm going to leave my little sticky note in here, but I am going to go ahead and decorate the sides over here with the monthly abbreviated stickers that I have. So I'm just going to put them on over here on the side and go from there. Okay, so I'm just going to have them face inward like this, I think. And I think I'm going to go ahead and just do them up here at the top. Alternatively, I could do them at the bottom. Decisions. I think I like the top better, so I'm gonna stick with the top. So I'm gonna go ahead and place all of these down. And these are on the clear matte paper. I thought about doing just white matte, but I think I like seeing it blend more into the page, even though the white matte would work with the white paper. I just feel like the clear matte looks better. I should say that it's just the clear matte is what I prefer, I think, for my books, but the white matte looks good as well. So for the last 3 monthly pages in here, like the extra 2027 months, I don't really have any plans for these at all. So for now, I'm just going to leave them blank. I don't really feel like I need to fill up every page in this book, considering it's going to be kind of a trial of starting a new habit. So I'm going to just keep it as simple as I can. And go from there. But yeah, this next section here is called Turning the Page to New Year. It's just a nice 2 blank page spread, and I want to use this for my pens that I'm going to be using each month. So I talked a bit about this, I think, when Hobonichi was releasing their products. This year they are offering they're offering like pen sets that go with each month of the Hobonichi colors, and they are the Uniball 1 pens. So I decided to purchase them from Jet Pens as individuals instead of from Hobonichi, because the price point that Hobonichi had theirs at were a bit out of my budget, let's say, especially for a ballpoint pen or a gel pen. But if you do get the ones from Hobonichi, they do say Hobonichi on the pen itself, and it does have which month they correlate to. I, however, am just going to be doing it on my own with these sets or individuals that I bought from Jet Pens, because it's the same colors, and I can, you know, match them this way versus instead of paying the price point that Hobonichi had them at. Anyways, I need to go get my list of which colors match which month, and I'm going to be writing them out on this blank page spread, just so that way I have a reference point. Okay, so according to the website, I have the list here from the Direct Hobonichi site. The January is the Mandarin Orange, which is this one. And then February is Brown Black, which is this one. March is the Plum Purple, which I think is this lighter one. Yep. And then April is the Poppy Red, which I think is the more pinkish one. And then May is Avocado Green, which is this one. And then June is Green Black. Okay, so I'm going to start with these 6 first, and then we'll do the next 6 in a second. But I want to go ahead and label the page here, and I'm going to call it Pens for the Year. And I decided to use the Uniball 1 pens for this specifically because they are easy. It's just like a click and go situation. I do love my fountain pens, and I do plan on using them in my other planners. But for this book specifically, I want to make this as easy as possible, so that way I get in the habit of reaching for this versus reaching for my phone. So if it's already set to go with the pen already attached to it, I don't have to worry about filling up any ink, anything like that. It's going to make it a lot easier for me to just grab and write versus, you know, fountain pens do complicate things a little bit. I'm not going to say, you know, they complicate things a lot, because it's very easy to just fill up the same pen over and over again. But I really want to have different colors by month, and these were, I think, the solution I really wanted to go with for the year. And yeah, but I'm going to go ahead and label these out. And I'm going to go ahead and label it exactly as the pen is. So it's a Uniball 1 in the 3.8 millimeter nib size, and this color is Mandarin Orange. And I really like that. It looks really nice. And as I go through these, I'm just going to put them back in my pencil case so I don't misplace one. And then we have February here. And again, Uniball 1, 3.8. And this one is in the brown black. And then we have March. And I know these colors are not necessarily exact to the colors in the book. Again, I'm just going off of the Hobonichi list and the ease of use for these. I know there's probably other pens out there that are a better match, but these were, I think, the easiest solution for me. But that was March, and that was Plum Purple. And now we're on to April. Which is my birthday month. And the color of this one is Poppy Red. And then we have May. And this one is Avocado Green. And then we have the last of the first 6 months, and this one is June. And this one is Green Black, which is actually one of my favorite colors to write with. So I do think some of these colors are a bit light, especially, you know, like March being that lighter purple color and May being the lighter green. So these 3 colors here in the middle are a bit light, but for me, they're still legible. I think if you wanted an even thicker line that would be more legible, you could pick up the 0.5 versions of all of the pens, at least the ones that are available. and that might help make them a bit more legible. Okay, now for the next 6 months, we have July being the Nemophila Blue, which I think is the lightest color out of all of the ones that are in the sets. Then we have August, which is Blue Black. September, which is Cappuccino Brown, which this is another really light one, I think, when I initially was writing with it. October is Violet. November is Emerald. And December is Red. So I'm going to do the exact same thing that I did for the first 6 months on this other page over here. Uniball 1 is 3.8 millimeters, and this one is just red. Alrighty, so that is the group, I guess. Why does this side look so much more smooshed than this other side? Oh well, whatever. What's done is done. But that is the pen colors that I'm going to be using for the year. In case you're curious as to how the pens behaved, there is a little bit of ghosting on the other side, but nothing tragic. And same with this side. This side did a lot better. So I think the darker colors of the second set definitely were a bit more ghosty, which would make sense, but nothing has bled through. I do feel like the ridges of me writing, so I will need to put a pencil board with this, which is not a problem. And yeah, I think that's all I want to do for these 2 pages for now. I may go back in and add some more decorations, but I think I'm good now. The other section in here, or the other things I want to set up in here, are pretty much just the tabs, and then the rest of this book is going to be used on a daily basis throughout 2026. So I am losing a little bit of light now as the sun is setting, but we're going to just blast through this really quick. I'm going to use the Hobonichi color tabs from my shop, and I think I'm going to go ahead and put them on, I think I'm going to put them on the header page, so that way when I flip open the tab, it's going to start me at the first day of the month. So that way I'm not, when I attach it to this page, starting on the second day. So I really want to flip it to where every time I flip the page, it starts on the first of the month. So I'm going to start it with the, put it on the header page, whatever this is called. And I'm also going to start from the back and move my way forward. That way my tabs are a bit more evenly spaced. And I'm actually going to start with the notes tab first. Not that I'm planning on doing anything for the notes in this book, but I definitely want to start at the bottom, and the bottom tab is definitely going to be the notes. So if you've never used any of my tabs before, they all are set up the same. So they are cut out as like this, and there's a little bitty slit in the middle to make it very easy to fold. You would line up the edge of your page to the kind of delineating line, and then fold over however you want, and they will look the same on both sides no matter which direction you place down the tab. And then if you need help seeing the other side of the page, you can always put another sheet of paper underneath the page you're adding the tab to make it a little bit easier to see, whether that be a white piece of paper like this, or do I have any colored paper? I don't think I have a colored sheet of paper. Okay, here's a Hobonichi page. Maybe this will be easier. Or something colored like this to make it a little bit easier to see what you're working on. And then I always like to place all of my tabs first, and then when I'm done, fold them all over, because I find it best to do that in case I need to move one around. It's easier since it's already unfolded. But I'm just going to go ahead and move through this pretty quickly, I think. I think the tabs are some of like the most stressful part of setting up a planner, because I don't know, the perfectionist in me wants them to be laid out absolutely perfectly, and it's always a challenge, because if one gets like slightly off, then it sets the rest of them slightly off, and it just, you know, downfall from there. But I think I've done enough of these now that I can do them without thinking too hard. Okay. All right, so all of the tabs are lined up. I'm going to go ahead and start folding them over. So I'm just going to flip them over, make sure they're turning to the page that I want. And then I'm going to go ahead and fold the tab. And I'm going to be extra careful not to fold 2 pages in one, because I feel like I do that every single year, that I will have one tab that ends up with like a page smashed between it. But all of these are looking good so far. April, here's May, June, okay. All right, so tabs are on. So let's just do a little quick flip. We have January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, and December, and the notes pages. Yay. Okay, so all of those are done. For the actual use of the pages, I'll just chat a little bit about what I plan on doing with this. So for the header page, I plan on doing some kind of like sticker collage, either with like PET tape or rather stickers from Sticky Club, my stickers from the Coffee Monsters Co., something stickery or washi tapey on the header page here, just to add a little bit of fun. And then for the rest of these pages, I plan on just doing an entry. So almost like a journal entry where I will wake up in the morning and just brain dump into the page. And I decided to pick an A6 size planner specifically because I wasn't sure how much I'm going to be writing at first. I think if I continue this practice, I might get to a point where like I need more than one page or something. But for now, I wanted to start very small just because it's a habit I'm trying to build and I didn't want to overcommit to space. So I tried to pick a smaller size journal that I still feel like would give me enough room. And I felt like A6 was the way to go. And the Hobonichi was the simplest because it has just the monthlies, which I'm not even really going to use as a planner, and then the daily pages. Ultimately, I could have just used a notebook, I guess, but I really like to have the structure of a dated page when I'm trying to start a new habit, because it almost like forces me to fill out the page because it's dated. Like if I miss a day, there's a slight, little bit of guilt that I may have missed a page. It's a waste of paper, waste of space, things like that. So I do think the dated version of this is really what I needed and what I'm hoping is going to help me start this habit and like keep accountable with it. Anyways, the notes pages in here, I have no plans for whatsoever. Yeah, they're just going to stay blank, honestly. And same with the other pages back here in the Hobonichi. I thought about coming up with different ways to use the more pre-printed pages, but ultimately, since this is a new journal to my, journal added to my lineup, I guess, I really want to keep it as simple as possible, and I mainly want to focus on the journaling aspect of this. So I'm going to leave these pages blank. I may think of something to use them throughout the year, maybe. I have no use for them as of this moment, as I'm filming this. I just have no clue what I would use them for. I just have no intentions as of right now. They're just kind of extra pages in the back of this little book. I am excited to see the 365-day checkoff, which I may end up like filling this out or something as I go throughout the year of, am I doing my morning pages every single day? This might be a fun way to look at that. So that might be the only page I use back here. But other than that, I don't have any kind of use for any of those. And that is pretty much all I have in terms of setup for this little book. So I'm going to go ahead and take a heat gun to this clear cover in the other room, and I'll be back just so I get the cover to relax a little bit. And then I'm going to put it in my main cover and we will do a final flip through. Okay, so I went ahead and did a heat gun to the clear cover, and it is a bit better. I do want to leave this closed for a while, probably underneath like a heavy textbook, and let it finish forming, but ultimately I'm done. So let's go ahead and do a full flip through of this little cutie, and then I'm going to stick it in this other cover, and save it for when January begins. But here is the front cover. I really like how this turned out. I really like how shiny it is too, with like the holographic stickers on here and the foil. And I really like how my morning pages turned out too. I feel like it looks, I don't know, very put together. And then the back, I feel like it just matches really well with like the kind of pink rainbow theme I was going for. It's very girly, which is not typically my style, but I really like it. I feel like it just matches my intentions for this book for some reason. I don't know, but that is the front. And then I have my nameplate in here where I will just leave it blank like this, because once it's in the cover, I'm likely not going to be turning to that page very often. I have my year at a glance pages here, which I still have no intentions of doing anything with them. Maybe again, I'll do like a sticker for the month, which is what I've been doing in my current journal of joy. So just to give you an idea of what that might look like, it's kind of like this, where I just have like a random sticker to cover up the monthly page. It's just a fun way to use up the stickers I have as well. So I might end up doing that. For the index pages here, or the calendex, perpetual calendar, whatever you want to call it, I do plan on writing this as like an index of the pages in the back. So for instance, like January 1st, let's say I write about a dream I had, I can put on this line here the very brief dream or something. Same with like maybe on May 3rd, I decided to write about some meal that I had on the Saturday night, or the full moon or something. And then over here on May 3rd, on that line, I will have a very brief, description of what is on that page. So that's what I plan on using this for, is mainly just indexing the back pages, no other real purpose. I might add a bit more decoration as the year progresses, but for now, I really like just the bold index and then the little pink highlights here at the top. But that is this section. And then for the monthly pages, this is going to be, I think, the most work intensive for this planner, and that is because I want to write a bit about my tea or coffee or drink choice while I'm doing my morning pages, whether that be a literal punch out of the tea bag, or a written description of what I drink, or maybe I tried some new drink at Dutch Bros or something like that. I just want to have a space to keep that kind of collection, because I've really been enjoying having that in my health journal, kind of just pulling things I've already done. So like this is my tea or coffee section for 2025, and I think I could do something similar to this for my 2026 journal, especially given these monthly pages aren't really going to have any other use than that. So definitely want to use that for these. I just decorated again using my stickers from my shop. These are the abbreviated sparkly months, and I just did every single month in the top corner. As the month progresses, I might add more decoration, but again, I'm trying to keep this journal very simple, just to make it more easy to grab, very habit forming friendly. I'm going to keep it on my nightstand with the pen included in the pen loop once I'm done here, and that way it's just easy to grab whenever I'm ready to use it. Then for the turning the page new year, the double blank page, I just did my pen test / pens for the year. I am going to be using the Uniball 1 sets that were essentially the same colors as the ones on the Hobonichi website, but I purchased these from Jet Pens, like I mentioned, just to save myself some money and get the same colors. I do think all of these will work just fine for me. The only one I'm very concerned with is the September being such a light brown, but I think I should be able to adjust to it the more I look at it. And also with the background of the page matching it, it'll probably bring out more of the color for me and it'll be okay. But that's definitely the lightest out of all of them, and the one I think I may struggle with the most in terms of legibility. We shall see. Ultimately, if I don't end up using any of these, it's fine. I have a million and bajillion different colors I could choose from, but I really just wanted to make this as simple as possible, and that's what I went with the gel pen, because it's just easy to click and go. So there's that. And then I did all of our tabs, or I should say all of my tabs, which are again for my shop. These are the Hobonichi colors, so they match each month, at least as closely as I could get them to match. I'm really happy with the way they turned out. I like the kind of pastel-y look they have too, so they're not like super bright. They're a bit more muted, and they still match the color. And they are a bit of a rainbow as well, which is still very fun and very on theme for what I'm trying to do for this little planner here. But that is essentially all of the tabs. Again, for the header page of each month, I'm just going to do like a sticker collage here as the months go on. And then on the daily pages, it'll be like a daily entry in the morning. Considering it my morning pages, morning brain dump, just, you know, a few sentences. Some days, maybe it'll be full pages, who knows? We shall see. I do plan on using the add-ons from Hobonichi. This little guy here, these Suki no Iro, what are these, like sticky notes? So it's like an add-on page, so if I need more space, I can just write on this and stick it in here. I don't think I'm going to need them in the beginning, but as the year progresses, if I end up writing more and more, I do think I may need them. So they are there if I need them. And then I have the notes pages back here, which again, I don't really have any plans for. The only page I may use back here is the 365 checkoff, and that's just to keep a log, I guess, of how many days of the year I do the morning pages, because I think it'd be really cool to see this like all filled out, or maybe like which days I end up skipping, which I know it's not going to be a perfect 365. I'm telling myself that right now, but it would be really cool to see how consistent I can be with this, and if it does end up replacing my, you know, bad phone habits in the morning. But that is pretty much it for this little cutie A6 morning pages journal. I am going to go ahead and slip it in this cover here from Hobonichi as well. And I do want to put the extra sticky notes, these little guys, in here too, but I'm not really sure how I want to do that. If I just want to stick it in the cover like this and then fold it over, I mean, that kind of works. I may just end up pulling a few sheets off and sticking it in the inside of this cover here. But for now, I think I'm just going to leave these to the side actually. And then if I need them, I do have them. But that is pretty much it for my Hobonichi A6 memory pages, morning pages kind of journal that I want to use for next year. Let me know if you have any questions about this little book. Let me know if you also have a journal you're using for morning pages. I think it's a very interesting practice, and I'm excited to see how I do with it. But yeah, I'm going to leave it off here. I will have more setup videos coming soon. It's like the exciting time of the year. So exciting. But I wish you guys the best. Be blessed, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Bye. Hello and welcome back to my Dandelion Diaries. It is the long-awaited, highly requested setup of my Hobonichi cousin for 2025. So this is going to be another video in my collection of setup videos for the planners I intend to use for 2025, and this one's all about the Hobonichi cousin. This book is, again, completely blank except for the sticky notes that I used to pre-plan, which I shared that whole process in a separate video if you're interested about that. I have a lot of different supplies today that I want to use, but I'm also going to try to keep this a bit more, I guess, minimal, so I have more fun setting it up throughout the year, because I think that's something that I really do enjoy. So I'm just going to start at the front, work my way through. There are timestamps in the description, and yeah, I'm just going to jump straight in. If you're interested in the final thing, see that timestamp about the final flip through in the description. So for the front cover here, I have a large collection of vinyls that I am tempted to use. A lot of the colors I've been really enjoying so far with my 2025 setups are green and pink. But for my Hobonichi cousin, I wanted to be a bit more neutral, if you will. So it's going to be more like green and black. I don't know. I've just been really enjoying my greens. And I think I want to stick with these ones, and I'll save this group over here. Let me explain the ones that I have here in case you're interested. So several of them are actually from my shop. I had a lot of fun designing this past year and really wanted to use the stuff that I created. So this is the green 2025 floral vinyl. This is the fantasy long story short book vinyl, currently growing. This is the moon moth vinyl, planner advisory explicit thoughts vinyl from my shop again. And then this is the earth vinyl from the Elements collection. There's also air, wind, and fire, but I really wanted to just do earth because I'm an earth sign and it just matches my color scheme. I also have a seal from the Coffee Monsters Co. It just is cute. It's, you know, her little onesie emoji with the Kermit the Frog and tea, because, you know, this book's going to be full of the tea by the end of the year, right? And then I have another sticker here, which was sent to me by my pen pal Priscilla, my pen friend. Thank you. And it matched my colors, and I really wanted to use it on the cover of my book. So let me play around with how I want to arrange these for a minute, and then I'll start sticking stuff down. Hopefully this won't take me too long. I've really been enjoying the collaging aspect in a lot of my planners and having everything kind of like touching / overlapping, and I think I want to do that again here. And I don't want it to be too close together though, so let me see if I can work with this a little bit, because I really want Kermit up here at the top because he's funny. Maybe if I push that one a little bit more in so it's like on a like diagonal. And do I want this in front or behind? I think behind. Okay, yeah, I think I'm happy with this kind of diagonal look. So I'm going to go ahead and start sticking down. I'm just going to start with Kermit up here at the top because he's adorable. Hold on, let me get close to this really quick. Okay, and I think I want the other sticker to kind of overlap it. So I'm going to stick that underneath it for a second. So like this one be underneath, but also on top of another one. Like almost like latticing them. Does that make any sense? I don't know if I'm making any sense. Whoa, that stuck really fast. Yeah, I think that's decent. And I'll just leave that one on the bottom. This might be a little too much effort. Okay, I'm going to stick this one on top next. And I think I want this one to be slightly under this side. So I'm going to try to peel this up a little bit, just like the bottom part, if I can. Let me get close to this again. Or closer, I should say. Yeah, I like that. Okay, and then let me stick this one down. Cute. Let me do this one. And finally this one. Okay, I'm really happy with that. And like all of my other planners, if you've been following along with my setups, I'm going to be adding stars. So I'm still using up these stickers because why not? And I think I just want to do gold stars on the front for this, and I just want to do a few. I don't want to do anything intense. Then I'm going to do one more where I like cut it off the side, I think. Because I've really been enjoying that look where it's like kind of off the page. And then I'll stick this one with my tweezers. I don't stab myself first. Up here. Love it. And then I'm going to take a Sharpie, if I can find it. Hold on. I'm going to take a Sharpie and I'm going to just kind of do some small little polka dots. If you've been following along, I like to call them freckles, page freckles. So we're just going to do a few of them just for fun, just to add a little bit of interest into the blank spaces. And I try to do this kind of close to the other things that are already down, so it doesn't look like they're just too outlandish, like too far out. And this is just total personal preference on appearance, I guess. And then also, while I have my Sharpie out, I am going to write the year on the spine of the planner. And I usually do this on my paper-bound books that I shelf, so like my cousins and my other books that don't have anything on the spine in terms of the year. And this is just so when I look at the shelf, I can see the year. So I'm going to write 2025 in the center. I can't really do this on camera considering I can't even really see what I'm doing with the spine up like this. So I'm going to do this and then I'll show you guys how it looks after I write it on here. Okay, and here is my final 2025. I just did it with the same Sharpie, and I added some twinkles because I feel like 2025 is going to be a year of stars for me, and I don't know, I've just been really enjoying my stars and sparkles and want to keep that kind of going throughout the planner. Okay, cover is done on the front side. I'm going to go ahead and actually do the back cover too in the same go, and that way I can put the clear cover on. Actually, no, I'm not. Just kidding. I'll wait to do the back cover until I do the washi. Because, again, I've really been enjoying, I guess, my washi wallpapering, washi dashboarding. I don't even know what to call this anymore. I am going to cover up the inside cover here with washi. Also, I apologize for my lighting. I'm having a lot of, I guess, struggles with the daylight here. So I have lights on and there's different shadows being cast, and I apologize, but I'm working with what I have and I'm gonna just keep going. But I really wanted to do washi on one side, and then I have this really cute postcard that I think is from Sticky Club. Yep. And I really wanted to use it on this side because it kind of blends in, but it also stands out. And it's like a little cafe scene. There's glasses, a journal, a little thing of like tea or water, cookies or donuts, I can't really tell, some flowers. Anyways, it's really cute, and I definitely wanted to use this on this side, but I really have been enjoying the washi. So I want to do washi on this side. And the washis that I have are, again, from various places. I kind of picked ones I felt matched well together. So they're kind of blue and orange and tan because I really wanted it to match this kind of like creamy postcard, and this one unraveled, so hold on. Anyways, I just really have been enjoying the washis, and I also wanted to use a couple of the new ones I got from the Coffee Monsters Co. Okay, so I think these are the ones that I am sticking with. So down here I have a script washi that I have no idea where I got it from. I've had it forever. A skinny washi from the washi tape shop. A grid or a checkerboard washi, I guess, from the Planner Monkey Co. This new one from the Coffee Monsters Co. Another washi tape shop. Another Planner Monkey Co. Washi tape shop. Washi tape shop. The Coffee Monsters Co. and Washi Tape Shop. Yeah, so I think it's a good mix of like script and doodles, and that's definitely me. So yeah, I think I'm good actually with how I just kind of like stuck these down here. And I am going to be doing a diagonal washi just because I feel like that's what I want to work with. So I'm going to just start, and I'm going to start with the butterfly one in the middle, I think. I should also mention while I do this that there is not going to be any music in this video. I have been really enjoying no music, and I've actually gotten a lot of commentary on the previous setups that y'all are enjoying the no music too. So just a heads up, there's no music, and you're welcome to play your own in the background or do whatever you want, but I'm just not going to be adding music overlaid on this video. Okay, so I have everything laid down except for this bottom corner, and I'm gonna cut, I think, off of this side, just the one that I have left to put down, because I don't really feel like cutting a whole new piece since I'm going to be using this excess anyways as like trash. So I'm just going to push that down on the last little corner. Make some room here. And then I'm going to cut this one. I really have been enjoying using the like ruler or like a hard edge for the other tapes, but being that it's a corner, it's kind of difficult to do the ruler trick. But I'm going to go ahead and trim the excess off of this side, and then I will be done with the washi that I wanted on the front cover or front inner cover. And I did get a question about the washi scraps like this, like what I do with them. I'm going to be honest, I throw them away. But I know there are a lot of really cool uses you could do. You could do, I think somebody called it like a washi scrapbook page, where they just have a blank page and they stick down all of their washi remnants. And by the end of the year, it's like full of little washi pieces and it looks really cute. I'm not doing that, but I'm just suggesting if that's something you wanted to do versus just throwing them away like me, that is an option. And it's kind of a creative way to use the excess material that you're just kind of discarding. But yeah, I just throw them away. That is done. I also got a question about the longevity of the washi dashboards. So I have never had one just like completely come up and peel off. I'm not super rough with my planners though. They don't really travel too much, and if they do travel, they're in a cover. So I can't really speak to if you're just like tossing around your book without a cover. But as for longevity, I've never had them peel up or come off. Only when I've been applying them have I had issues sometimes with them sticking down in the first place, in which case I just used a glue stick and they go right back down. So yeah, it depends, I guess, on how you're using your planner, but I've never had any issues with the washi dashboards that I've done, or the washi wallpapers, or whatever it is you want to call them. Okay, so for this other side, I really want to do, like I said, this postcard, but I also think I want to use some more vinyls. I think I'm going to save this one for my reading tracker. But this, I do want to put the planner belongs to, this is a planner label from my shop. This is the Moons. And then this is a sticker from the Coffee Monsters Co. from her subscriptions last year in 2023, I believe. I don't remember which sub this was from, but it's such a cute little like traveling sir, and I felt he was appropriate. But yeah, I think I want to continue with like the collage-y look to where this kind of like sits on top, but which side is the question? Do I want this one more on this side? Do I want it in the middle? I think I like it like this, kind of like off-center with the dude on the right and the sticker with my name on the bottom. Yeah, okay, I'm going to go ahead and write my name on the sticker. I'm going to be using a Pentel Sign brush pen in black, if I can find it. So I ended up getting a new one because my dark brown was doing good too, and I still like the dark brown, but I was really wanting the black for this planner because it's like more black and blue and green, and yeah. Anyways, I'm just going to hand letter my name on the sticker before I stick it down. That works for me. Actually, I'm going to touch up this side. Nice and inky. Okay, and then I'm going to go ahead and take a tape runner and I'm going to glue down the postcard, and then I will stick the stickers on top of that. I could use a glue stick, but the tape runner is what I see in front of me, and that's what I'm going to go with. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and try to center this a little bit. That's about as straight as it's going to get, I think. And then I'm going to stick this on the bottom. And then I'm going to stick this one on the top. And then of course, we're adding stars because that's just this year's thing. And I think I'm going to do gold and yeah, I'll finish this sheet and do some gold. Maybe I won't finish it. We'll just do a few blue ones because I think the blue matches the best. Yeah, and then we'll add in some little bitty polka dots too, or freckles, whatever we want to call these. Okay, I'm happy with that. So I'm gonna do the back cover now with the same washi, and then I will be back and I'll do the back cover, so like the back outer cover and then the clear cover, and then we'll do the innards of the planner this time. Okay, so I finished the washi in the back. I'm pretty happy with the application. I did struggle a bit, not gonna lie. I don't know what it is, but the older print tape that I have, the kind of creamyish one, kept like ripping on the roll, which it's fine. We made it through. But let's do the back cover now. So I really want to use one of the vellums from my shop. This is the Floral Doodle vellum. I feel like it's just a really cool option to put on the back of your planner. And I really wanted to use it. So this is the A5 size. I also have it in other sizes, but I think it looks good and it matches kind of like the black theme, black and green, that I was going for. So I'm going to just kind of tape this down using a tape runner. I'm only going to put little bits on this corners because the tape I have is a bluish color, but I don't think you're really going to be able to see it once it's like on the cover. I'm just gonna line this up on the edges. Yeah. And then I'm going to put the clear cover on it right now, just because I am ready. The front cover's done, back cover's done, all that kind of good stuff. The clear cover I am using is by Midori. It is the Codex A5, day one page. So this is going to be a bit bigger than their standard A5. I just always make sure to get the one that says Codex on it, and the picture looks a little bit different on the front. It's got like a thicker book on it. But I'm just going to stick this on the cover really quick, and then we will continue on with the insides of this planner. By the way, if you've never put a clear cover on your cousin before, I highly recommend flipping the spine like this. So you have your back spine out and your front spine. It makes it a lot easier. You're not bending any of the like cardboard, so it just keeps it a little bit more flat. But yes, I am very happy, yay, with the way this looks already. Yes, okay. Continuing on. So for the inner flyleaf page, I went back and forth in thinking I might want to use this for something, but I don't really have any intentions other than just decoration. So I'm going to go ahead and just kind of glue the page down again using that tape runner. I'm not going to do too much here because I don't want it to be like, if I change my mind, I want to be able to like peel it up, I guess, but I don't really plan on doing that. But also don't want to cause too many bumps on the other page because I am going to be using the other page. So I just put the tape on the harder side, so the more cardstocky side, and I'm just going to go slowly and roll the page back so that way there's not any bubbles and it doesn't crease where the tape was laying. If you were using a glue stick or something, also recommend just going really slow and doing the glue on the cardstock page and not on the Tomoe River paper, because the Tomoe River paper just tends to crinkle really easily, and I feel like with a glue stick you might get a bit more crinkles than you would with like a tape runner or something like that. But you could also just kind of, you know, glue whatever you need to. Okay, so so for the year at a glance pages here, I want to use the current year, so 2025, for tracking my period, my dates that I go on with my boyfriend, any appointments I have, vacations, and I also debated on doing pain management here, but since I'm doing pain management in my health planner, I think I'm going to stick with the period, dates, appointments, vacations one, although I think I could possibly... I don't know, it's a lot of different colors. Yeah, no, I'm just going to stick with it, keep it more simple, because I do plan on archiving the health book as well. And then on this other side, instead of using the previous year at a glance and the future year at a glance, I am going to do a vision board. And I've gotten lots of requests to do a tutorial on the vision board thing. I really cannot figure out how to do the screen recording on my computer, and I am so sorry. If I can figure it out, I will definitely share a video. But it's basically a bunch of images that I have pulled from Canva or Pinterest, and then I go into the Canva website and I choose the A5, I guess, size canvas, and I just rearrange all the photos in it until I get the arrangement that I want. And so this is the dashboard that I ended up going with. So I will explain my photos here. I have a picture of kind of like a floral garden, which is part of my goals this year. I want to read more again. This is a picture of just at the park with her coffee or tea and her little book. This is what I would rather do than go to cafes this year. I'm going to try to do more journaling outdoors versus inside. I also have a picture of a map, camera, coffee, travel kind of look, because I do plan on doing more traveling this year in 2025. Girl on a walk / run. Also, running is a goal. There is a picture of a shop here with a bunch of orders. I do plan on continuing growing my Dandelion Diary stationery shop, and hopefully adding some new things in 2025, but it's all coming. It's all coming. I also have a picture of a marriage kind of situation. So like a woman and man, and they're holding hands with a bouquet, wedding dress, suit. I do hope that maybe 2025 is the year that I would get married. It's a goal that I would love to achieve, but it's just something to kind of look forward for me. I also have language on here because I am trying to become fluent in Spanish, and I'm also learning Japanese right now. Dandelions because, well, dandelions. I also have a picture of what I would consider maybe like wealth down here. We have electronics, a nice car, credit cards, cash. Always have good goals with wealth and wealth management. Moon, because I do enjoy astrology, and I also think the moon is beautiful, and it's also kind of like a meditative thing for me. And then also a girl who's a little bit muscular. She's actually very similar build to me. So this is like my inspiration for, I guess, like body health, weight health. I don't know, but I really want to lift more weights again in 2025. So I'm going to stick that on this side. If you have missed some of my tutorials on putting down a full page sticker, I'm going to just do this really quickly. So I like to start by pulling just a very small piece of the sticker backing down. So basically creates a little sticky edge, and the rest of the sticker is completely non-sticky, so I don't have to fight it with a page. That way I can line up exactly where I want the sticker to be on the page without fear of sticking it down incorrectly. And then once it's where it's at that I like, I will press down the top part that is sticky, so the top part is stuck, and then I will take the backing slowly off and move my hand down as I go, just trying to prevent any kind of like I would say bubbles or any kind of missteps with that. Key for me is to go very slow, and I do not have a perfect application every time, but I do my best to make it, you know, as good as I can each time. And I feel like sometimes it's good and sometimes it is just a total fail, but this is just the easiest application that I have found versus doing a whole sticker at once. And I feel like that did pretty good. And then if I flip it over, yay, there's no crinkles or anything. I'd say that was a success. Okay, so I am going to go ahead and create a little key for this side, and I've really been enjoying my like flip out keys. So let me grab my notepad that I thought I had on my desk, but I don't. Okay, this is the notepad that I want to use. It is from Sticky Club, and I'm just going to write key on here. And I want to pick 4 colors that I think match this side. So I'm thinking gray is always a good option because gray matches so many things. I think I'll do pink because there's a lot of pink on here. These are the Zig Clean Color dot markers, by the way. I think I may do a corally color, like the orange. And then, do I want to do green or yellow? I think I'm going to do yellow. I think yellow is a better match for me. Okay, and then I'm going to just put the dots down first. And then I'm going to just take my gel pen. This is Energel Clenna, and I'm going to write out my key explanation. So for gray, I think I'm going to make that for appointments. For the pink, I'll go ahead and make that my period, I think, or menstruation, if you will. And then for the orange, I think I'm going to do that one for vacations. Yeah, vacations. And then I'll do dates for the yellow because date is a happy color, or yellow is a happy color, and dates are happy moments. Okay, and then I'm just going to take some of the washi that I was using earlier. I'll just use the butterfly one. This one was from the Planner Monkey Co. Really been enjoying butterflies lately. And I'm just going to tear off a small piece of this and stick it on the edge. And now I have a cute little key to go on this side of the page. So whenever I'm ready to just dot, I will dot and then done. I do also want to put, I think, a little bit of washi at the top here just to kind of decorate the page a little bit more. I've really been enjoying doing that. And I'm just going to use this skinny washi from the washi tape shop just to kind of like frame the page a little bit. Okay, so there's that. Okay, moving on. Next section, this is the Calendex section, or the indexing, habit tracking section, tracker section, whatever you really want to call this. I'm not going to be setting this up really today in terms of like everything that's going on, but I do want to use this, I think, for habits. Either habits and weather precipitation, or weather precipitation and important dates for each month. So like I said, I'm not going to set this up completely right now. I'll probably just do this once the year starts. I think I am going to go back in with that same washi though and just decorate the top really quick. Or yeah, no, I'm going to wait. But yeah, that's what I intend to use this for. So as the year goes on, I'll show how this is used. I've really enjoyed using my sterling ink in a bunch of different ways, and I think I found a way that works really well for me. Okay, then we have the monthly section. So here is where things are a little bit different for me this year. I'm going to use the first month here, December of 2024, as a place for tracking my garden stuff. I'm still not 100% sure on how I want to use this space yet. So again, this is probably another section that I'm not going to be setting up in this video at this time. So I may share what I do with this later, like if I do something, come back and then do the flip through. But as for this moment, I have no plans on what I want to do with this space, other than I know I want to use it for gardening, and I think I want to break it down into like a quarter section of some kind. Maybe stick some sticker on top. I'm still indecisive on how I want to display my garden information on this, but that's my intentions. But the rest of the monthlies, I do want to go ahead and do a few things. So I want to use my normal monthly pages as they are intended, with some monthly things. So I want to use some stickers from my shop. I have my sparkly months here. All of these are on clear matte paper. I also offer them on white matte, but I wanted to do clear matte in here just in case I decided to do some other types of mixed media type stuff, and clear matte just seems to work better for me. So sparkly months, these are my tiny handwritten holidays, my Sabbath scripts, and then also the full moon names. And I am going to just do January with you guys, and then I will do the rest of the planner off camera at a later date. But I want to use my months as a place to track the different monthly tasks that I have, birthdays, important dates, that kind of normal monthly things. And then I'm going to go ahead and do a like a brief synopsis of each day, which is what I did in my 2024 book. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna go ahead and just stick down the name, and I think I want to put the name for January. I can't decide if I want to put it on the side or if I want to put it on the bottom. We'll think about that some more while I put some other stuff down. Okay, we know New Year's Day is January 1st, so I'm going to go ahead and stick this one down here. And then the Lunar New Year, I believe, is in January this year, and I want to say it's on the 29th, but let me double check. Yes, it is on the 29th, and it is the Year of the Snake. Oh, just knocked a bunch of washi over. And then I'm pretty sure MLK Day, Martin Luther King Jr. Day, is on the 20th. And then the full moon, I believe it's the wolf moon, is on the 13th. But I'm going to double check really quick before I commit. Yes, it is on the 13th. So the full moon, at least for where I'm located, it's on the 13th. On the planner itself, it's saying it's on the 14th, and I think it's because that's where it lands on the Japan time, but in Texas time or Central Standard Time, it is on the 13th. Okay, that is all of the holidays, at least for now. And then I'm going to go ahead and do January, I think, on the bottom here, just because I think it's a little bit more cohesive with how I want to do my task list, because I really want to put my task list on this side. So I'm just going to stick this in the center down here. Just like that. Okay, and then that's all I'm going to do for monthly setup for now. Again, if I come back later, the flip through it looks different. It's probably because I decided to add to it, but for now, this is what I'm happy with. So I'm going to continue on into the next section, which is the second section of the monthlies, I guess. So this would be the 2026 monthlies. So you have January, February, and March in this planner. I don't plan on future planning that far out in 2026, so I'm going to be using this section for my reading tracking. And I really wanted to kind of do something similar to the way I did it in my Hobonichi Cousin, which I think I might be able to show you guys. Hold on. So this is the 2024 cousin that I was using, and this is how I did my reading tracker in this book. I used the December 2024 monthly. I want to do something similar to this, but I want to expand it a little bit more besides just having the star rating and the name of the book with the author. So I'm going to dedicate 2 squares per book, but I am going to be using a lot of the same supplies. So for the covering up here, I'm just going to put this kind of like book vinyl in the way of that big thing. And then I'm going to cover up the weekdays up here with some of that star washi that I also used elsewhere. And then I'm going to use some of the other washis that I used. Actually, let me do the washiing first before I stick this down. Okay, so let's just go talk as I go, I guess. So I have this washi here that I plan on sticking on top of the weekday names, so that way they aren't, like, it's still going to look like a grid, and it's still going to probably have the numbers, but it's not going to have like a more monthly view. It's just going to be a little bit more plain, so I can use it more as collections. And my intentions with this is as there's a fly in here, what the heck? As I go throughout the year, so I'm going to set up this first page, and then if I need more space, I have the remaining months in this section too that I could set up to keep going if I read more than essentially, like, what is that, 15 books, I think, if I do 2 squares each, maybe a little bit, maybe 16 books. Essentially, I want to have read 25 books for 2025. That's my goal. And this year in 2024, my goal was 24 books. So and I've surpassed that by almost double at this point. And I think for 2025, I may have that same kind of thing happen. So I want to leave enough space for me, but still not set up all of the pages in case I change my mind or I want to use those pages for something else later in the year. Okay, I think I've rambled enough about that. I'm going to use this washi here to do the sidebar, just because it's kind of like, it's reading, right? Like it's very reading-esque in that it's a text type of washi. Like it's literally like words. And then I can use this sticker. Okay, and then I'm going to go ahead and do the star rating stickers for the places that I want to put the star ratings. And that way I have them already down for when I'm ready to color them in. So I'm going to use like one book for these 2 squares, one book for these 2 squares, one book for these 2 squares, I think. Or the other option I thought of is like doing downward. So like the book title here, author, rating, brief synopsis, or whatever, and then like do 2 squares like this, which I think I'll do that, and that way I can use the bottom section too. So yeah, let me go ahead and stick all of these down really quick. Okay, I think I'm going to stop with that for now. Like I said, when I start using the planner, I plan on just doing like 2 squares this way. Maybe I'll draw a box around it. Yeah, but I'm good with this like it is for now. And then I'm going to leave the other 2 months here blank, just in case I need more space in this for the books that I'm planning on reading in 2025, which I probably will, because this is only 21 squares worth, or 21 books worth, so I would still need a few more on this page here, or even more depending on how much I get reading in 2025. Anyways, next section in here is the weekly. I'm not going to be setting up anything in the weekly section in this video, but I am going to be applying tabs here, and I'm going to be using the tabs from my shop. I have the sparkle tabs here and then the black. So I'm going to decide which ones I want first, because one is for the daily pages and one is for the weekly pages. And I think I'm going to do the black ones first, and then I will do the sparkle ones for the daily pages. So I'm going to go ahead and just do these backwards, because that's what I have found has been the easiest. So I'm going to go all the way to the back here until I reach December. Oh, look at that, December. And I'm going to start at the bottom and work my way up. I have just found that it's a lot easier to do this in the opposite direction. Also, if you've never used my tabs, they are very small. They have a shaded line here that you can line to the edge of the page, and they are perforated slightly so they bend very easily, and you're not fussing with creasing it or anything like that. And then they could go either direction depending on however you lay them down. There's no crazy lines or anything. Okay, and then I'm going to just speed through this because this does take a minute. And the last time I did tabs on video, I definitely had some errors. So I'm just going to move through this at my own pace, and then I will speed through it and come back and fold them over with you guys. Okay, so the weeklies are done. I'm going to go ahead and also use the black tab for the monthly section up here. Right here. And then I'm also going to use it for the yearly section up here as well. And then I'm going to go ahead and fold all of these over. So as I've talked about previously, you just want to fold them over if you're ready to. Otherwise, they can be readjusted slightly depending on how sticky you left them. And I tried to make sure they fold over to the right page, which I did make a huge error with that the last time I did tabs. So I'm just going to try to make sure that I don't do that in this video or this time. And I'm just going to try to make sure they're all straight to as I go. So this is turning to January and so on and so forth. So yeah, I'm not going to talk through this because I want to concentrate and make sure that I'm flipping to the right page and not doubling any pages like I did last time. Alright, so all of those tabs are on. I am really happy with them. I'm going to just flip through them really quick, make sure that everything turned out correctly, since I did have that error last time, even though I think I did a much better job this time. All right, yay. And then after the weekly section, there is the turning the page to a new year. So I am going to use this section for my goals, and I'm also, excuse me, also going to use the goals tab that is black with this one as well. And I'm going to put this tab a bit higher because I do reference this section throughout the year. And it just makes it easier if it's a little bit higher for me to see it. So I'm going to stick that one right there. And for my goals, I'm actually going to make a grid on this page with you guys. And I'm going to do something very similar to the way I did it last year, where I have it sectioned out in different areas of my life. So I'm basically going to have 8 columns this way, and then I'm going to do 6 categories down. I'm going to be using a ruler here. But pretty much the 8 columns are going to be the same size as like the weeklies here, because there's 8 columns here. So I'm going to loosely follow the shadow on the other side for this, and hopefully I don't mess this up. And actually, instead of a ruler, I'm going to use a, whatchamacallit? One of these, a writing board, that's what it's called, because it's larger and I can follow it a little bit easier. So I'm going to go ahead and do my 8 columns first, and then I will count out the rows. Also, this is a Statler Tri-Plus fine liner in light gray. They're the ones that I have used, I think, for years now. I buy them in a bulk pack on Amazon. Okay, so now that all of my columns are down, I'm going to go ahead and do some rows here. And because I want 6 rows, and I'm not going to be using the bottom little section here, which I'm just going to cover up with washi, I'm only going to count from the spaces that are actually gridded. Okay, and I counted 45 squares, so that's not really a great number to divide by 6. But I'm going to go ahead and just use the calculator on my phone and see how much of a square would be left. So it's roughly 7.5 squares. So, yeah, I think I can manage half a square. So I'm just going to count down. Well, actually, no, because I need a space for headers. So I might as well leave the top row. So let me do, yeah, 44 divided by 6 is like 7.3 squares. So let's just do 7 squares and we'll be all right. But I'm gonna just go ahead and like leave that top square as like my space for title, like the titles of the columns. And then I'll do 7 squares for each goal, and then whatever's left over, I'll be all right. All right, do that. Okay, so now that all of the gridding is down, I'm gonna go ahead and, oops, I just dropped my cap, hold on. I'm gonna go ahead and title out the top here where the headers would be. So my first column is going to be goals, which is the, you know, what I am writing about, like each category of the goals, I guess. And then the next section is going to be someday. And then the next section is going to be 1 year. And then the next section is going to be half year, so 6 months. And then quarterly, monthly, weekly, and daily. And then I'm gonna write out my goals also over here on the side. And because I wanna add a little bit of color to this page, I'm gonna go ahead and use some markers just to make the goal sections here, whatever they're called, a little bit more decorative. So I'm just going to use my Zig Clean Color Dots, and I'm just going to draw a little, like, I don't know, swatch, I guess, just randomly for each one. I'm not really paying too close attention to, like, uniformity. It's just kind of like however it comes down is great. It's just so it's not super plain, and it adds a little bit of I guess differentiation to the page, like a little bit of contrast. That's the word I was looking for. And then while that dries, I'm going to go ahead and lay down the washi tape that I want to use on the bottom here. And I'm going to be using the Rose Noir PET tape. Actually, it's not really washi tape, from the washi tape shop. And my goal here is I'm just going to cut out probably this big piece. And I'm going to cut it in half and lay it on the bottom as just like a little border piece. Okay, so here's what I mean by, I guess, border. I'm going to just lay this down like this on the edge of the page. And then since I'm using a black pen with black, I feel like it's just going to match really well with the, I guess, the text, since it is going to be mostly black writing. And then I do have these extra little bits that weren't part of like the big sticker. These are, I guess, like the little accent pieces. And I think I'm going to put this rose right here on top of the rest of the calendar on the side. And then I have this kind of other leafy thing that I'm going to put on the other side to cover that one up. Not that it's really bothering me to see it. It's just, I don't know, I kind of want to finish covering up like the whole bottom, if that makes sense. Then I'm going to go ahead and write down the different, well, categories of my goals. Again, using that same Pentel brush pen here. And so my first category is health. And then we'll add some twinkles, because why not? And then the second goal category for me next year in 2025 is going to be wealth. And then the third category is going to be mental. And I'm just going to double check to see my bleed through situation. It's looking decent. I'm happy with that. Okay, so my fourth category is going to be spiritual. Fifth category is going to be relationships, but I think I'm just going to put down... I'll do social. I think social works because it's not like relationships. It's not just like my personal relationship. It's also like the relationships with my friends and my family. So I feel like social is a good catch-all for that. And then the last category is going to be inspiration, but I'm just going to put down inspire. Okay. And for the rest of this page, I'm not going to fill this out on camera, but when I do the final flip through of the planner, y'all will get to see this completely filled out. I just don't want to spend 30 minutes on camera with you guys kind of writing out all of my goals. I did do that last year with my Sterling Ink books, if you're curious on how I do it. But for this year, I'm not going to be including that in this video at least, but you'll get to see like the final results of like everything written down. With that being said, I'm just going to go ahead and stick that pencil board here to just kind of like help that dry the rest of the way, and we are going to continue on in the planner. So the next section here is the dailies / monthly header pages. For the monthly header page, I'm going to be using this as a currently inked space, a place to write intentions or reviews for the month, and a place for like the top memories that I have. And then for the daily pages, I'm thinking I'm going to make this more journaly for 2025 because I've really been enjoying, I guess, more journaling and less task lists at the end of 2024 right now, but we shall see. But yeah, daily pages will be whatever they turn out to be when the year starts. But I am going to tab this section too. So I'm going to take the sparkle tabs from my shop and go ahead and do the back pages here as well. And I'm going to try to... No, I was going to say I'm going to try to like line them up with the other ones, but I think I'm just going to do it however they fall because I don't want to put that much pressure on myself, and they're more functional anyways, and it's not like, it doesn't bother me that much if they don't align all the way. But I am going to start with the notes pages actually, and not December. So I'm going to put notes pages here. And again, I'm going to just speed through this because I don't want to be here for 8 years while I try to put all of these down. Okay, so now that all of those are on, I'm just going to double check that they're straight. And I'm going to go ahead and flip them over and just make my way down the list. Alright, so just like before, I'm just going to flip through all of them again and make sure that they are not going to the wrong place or that I accidentally pasted 2 pages together. Alrighty, and that's perfect. And now I'm going to move into the notes pages. So in the back, I wanted to do more of a like log situation. So I'm going to be doing my adulting log, which is something I have done for years now. I was inspired by Lindsay Scribbles a long time ago when she originally talked about it in one of her weeks videos, I think, with her Hobonichi Weeks or something. And I have adopted it since then and made it my own. So I'm going to be doing an adulting log on this page. And I'm just going to use some washi to decorate first, I think I want to use the orange again because I really like the orange, like the muted orange right now. I don't know. I feel like all of my normal colors that I typically play with are changing because I used to do like purple and green like purple and green were like my favorite color schemes together. And then now I really like, you know, blues and oranges together. And I also really like the, I guess, more green and pink instead. I don't know who I am. I don't know. I don't know. But I'm just going to border the page with this for a second. And then I'm also going to take, I think, some of that butterfly washi from the Planner Monkey Co. and add it here as well. I'm just going to do a little bit though, not too much. And I am going to rip it in half so it has a torn edge kind of look. I really like that. And then I'm going to title it Adulting Log. Last year I used stamps, but I'm not in the mood for stamps right now. Okay, and then I'm going to go ahead and make a little table here using that gray fine liner. Essentially for my adulting log, it's a year's worth of logging. Yeah, a year's worth of logging. I think that's correct. I need to be closer to this. I'm sorry, hold on. So essentially I like log when I do certain things during the year. So when I change my smoke detector batteries, air filters, water filters, when I flea treat my pets, things like that. So I'm just going to title this here, or I guess write the months out, but just by their first initial, so January through December. So it's only going to take up 12 grid squares. And then the rest of this on this side will be what I write down for what I am going to keep track of in terms of my adult tasks. Really just tasks that probably need to be managed on a yearly basis that, you know, not necessarily are fun or that you would want to do. Yeah. So I'm going to reference my list from the current year, and then I will be back in a second and we'll go down the list together. Okay, I'm going to zoom you guys in and I will try to go over everything that I wrote down with you guys in case you're curious about what I put in my adulting log. I feel like this could be very individual to a lot of people, but in case you're curious of what I'm tracking, I have on here mattress pad, which basically means when did I clean my mattress pad, rotating our mattress, when I change out my toothbrush head, when I change out my razor, haircuts, dental cleanings, if I get my nails done or I have like a manicure of some kind, changing out our dish sponge, cleaning out the fridge or the pantry, cleaning the oven, changing our water filters or air filters, checking our smoke detectors. If they need batteries, I'll write batteries probably to the side in the date. And then baseboards, blinds, washer and dryer when I clean any of those. When I empty out our paper shredder, oil changes for the cars, registrations for the cars, when we clean out the chicken coop. And previously I had done just bathe dogs, but I have noticed that Apollo, our Aussie, likes to be a lot dirtier than our GSP Athena. So I've separated out all of our dogs this time, and with our new addition Aria, I'm not sure how often she's going to need baths. You're technically supposed to bathe your dog like once a month or something like that, but I like to go based on how they are feeling, because I don't know, like I feel like bathing them too much isn't right, but that's just me, my personal opinion. I also have flea treatments for the dogs on here, flea treatments for the cats, and then also claw management, chicken dewormer, and cleaning our AC units. So anytime I do any of those tasks, I will write down the date over here in the column that corresponds with the month. Okay, and then I want to put another log in here. I wanted to do the, there's my date night log. So I'm going to do that on this side, and I'm going to do pretty much the same thing I just did on the other page. It's just going to be like the date and then a description of the date, like the date of the month with like the description of the date that we went on. Yeah. And I think I want to use, I think I'll use some more of this tape. I think I did this last year too. I'm just going to put this on the edges just to give it a little bit of extra, you know, extraness versus just like blank page with writing. I don't know. I really like having a little bit of art on the pages that I'm working with. I think it makes it look pretty. And I'm just going to cut this right down the middle as straight as I can. And I'm going to stick it on the corners. That is not straight. Oh, okay, well, I'll just commit to it. That's fine. Oh, well, it's not straight, and I just ripped the page. Yikes. Sometimes I should take my own advice and make things not sticky before I stick them on the page, but it's, you know, sometimes you gotta live on the edge, right? Maybe. I'm the only one? Okay. Alrighty, and then I'm just gonna put up here. Date night log, and then I'm gonna take that fine liner again and just kind of make a little section here. And I think that should be enough space, like the width of the ruler should be enough space to write the date. And that's what I'm going to title this as. Date and description. And then when I go on dates, I'll write down where, like the day that we go and then what we did. Okay, and then this other page, I really want to do a new kind of tracker, I guess, for myself. And this is a 52-week cleaning tracker. I want to kind of be better about keeping my home clean on a more weekly basis versus like trying to clean like the whole house all at once before we have like friends over or something. And judge me if you will, but I feel like there's a lot of people that have that going on, so it's fine. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and do this horizontally because I think that's the best way I could fit 52 weeks on here. I'm gonna go ahead and title it right here, and then I will do the section of like how I want to grid it out, if that makes sense. But I'm just gonna write in 52 week, and I'm actually gonna flip the book on itself because this is gonna be really challenging to write on. Much better. And I'm going to go ahead and use this washi again. I think. Do I want to do a whole thing underneath it? No, I'm just going to do a little piece on this side. Because if I do the whole thing underneath it, I feel like I'm not going to have enough room for the actual tracker. Yeah, just make the whole page a tracker and then don't even use half the page for tracking. Just make half the page for decoration. Sounds about right. And then I'm going to take that butterfly washi again and we'll just do a little bitty piece of this as well. Because it's pretty. and it matches. Oh my gosh, why can I not make that straight? Good Lord. Whatever, it's done. It's on the page. Okay, so I'm going to count out however many weeks will fit on this top line here. Actually, hold on. I'm going to do this so I have enough space to write my tasks. Is that enough space? Yeah, that should be enough space. Okay, so I can fit 44 weeks on that top row, which is actually kind of cool. And then I need to count down based on the rooms that I want to clean in my house. I gotta fix this washi. I'm sorry, you guys. It is really bothering me that it is not straight. That was probably really ADD of a moment for me, but it's really bothering me that it's not straight. Okay, so let me count down how many spaces I need here. Okay, so I think that's all of the rooms I want on my list. I'm trying to think if I have any other rooms that I didn't put on here. Yeah, I think that's good enough. And then I'm going to take this washi and just divide the page again. Maybe, do I have space? Let's count. Yes, I have space. So yeah, I'm going to divide the page with this washi. And then I'm going to take this fine liner again and draw another line so I can continue with the remaining weeks that are left in the year since I stopped at 44. So let me just draw another line here. What the heck is that? Okay. Well, there's definitely a nice uneven line, but that's fine. That's okay. Okay, so 44, 45. Okay, and then that is it for this. And I'm going to just write the same rooms again on the bottom half. Okay, so that is pretty much it for the thought process I had for my cleaning tracker. I think if I were to do this a second time, I would have more evenly split the week numbers so there's not this big open space down here. I do feel the need to like fill this up, so I probably am just going to stick like this piece of PET tape down, honestly, just because I feel like it's so empty and I don't have anything there at all, and I want to have something. Like, I feel like it's too plain. So yeah, I think what I'm gonna do is take this, put it here, and then take this, unsticky it a little bit in case I mess up so I'm not ripping paper. And oh, I got a hair. Stick it here in the corner. Yeah, I think I like that. I think that works well for me. Okay, so now we are done with that. So I have my date night log on this side and then my 52 weeks cleaning tracker on this side. So essentially when I clean, I will make a dot of when I clean it, like what week. Hopefully it becomes very full and I'm better about keeping track of all the rooms in my house. Okay, and then, okay, yeah, I wanted to do a letter to myself back here, so I'll probably write this off camera, yeah, whenever I have a chance. I'm not really super motivated to write a letter to myself right now, but we'll just continue on with some of the other things that I want to do in here. So for the timetable, I want to do a workout schedule here, and I think I want to do it by body category like I did in previous years. So I'm going to use the top table for my muscle groups like weightlifting. So I'm gonna do arms, lower legs, upper legs, back, and then abs. I think that's all the categories I really want to do for weightlifting. And then on the bottom, I want to do, like I said, cardio, but I'm also going to consider this more of like stretching. So I'm going to do 5K, 10K, which are like the running miles that I'm planning on doing in 2025 regularly. And then I'm going to do yoga, walks, and then hiking, because I really want to get more into my hiking that I just want to do more of it. Okay, so now on the table part of it for arms, I know I want to do arms on Tuesdays and Fridays. Lower legs are going to be probably on Wednesdays and upper legs on Sundays. And then back is going to be Monday and Thursday. And then abs, I'll probably do those on the same days that I do legs. So like Wednesdays and... Actually, no, I'll do those like every other day. So we'll do Wednesday, Friday, Sunday, and Monday. And then for my 5Ks, I plan on doing these at least 3 times a week. So I'm thinking I'll do Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays. And then for my 10Ks, I want to do long runs on Saturdays. For yoga, I want to try to do this, I don't want to say like every day of the week, but I do want to do it at least, again, 3 times. So let me do it at least Monday, Friday, and Sunday. I'll do the opposite schedule of like my runs. Walking would probably be an everyday thing too. I think I can commit to at least a 10-minute walk a day. If I can't commit 10 minutes to myself walking, then I probably need to work on that. And then Saturdays, I will probably put hike as well. So if I don't go on a long run on Saturday, I'll go on a hike instead. So I'm pretty happy with that. Pretty easy, pretty simple. I think I'm going to... do I want to label it as anything? Yeah, I'm going to do... I'll use a different color. I'll use my brown one. Yeah, so I'm going to use my dark brown one, I think. And we'll just do this as weight lifting. And this one down here I'll do as cardio. I don't know what I have on the other page that's making it harder to write here, but it's fine. And then I'll go ahead and use some more of this washi, because why not? And we'll just decorate a little bit of the corners here. And then I'm going to take that same butterfly washi that I've been using and do the same thing and add a little bit more decoration. I'm just going to rip it in half so it's not too in your face. And I think I'm happy with that. Okay, I'm going to take a break from this because I have a few more things I need to go do today. But when I come back, at least on camera, you guys will finish the rest of the pages that I have planned in the back here. And then I will also probably have the final flip through at that time as well. But yeah, I gotta go. I will come back in a minute for you guys and we'll continue. Okay, so I think when we left off, I was doing the notes pages. I think we were on, yes, I think it's the exact spot, because we finished the weightlifting log and the cardio, or the weightlifting log, weightlifting schedule, and the cardio schedule. Yeah, okay, so, sorry, had to get myself reoriented. Next section is the graph paper in Hobonichi Cousin, and I was tempted to use this as a social media stats kind of tracking or weight tracking, but I also am considering doing what Helen of the Coffee Monsters Co. is doing, and that is a planner weight. So every month you would weigh your planner and kind of like track the weight of the planner. But I don't know how dedicated I am to doing that, and I do kind of want to track like my personal weight because I find that really fascinating to see how it fluctuates throughout the year. So I think I'm going to stick with the like classic my weight. Yeah. Anyways, I'm going to go ahead and do the bottom axis here, the horizontal axis, as the months. And like I did in my business planner, I'm going to be using the Zig Clean color dots to just add a little bit of like differentiation to the page. And I'm just going to start kind of in the center and go all the way through to January to December. Y'all know what I mean.
这里的鱼习惯了安静的环境。我们说话的时候，之前，从那天之后，今晚。
And I'm gonna see how bad those bled through. Okay, it's not terrible. The paper this year is definitely different than last year. My planners haven't had any bleed through, but I would say the ghosting is a lot more severe than it has been in previous years, which is kind of unfortunate, but I mean, it is what it is. Anyways, while that's drying, I'm going to go ahead and just add some interest to the page, I guess. I'm just going to put the washi that I've been using throughout the book on the top and the bottom to kind of frame the page. I don't know why, I just really have been enjoying how that looks. And then on the bottom, I want to use this 2025 sticker. This one. I would say the decorating is totally unnecessary, but I have an embarrassing amount of washi tape, and the time that I use them the most is when I set up a planner. And so I want to try to use them everywhere I think they would look great. And yeah, I'm just going to use them in every possible place. And this 2025 sticker is from my shop. I just really like to have the year with the graph. I feel like it just helps me visualize it a little bit better. I don't know. And then I'm going to take my gel pen and write the abbreviations for the month. So January through December. I guess I could write like 1 through 12, but I'm so used to this, it just makes sense for me. And then on the y-axis, or the vertical axis, I'm going to do the weights. I don't even know how I want to scale this. Let me think about numbers while I add a heading to the page. And since I don't really have like a weight loss plan or a weight gain plan, I'm just calling it my weight journey. And I think I'd rather leave the top at like, I don't know, 250. And then I'm going to just go by 25s. That's 25s, right? Yeah. Because I feel like if I ever get less than 150, I'm also going to be feeling really uncomfortable. Anyways, okay, I think I'm done with that. I will have a probably start of the year point, and then January, February, so on and so forth. For this other page here, it's called the favorites page. I plan on doing top memories in this page, so I'm going to, okay, there we go. I'm going to write the months on each one of the boxes, since there's 12 boxes, and then each month I will go in at the end and write in a little list of my top memories for that month. And I'm going to flip the book on itself again because I feel like it's really challenging to write on with like no back pages, and that is one of the reasons why I'm really glad I went with the paperbacks again for 2025. Alrighty, I think I'm gonna leave it like that. Oh, I am gonna add some stars, of course. We're keeping on trend. I think I'll just stick one up here, and I'll stick one down here, and I think I'll call that enough. I'm not gonna add any washi to this other page because I think it's already really busy with the washi on one side, and I don't think it's gonna need it on the other side. Okay, moving on. The next section is my 100 pages. So I waffled on what I wanted to do with this because I really like the idea of having like a bucket list kind of situation, but I also really like the idea of having like 100 positive things in my life, so on and so forth. And luckily, because I bought so many Hobonichis and am trying to, or hoping to use all of them in 2025 for their various purposes, I think I can make this list the 100 things to do before I'm 100. Essentially like a bucket list, but not totally bucket list. So I'm just going to title this out, 100 things to do before I'm 100. And who knows if I'll actually live to be 100, but the intentions are there, and that's what's important. So I'll probably go back through later and fill this out like once the year starts, and like I have a whole list of everything that I want to do in 2025 first, and then like all the things in general. Like I really want to go skydiving. I've never been skydiving. I really want to visit Japan. There's probably a million things. I want to go swimming in the ocean because I should say I want to go swimming in the Pacific Ocean because I've gone swimming in the Atlantic Ocean, but I really want to go swimming in the Pacific Ocean since it's on the opposite side. I've never been to New York. I've never been to California. There's lots of places that I really want to go, which will probably fill up a lot of this. But there's also experiences that I want to have, like I said, skydiving. I would love to go scuba diving as well. I will fill this up as those, things pour out of my head. Anyways, I'm going to go ahead and move on to the next section. I'm not using any of the other pages like this for anything. I'm not going to cover them up. I'm just going to leave them, especially because this is the English version of the planner, so I could read this if I really wanted to and have a good time. But I'm going to do something with the words to remember page here, and I'm going to make it my monthly word or word of the month. I really have fun just kind of picking a random word each month versus a word of the year, because I feel like every month I'm growing, I'm shifting, I'm moving along, and I can change, what my words would be. And so I'll just go ahead and write out all of the months down here on the bottom with my, here it is, fountain pen. And then as the month as we get closer to the month, I will pick a word. So I'm not going to put any words in here today, but my January word will probably be something like, motivate or inspire or something like that. I also thought about this while I was writing all of these names down, the names of the month, but I could easily put in like some fun vocab words. So like say I learned something fun to say in Japanese, I could write the characters in here. Like I recently learned how to say coffee, which is kohi, and I could write down the little characters for coffee, which would be kind of fun. I also could do it with Spanish vocabulary, but I feel like I'm pretty extensive with that now. But I think I may go back and use this for Japanese vocab if I don't end up using it for a word of the year. I don't know, just something kind of fun that I just thought about. Okay, the second to last section, I think, or third to last, is the 365 checkoff sheet. This is only in the English version of this planner, and I am going to be using this as my 5-year journal checkoff. So every time I fill in my 5-year journal, I will check off the day, and hopefully I will be a lot more, I guess, habitual with it. Like I will use it a lot more in 2025, because in 2024 I definitely fell off and didn't stay as motivated with it. So I'm hoping in 2025 I will be better, but I'm just going to title this out 5-year. And then I'm just going to put a check. Okay, and then so the next section is the, I'm going to stick that there, just like a buffer, is the gifts page. I'm going to use this as a way to list out my pen pals, just so I have them all in one place. I'm also doing this in my business planner, but in my business planner, I will probably be a bit more in depth. But here I'm just going to list them all out. I'm not going to do that on camera just to protect their names in case they don't want to be on camera. So yeah, I'll do that here. And then this other page I'm also not going to fill out because it's going to be my travel plans. We already have some for 2025, and obviously I'm not going to be sharing that on camera because that is, you know, a safety thing for me. So, but I will put all of our travel stuff on the addresses page. And then I think that's it for this planner because there's personal notes. I don't plan on doing anything on this page this year. And then the back, which I already did. And yeah, okay. I think we are ready for final flip through time, which is really exciting. So let me get this all situated and we will go through the whole book. Okay, so now let's go through the full book as the final flip through of everything that I have completed for my 2025 Homeiji Cousin. Super exciting. So the front cover here, I have just the vinyls from my shop, one from the Coffee Monsters Co. and one from my pen friend Priscilla. And then I filled it in with some of those stars, which I've been trying to keep consistent with through all of my planners. And then I also wrote in 2025 here on the spine, just because I like to have the spine with the year because that's how they sit on my shelf. And then on the back cover I did a floral vellum from my shop. This is the Floral Doodles. I feel like it just looks really good with the black and green kind of theme that I'm going for, and the whole thing is encased in a Midori Codex clear cover. So it's not the regular A5, it's the A5 Codex or A5 one page one day or one day one page. It's just a little bit thicker, and that way it holds up a bit better throughout the year since I do fluff out my planners really well, and the Cousin is a bit chunky already. It's already a pretty big book. Okay, let's dive into the inner cover here. On the left side here, I did a washi kind of dashboard wallpaper situation using some washi's from the Coffee Monsters Co., the Washi Tape Shop, Planner Monkey Co., and some older washi's that I just had laying around. And then on this side, I have a postcard that I got from Sticky Club some time ago, a planner label from my shop, another sticker from the Coffee Monsters Co., and again, some more stars and just some freckles on the page for fun decoration. For the year at a glance page, I am planning on using the current year, so 2025, as a place to track my appointments, my period or menstruation, vacations, and any kind of dates that my boyfriend and I go on. And I put this on this little notepad page from Sticky Club, so that way I can have it as like a little flip out key, which is kind of cute. And then on the other side here, I did my vision board, which I created in Canva and just printed out on a big sticker or big sticker paper and just pasted in here. And I really am happy with how this turned out, and I'm really excited to kind of pursue my goals based on the photos I see here. Anyways, the next pages are the Calendex pages or the index pages, And I'm going to zoom in because this was blank when I set it up earlier in the video, and I went ahead and made a decision, and I will show you guys what I did. So on the top here, I wrote out the habits. I decided I wanted to use this as a place to track habits because that's really what I enjoy and what I think what I get the most use out of with these pages. So I'm going to be tracking when I go to the gym, when I do my yoga practice, when I go on a run, if I practice my languages, if I did my reading, if I did my meditation, when I eat out, if I used my moisturizer, which I'm really trying to be better about, boom, which is something personal to me, and then teeth, which is basically like, did I floss, did I brush all my teeth, all that kind of stuff. And then at the bottom, I'm going to be doing a stats review. So I really enjoyed doing this in my 2024 books. So I'm going to be tracking how many pages I read a month, which correlates to, how many books, like how many books was that number of pages, number of workouts, number of miles I run, and how many times I eat out. And I left a lot of space down here in case there's anything else I want to add. If I don't add anything, I'll probably just put a strip of washi or something right there, just to keep it full, because I like a fuller page. Then I only set up the first 6 months, so I can change up the second half if I change my mind. Then for the monthly pages, I decided to go ahead and wait still on the December 2024 pages that I want to use for my garden stuff. I still haven't made any choices with this, and I don't want to commit to something that I'm not going to like, or not that I like something I'm not going to use, if that makes sense. I'd rather just leave it blank if I'm not going to intentionally use it. So I'm just waiting to see how I want to do this. But then I did the monthly pages, which I did do some things here. So I used my monthly sparkly scripts, or sparkly monthly headers, oh my gosh, and then some of the tiny holidays from my shop, as well as the full moon names. And then I used this washi tape from the Costume Monsters Co. that I added back in after the fact, and just covered up the days that are not technically January. When the year starts, I will probably fill this out a lot more with a bunch of more stuff. I will have a to-do list on this side. I'll probably use some fun stuff that I'm hoping to release for Black Friday, which is monthly kits. So I'll be adding all of that later, but I'm not going to be doing that in this video. But I did go through with each month and fill out the birthdays and important dates, holidays, all that kind of stuff. These are the monthly scripts that I was talking about. I'm just going to leave them in the planner. But I did all of the months with all of the holiday stickers, all of the moons, and I wrote in all of the birthdays that are important to me for the year, just to get this done and out of the way. I find that this saves me a lot of time in, like, as the months go on, is if I already have it written in the book, which, yeah, yeah. Okay, after the monthly section, you go straight into the later months. So these are like the 2026 months. So it goes from like January 2026, February, March 2026. I'm using this as a reading tracker. I did this in my 2024 Hobonichi cousin as well, the Hobonichi Hon that I had, but I ended up doing it a little bit differently for this year, and I'm going to use 2 of the grid boxes or 2 of the monthly boxes per book versus just 1. Just because I want a little bit more space to kind of write a bit of a review, like how I felt about it, or notes, if you will, just like a 1-sentence kind of deal, like, did this suck or was this great? So that way it's already here, but that's what I'm using this for. And then I left February and March blank, so I can go back in and add if I need to. My goal is 25 books, and there are essentially, like, if I fill out the bottom row here too, I think it's 21 books on these pages. But yeah, we shall see how many I end up reading in 2025. Then we move on into the weeklies, which I haven't done anything with, but I did tab. I used the black monthly tabs or black mini tabs from my shop. I feel like they look really good with the cover, since like I'm doing like a black and green kind of thing. But after all of the weeklies, there is the 2-page blank spread that is usually turning the page to a new year. Like I mentioned when I was setting this up, I did want to use this as goals. So y'all watched me make the grid spacing and lay down some of the washi down here. I went back in and I filled out everything according to the goals that I have for myself in 2025. And then I went back in again with some more washi tape shop stickers. Or yeah, it's It's from the washi tape shop. It's like a little roll of butterflies. I don't remember which set it came from, but it just fills in the blank spaces and just kind of adds to the page. But I like that it's like black and then colorful. I don't know. There's something about the contrast of this that it appeals to me. Anyways, then moving on into the daily pages, we have our monthly header page here, which I intend to use as a space to mark my currently depends, top memories of the month, maybe if I don't do it in the back, and then intentions and reviews. So like a brief paragraph of like what my intentions are for the month and another brief paragraph of like how it went. And then here are all the dailies. Again, I'm not using this yet because obviously the year hasn't started, but I did tab everything with a second set of tabs, and these are the sparkle tabs. So they have a little bitty like twinkle diamond next to the name, and they go the same direction. The twinkles on the same direction each side. Then we move on into the notes pages. And for my first notes page, I decided to make this into my adulting log. Again, I've put this, I think, in every year of the planners that I've done. It's something I took from Lindsay Scribbles and made it my own. I really enjoy the adulting log. It helps me stay on track of all of the adulting tasks that I have for the year. If you're interested in what's on this list, definitely go check out that section of the video. Then I did my date night log. So this is a space where I will write down the different dates that my boyfriend and I go on. And then I made a 52-week cleaning tracker for myself. So essentially I wrote out 52 spaces this way. So there's 44 up here and the rest down here. And then I wrote down the different rooms of my house that I'm hoping to clean every single week or bi-weekly or whatever. I'm trying to keep track of like when I'm cleaning which rooms, because I feel like I'm not cleaning my whole house well enough. It's mainly just for me. Yeah, I just want to see this. I'm a data person. This helps me. So every week when I clean something, I will come in here and tick something off if I cleaned that room. And then I'll get to see like maybe my garage never gets cleaned. Maybe our entryway never gets cleaned, or gets cleaned every week and nothing else does. Like, you know, whatever happens. Then the last couple of pages in here, I'm hoping to write a letter to myself. I did not write it yet. I'll write it before the year starts, just so that, you know, it's fresh in my mind. Then for the table page, the timetable, I think is what this is originally called. I decided to make this a more schedule type thing. So this is my weightlifting schedule and my cardio schedule. So on Tuesdays and Fridays, I will work out my arms at the gym. On Wednesdays, I'll do my lower legs. Sundays, I'll do my upper legs. Back days will be Mondays and Thursdays, and then abs will be every other day. And then for my cardio, I hope to run a 5K at least 3 times a week. So Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Run a 10K once a week, which is Saturdays. Yoga's on the days that I'm not running a 5K, although ultimately I'd love to do yoga every day. Same with a walk. If I can't dedicate a 10-minute walk to myself, I feel like that's just me kind of failing at my own health. And then I hope to do a hike if I'm not doing a 10K. So I put hike on here too for Saturdays. Then we have the graph pages, which I am going to just kind of track my weight throughout the year. Again, I'm not on a weight loss or a weight gain journey. I just like to see how my weight fluctuates. So I just left that there. And then for the favorites page, this is where I'm hoping to do my top memories, or like favorites of the month, if you will. So I will write down like a few bullet points of like the fun things I did that month. Then we have the My 100 page, which I'm going to write out 100 things to do before I'm 100. I definitely want to make this more of like a bucket list kind of thing and just, I don't know, play around with it, put some fun things down, and then as I do them, maybe I'll cross them out and come up with some new things next year. Then for the words to remember page, I originally wanted to use this as like a word of the month situation, but now I'm thinking I might use this for my Japanese vocabulary, maybe like some fun words that I learn each month. I gave the example of coffee is kohi, and I could write the Japanese characters for coffee in one of the boxes or something, or whatever new word I learn, just for fun. Then for the 365 checkoff, I'm hoping to use this as a 5-year checkoff. So I write in my 5-year journal, check it off, put a dot, color it in, sticker, whatever. And then for the other pages in here, the gifts page I will be using as a list of my pen pals. Addresses will be used as a travel page, you know, where I'm traveling to. Again, I'm not filling these two out in this video, and y'all probably won't see these pages in flip throughs just because it's going to have some pretty personal stuff on it. And I think that is it. I did the back cover the same as the front washi, so they match, this one and this one. And then that is the end of the book. Okay, I am really, really excited to use this for 2025. Going back to the Hobonichi cousin is, I don't know, kind of scary and kind of nerve-wracking, but I'm excited. I feel like I had a lot of planner peace in this when I was using it. There was just a few things that I was not, 100% on. And although I am trying some other brands in 2025, I still think this one might be my ultimate book. Well, we shall see. There's so many different things that I'm ready and excited to try in the other books, but this one is just like nostalgia. It's home for me. It's what I really achieved planner peace in originally and then kind of grew out of. But everything has seasons, and maybe my Hobonichi cousin season is coming back, or maybe it's in its final season. I don't know. Anyways, if you enjoyed this video, let me know down in the comments. Let me know what you guys are thinking of 2025 so far, like plan-wise. Like, are you excited for your planners? What are you using? I always find it really fun to chat about planners and, what all we're getting ready to take on in our next year. So, yeah. Thanks again so much for watching. I hope you have a good one. Be blessed, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye. Hello and welcome back to my Dandelion Diaries. Today I'm going to be setting up my Hobonichi weeks through the Purple Night, and as discussed in a previous video, I plan on using this as a new addition to my 2025 planners, in that it is going to be called my Journal of Joy. Basically a bit more of like a hobby journal slash book that's just going to bring me a laugh or a smile, or just have all the positive vibes in it whatsoever. I've picked out a few things that I think I want to use in my setup, plans. And if you missed my previous video that I talked about with my 2025 planners, it's all about pre-plan and like how I wanted to set it up. So there's lots of different sticky notes in here, and that's basically what I'm going to be going off of. So yeah. Also, this video is probably going to be a bit chatty, so if you want to stick around for the final flip through, I will have timestamps down in the description. So if you're only interested in what the final product looks like, you can jump to there. Otherwise, I'm going to be taking you guys through the entire full process, because that is something that I just really like to watch myself. So I want to create that kind of content for you guys. So yeah, I'm going to go ahead and take the clear cover off of this. I left it on here because this is a primarily white planner, and I didn't want to get it super dirty before I, started working with it. But in terms of what I'm going to be doing, I don't need a clear cover on it. So the initial inner covers here, I definitely wanted to do a washi dashboard. So I picked out some washis from my collection that I feel matched the cover really well, and that they were a bit whimsical, still kind of purple and blue. Yeah, so I have a bunch of different ones here. I'll say some are from Planner Monkey Co., some are from the Coffee Monsters Co., some are from Simply Gilded, and some are from London Gifties, and some are from the Washi Tape Shop. It's just a hodgepodge of different washis. I'm not going to go individually over each one, just because I feel like we'd be here for a really long time if I did that. But I'm going to go ahead and do a diagonal sort of layout on this. I think that's what I would prefer, so I'm going to just get started with that. I may speed through some of this process just because it can be a bit tedious, but I'm not going to be laying over any music in this video, so if you don't like just random sections of no talking, definitely see if you can play some music on your own in the background, or just embrace the silence and have some quiet time while I do this, because I don't really feel like, I don't really feel like putting music over this. I'm sorry. Okay, now that I have all the tapes down, I'm gonna go ahead and just trim off the excess. Again, I'm not really gonna talk much through this because I wanna concentrate, but I'm just gonna take my little scissors here and just kind of go around the edges so it's all uniformly cut all the way around. Okay, so now that I've done the washi dashboard here, I'm gonna just leave it like it is for now. I am having a couple of my older washies lift off the page, which, you know, makes sense considering they're older and the stickiness may go away. That's not really a problem for me. If it really becomes a problem, I will just take a glue stick and glue down the edges. But for now, I'm just going to kind of crease this as best I can. In previous years, I have cut through this, but I think this year I'm going to test out not cutting through it and see how it does. But I am going to take a clip and just kind of clip it down for now, since it is, you know, having a hard time staying there since I just laid a bunch of tapes all the way across it. Okay, so for the next spread here, I think I want to do kind of like a vinyl collage in a way, maybe just enjoy some of the stickers I have and washi tapes. So I really wanted to use these London Gifties tapes. I believe this was like part of her fantasy book collection, but I also really liked the Washi Tape Shop's, you know, artistry roll here. I don't know. We'll see. On this side, I want it to be more decorative, and then on this side, I want it to be a bit more functional. This is a vinyl from Sticky Club. This is a name label from my shop. It is called the Rainbow Splatter, I think. I want to use my Rainbow 2025 sticker also from my shop, but I don't know how I want to do that just yet. And then I also have this bookworm vinyl from the Coffee Monsters Co. Primarily, again, this journal is for joy, and I find that reading lately has really brought me a lot of joy, so I think this is kind of what I want to do here. Okay, I think I'm going to try work with this page first, because if I want to use the name label and write Journal of Joy on it, I feel like this just looks really busy. What if I put it down here? I still feel like that looks really busy. Okay, I think I had this thought, and I don't know how it's gonna look, but this is about the same size as the inside of this label. And so what if I put it inside like that instead of using it as a label? It's like a little border. I think I like that a lot, actually. Okay, yeah, we're just gonna stick it down. I'm not here to be afraid of paper, as the lovely Claire from online talks about in her Instagram. I love the don't be afraid of paper. Okay, I'm going to put that one at the top, this one at the bottom. And then I'm going to try to center this one. And And then I'm going to try to center this one inside of that one. Ooh, close enough. It's a little crooked, but that's fine. Okay, and then I pulled out some star stickers that I had because I wanted to do, I don't know, little bits of stars in between. Okay, I'll hold off on that for a second. Let me do the other side. I think what I want to do is put this in the center, like a stripe, and then have this one cut in half on either side of it. Yeah, I think I'm going to do that. I did something similar to this last year, I think in one of my Hobonichi weeks, and I really liked the way it looked. Okay. Sorry, I have to be able to see it so it's straight. If it's not straight, it's gonna bother me. Okay. And then I'm gonna just cut these in half with my big scissors. And I think this will look cool because it'll be like little book worlds coming off of the page. Okay, I'm going to start with the ones on the top. And then I'm going to do the ones on the bottom and end with the ones in the middle because I feel like it'll look better if it's like the middle's overlapping versus I messed up the spacing trying to get them all even. Okay, yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. I feel it's a bit blue, but that's what I have those star stickers for, so I may come back in on this side too with some of those and see if I can make it a little less blue. I mean, I like the blue, it's pretty. It's just not, like, it's a lot of blue. And I would definitely want a bit more color, like various colors. Okay, so now I'm gonna go in with, we'll do the blue stars first. Keep with the blue. I think I'm going to put one here. Maybe one here. And I'll do one more here. Yeah. And then I have some gold ones. And I think I'm going to do something overlapping on one of them. I'll cut off the edge of that. And then I also have these pink ones. Because I feel like they just look, I don't know, like it adds a little bit to what I'm doing. If that makes any sense. And then I have these little tiny ones too. Let me do the dark blue. And then I want to do, I think, the purple. Okay. I think that's enough stars, a smattering of stars, as they say. I'm just going to cut off the edge of this one and stick it down up here because I don't want to waste it. And that little tiny bit of gold doesn't hurt. Okay, so I think that's all I'm going to do for this page here. It looks very busy, but I'm okay with that. It's very maximalist. I'm embracing that. Okay, so next pages are, okay, the year at a glance. So I put down that I wanted to plan out a fun sticker for the different months. So I'll do that as the year goes on, as the year progresses. And then on the other side, I wanted to do a vision board. So I have 2 vision boards that I wanted to use in this book, and I created both of them on Canva. I don't know which one I want to use first. Okay, I think I want to do this one first. And I'm going to put a washi border on the top and bottom because it's not perfectly covering everything, which is fine. I'm okay with that. But I am going to get all up close and personal with this because I do not want this to be crooked, and I can only stick it down once. So if you've never laid down a full page sticker, I highly recommend just peeling up a portion of it like this. So only this part sticky, the rest of it still covered, and lining it up. So here I've lined it up where I wanted it, and then I can just pull slowly the rest of this down and like kind of press and go at the same time. And that way it's not lumpy anywhere, it's not curling anything, and it's as even as it's going to be. I actually really like that. Okay, I think for the washi, I'm just gonna do some plain grade washi, keep it a little bit more neutral, and that way it's not going to clash with any of the stickers I decide to use on the other side. And I'm also gonna rip it in half so it looks like torn edged. I don't know, I just really like the way that appears. And you can see through it, but it's not that big of a deal to me. And in case you're curious of what's on my vision board, I guess I'll go through it really quick. So I tried to pick things that brought me joy or brought me a smile to my face at least. So on the top here I have dog paws because I love my babies, and these actually look very close to my dog Apollo's paws. He's got the white and black kind of spots everywhere. I also did a picture of dragons. I'm a huge fan of dragon fantasy worlds. Yeah, so I definitely wanted that to be in there. Also did a cozy bed because nothing brings me more joy some days than just getting into my bed and being all cozy. Dandelions always bring me joy, which is why my channel is called Dandelion Diaries, and also why my shop is called Dandelion Diaries. I have very fond memories of dandelions growing up as a child, so that just brings a smile to my face. I also did peonies, which are my favorite flower. I did a cozy little reading spot by a fireplace because this is probably one of my favorite places to be in the world, especially in like winter, autumn months. I just love having a nice hot beverage, a good book, and the cozy fire with like fuzzy socks. And yeah, and then I also picked a picture of a girl who looks close to me. We have almost the same style of hair. My hair is very curly like this, and she's just, you know, daydreaming, and that, you know, brings me joy as well. So I wanted to include some photos that I felt matched my joy theme. So yeah, I'm gonna leave that like this, and then I think on the other side of the page, I'm not going to do anything for now because I am going to go back through, like I said, with just some fun stickers every month as the months pass throughout the year. And I don't really have any plans on what to do down here. I'm just going to leave that blank. Okay, next section. So this one is the year at a glance or Calendex pages. I know I was planning on using this as a tracker of some sort. I couldn't really decide what I wanted to do. Originally, I either thought like maybe doing like a number of pages I read in a day, just color in the space if I had a good day, write down something that was funny. And I think I'm ultimately going to go with, you know, the what was funny, but instead I'm going to change it to what brought me joy. And that way I can write down, you know, a single word answer in each one of these with something that brought me joy, whether it was like food or my dogs or a movie or a book, something like that. And I can just write down a cute little one-word answer. So I'm going to take my That is not the black one. Hold on. I'm going to take my Pentel Sign brush pen in black. This is dark brown, but I'm going to take this and I'm going to write up here what brought me joy, and then I may decorate this with some tapes, but I'll probably just leave it at that. Okay, so I think I'm going to leave it at that for now. I may go back in and maybe decorate with a little bit of washi, but I think this is good enough for me. I honestly thought I misspelled brought. I had to double check on my phone. Okay, I am going to put a piece of paper, I think. I am going to put a piece of paper on top of this. I'm just going to use the backing of the full page sticker that I used just to prevent any transfer, and because I can't see the back side of this, I can't see if it bled through or not, but when I did a pen test on my pages originally, I didn't have any issues with this paper, so I think I will be okay. Okay, next is the monthly section. So I originally wanted to do a, I guess, review of like what I'm consuming. So like whenever I start a show, I will write down what date I started and then like what date I finished it, or maybe like which episodes I was watching on what days. And then same with a book, like I started blah 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 book here and I took like a little arrow all the way here and then I finished it on this Saturday or something. So that's kind of what I want to do for this space. In terms of setup, I'm just going to stick down some monthly stickers. So I am actually going to use the monthly stickers from my shop that are new. These are the Sparkly Months header stickers. And I'm just going to put down the day of, or the day of the month, the monthly name over here on the side. And I did want to use the clear matte version because this is cream paper, but I do also have these in a white matte and was thinking if the white matte would look better as like a contrast, but I ultimately ended up going with the clear matte versions. Okay, that is done. So I have January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, and December. Awesome. Okay, so then I don't really have any plans for the extra months in this book, like the January, February, and March of 2025. So I'm just going to leave those blank. For the weekly section, I'm not going to set up anything here either, but I will, I guess, describe a bit about what I'm planning to do. So I'm basically going to write down a small entry every day, or the days that I feel sparked a lot of joy for me, and then on the other side here, I'm going to have a longer entry answering the question, you know, what brought me joy this week. So basically it's just going to be more of a diary type style entry of, you know, what brought me joy, what am I enjoying right now, whether it's like a book, a movie, show, a really fun restaurant, you know, a date night, whatever. I'm just going to have a little blurb about what's going on with that. Okay, and then after all the weeklies, actually, you know what? I see these bookmarks in here. I detest these things, so I'm just going to rip these out really quick. If you've never ripped out bookmarks before, what you're going to do is basically hold on to the book itself closed. You can even hold on to it here at the spine if you want, and you're just going to pull up on these, wiggle a little bit. You don't have to pull super hard. It's mainly just getting the glue to detach. And I like to just kind of go in circles, move it around back and forth a little bit, and then eventually it does release. Okay, well, this one's a bit tougher than previous years. There it goes. So it's just got a little bit of a glue here, and that's all it is it's just glued into the spine. But I don't ever use these, so they just go in the trash. Okay, so after the weeklies, we have the notes pages. Okay, so here I was planning on doing my second vision board, so I guess I will go ahead and lay this down. And I'm probably going to do the same thing as before, where I do a little bit of a washi border. Maybe actually this one's covering pretty much all the text. Actually, yeah, no, I'm not going to do washi on this one. Again, I don't want to misalign it, so I'm going to get up close to it really quick off camera. And then I'm going to just do what I did before and just slowly move the rest of the sticker down. Excellent. Oh no. Okay, it did crease a little bit. Dang it. That's all right. I probably won't even use this page because it's the last week of December. Okay, well, not the best application. My first application was much better, but that's fine. I'll just, you know, clip this down so it doesn't flip up at me while it begins to relax. Okay, and then this other page is basically going to be an index. And I have these two other vinyls that I wanted to use. So this is a professional bookworm vinyl. I have no idea where I got this from. It's just in my stash. And this is number 999 from my numerology collection of vinyls on my website. And I think I just want to do something like this. And that way it like matches the circles. And yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. Yeah, okay. And then just for fun, I will add a gold star because why not? Cute. Okay. I don't think I'm going to write index because I pretty much can see what that is considering I left the menu here of like page and subject. So I'm going to leave that like it is. And then the next page is where I want to put down my book tracker. So essentially I want the notes pages to be book reviews, reviews of the shows, reviews of things that brought me joy, just like a little header of what it is and then a brief synopsis of why I enjoyed it or maybe didn't enjoy it. It just depends on what I decide to write. But I wanted to use my full page reading trackers here also for my shop. This is the colored N2 or weeks version. It fits both the Sterling ink weeks and then also the Hobonichi weeks, and I'm pretty sure any other planner that is the weeks size. So I'm gonna go ahead and again do a little full page sticker situation. So I'm going to just peel up the top part of this and I'm going to try to center it as best I can before I stick it down. It's meant to be slightly inside the page outline, so it's not going to be the full page from like edge of the paper to edge of the paper. Okay. Third time's the charm. Third application is definitely, I think, the best one out of all the ones I did, which is good. Yeah, not a lump. Yay me. Okay, so there's that. And then I will leave the sticky note here just so I remember it for myself. But my plan is to do similar to what I've done in 2024, and that I will put a number here and then have a corresponding number with the title of the book over here. So that's kind of what I'm going for. Okay, and then I don't really have any other plans for these notes pages. In the back here, for the favorites, this is what I wanted to do as my 5-star reads and shows and movies. So what I think I'm gonna do is write 5 stars. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 14 different entries. Yeah, I'm not even going to put a title on it. I feel like this is going to be self-explanatory. Okay, for the My 100 page though, this is what I plan on using movies and shows for. So I'm going to go ahead and letter in movies and shows. And my plan for this is I will write down the name of the movie or show, and then if I finish it, I'll leave it alone. If I end up not finishing it, I plan on striking through the name. So I can see, you know, maybe that show wasn't worth watching to me at that time or whatever. I don't know if I'll ever, I don't know if I'm going to watch 100 movies or shows in 2025, but I felt this was plenty of room for that type of thing. Okay, I'm going to go back to the front here and get that piece of paper just so it stays not smudgy. And it looks like I have no bleed through again, which is great. Okay, and then I think that's all that I needed to do. Okay, so I have a did I read tracker or 365 check off. And I think I'm just gonna put down here, did I read? And then maybe I'll put a little gold star for this one too. Why not? Because it's fun. Okay. I think that is all that I had planned. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and just stick down this last clipping right here because why not? And then I'm going to do the back washi dashboard off camera. It's essentially the same thing that I did in the front. I don't know. I feel like I just love London Gifty's PET tapes. Anyways, I'm going to do the same washi dashboard back here that I did in the front, so that way they match. So I will have this one and this one together. I am going to go ahead and glue down this tape, I think, because it is just really struggling to stick. So I'll also do that off camera. I'm just going to take a glue stick to it and get it to stick down. But I will be back in a minute and we will do tabs, and then this thing will be complete and ready for my 2025 adventures. Okay, so I finished the back washi dashboard and I went ahead and used a glue stick and just kind of glued down the pieces of washi that were pulling up. Hopefully that will work for now. I think once I put the clear cover on it too, it'll help push down the washi even more. But I want to go ahead and tab this planner. So I'm only going to be tabbing the weekly sections. I don't really need to tab the back pages or the monthlies. So I'm going to use the Violets tabs from my shop because I felt they matched perfectly, right? Like it's a purple weeks. And then if I need to do any extra tabbing with just whatever is left, I'm going to use the rain tabs also from my shop because I felt like these two colors matched the cover very, very well and the kind of the theme of colors that I've been using. So I'm going to start at the back, so with December, because I find that it's a lot easier to go from the back of the planner forward. So I'm just going to start back here with December and just kind of place the tab at the bottom and work my way up. And I'm not going to be folding these over. So as I go, I'm just going to leave them loose like this out to make it easier to replace them, like not replace them, but like move them around if I need to move them around. I'm also paying attention to where I'm putting the tab when I flip. So when I flip this page, am I going to land in December or am I still going to be in October or November? You know what I mean. But I'm just paying attention to which direction the tab is going to flip to. And again, I'm just going to kind of speed through this because we're going to be here for a little minute and I want to make sure I can get these right without talking because I have a tendency to make mistakes when I'm talking and doing stuff at the same time. Okay, so I think I have all of those lined up pretty well. They're spaced evenly enough for me. I'm going to go ahead and flip them over. One thing to note about my tabs for my shop, they do have a very tiny perforated line here, so they are super easy to just bend straight over. So you shouldn't have any struggles with trying to make sure that they bend correctly and you don't rip it or it has this awkward fold or anything like that. I am going to make sure as I fold these over that I'm not going to be accidentally folding it onto 2 pages and that it is flipping to the page that I want when I tabbed it. So like February is flipping to the month of February and it's not still in January, or March is flipping to March, so on and so forth. Okay, all the tabs are laid down. I like it. I also, okay, they're a little crooked, but that's okay. I don't really mind that. They're mainly there for functionality, not for appearance. Okay, cool, cool, cool. Okay, I'm gonna leave these blank ones to the side for now because I'm not sure what all I'm gonna need to tab in the back when I get to that point in using the planner, but I am gonna go ahead and put the clear cover back on. I did save the little card that came with this Hobonichi Weeks by the same artist, the Himitsu Stranger artist, so I will likely leave this in the planner. I just like to have it as a fun little reference, like historical piece of the planner itself. But I don't really have a plan to use it for anything else. You could easily use it as a sticker if you wanted to. Just put some glue or tape on the back of it and it is good to go. Okay, I'm gonna try to go with this slow because putting a clear cover on after you've done a bunch of washi can be a bit tricky, so it doesn't peel up the washi. But you don't want to go at an angle to where it doesn't go in either. Yeah. All right, so that's one side. Now for the other side. And the best way I find to put clear covers on is to fold the spine back on itself like this. And that way you're not bending anything or crushing any pages or anything like that. It's just a nice, easy way to shimmy the back of the cover in. And I did kind of mess up that little spot right there. But yeah, if you plan on using a clear cover and doing a washi dashboard like this, like I did, just be careful in how you put it on because it may peel up your hard work that you did with your washi. Especially when you have old washi like me that doesn't want to lay itself down anymore. Oh my goodness. Okay. It is on. Okay, it is on. It is never coming off again. Jeez. Okay, I'm going to leave these tabs here in the front pocket. This clear cover is by Hobonichi, by the way. It is the Hobonichi Weeks clear cover meant for the Hobonichi Weeks planner. So yeah, there is that. And now it is time for the final flip through of this beautiful little Hobonichi Weeks here. I did take a bit of a break and came back to the planner after I finished the initial pieces of the setup that I did. And I did add a few things, which I'll explain. I just did it off camera because it was really quick and it really wasn't all that much. But let me go ahead and flip through the final result of everything I did in terms of setup. So clear cover wise, again, this is the Hobonichi Weeks brand of clear cover. It fits perfectly. I did a washi dashboard here in the front. I slipped in one of the blank sets of tabs from my shop. This is the rain color. I will likely write on these with like my uni Jetstream and just kind of go in the back pages and tab those out as I use this planner. But I just used a variety of purple and blue washis that I had in my collection. For the opening pages here, I went ahead and just did crazy stars. I used some PET tip clippings over here just to make this a bit more decorative, and then I used my Sticky Club vinyl here, a Coffee Monsters Co. vinyl here, and then a nameplate label and a 2025 sticker from my shop that I just stacked on top of each other here. The stars are just random stars that I had in my sticker collection. I am trying to use a lot of my supplies up as I use them, I guess, like just use what I have versus buying new stuff. So there's that. For the year at a glance pages here, I covered up a whole side of them with my vision board. I wanted my vision board to spark joy, make me smile, laugh, whatever. Yeah, I feel like a lot of these images portray that for me. And then on the actual calendar for the year that the planner is for, 2025, I plan on going back in throughout the year and just covering up each month with like a fun sticker that I have in my collection. This is where I made a few changes. I went ahead and added in some more of this washi from the washi tape shop, and then I wrote down the title of my journal, which is the Journal of Joy, just because I wanted to have a designated vision, I guess, for this planner. There's not going to be any confusion when I go in to use it, which, I mean, sounds silly, but yeah. Then for the Calendex pages here, I added in a key, and again, that same washi. I decided that instead of writing in a tiny word in each one of these spaces, I'd rather do it with dot markers and just have like a category. So I chose 3 categories: reading, movies or shows, and then other. Other could be anything from like having a great day being creative in my journals, having a great date night out with my boyfriend, having a really fun family or friend get together, whatever. But the colors I ended up choosing were purple, the blue bonnet, and then candy pink. And I like to write down which colors I use because I get them mixed up a lot, and this just makes it a little bit more straightforward for myself. So I definitely am excited to use those and have this be more of like a traditional tracker versus just writing down a small word, especially because the space is really, really small. For the monthly sections, I didn't do anything for December of 2024, but I did end up adding in all of my scripts for my shop, the sparkly months, for every single month. I will likely set these up as I go throughout the year, just because it is something I enjoy doing. If I change my mind, I will go back in and change my mind. It's really just, you know, a fun space for me. I'm not trying to put any pressure on myself for this. But I did all the way through December, and then I left the last 3 months, January, February, and March, alone because I likely won't even use them in this planner. For the weeklies, I didn't set up anything here either, again, because I plan on using this as, you know, the year goes on, but my intentions are still to write a small entry of like what brought me joy this day, and then have a larger entry of like what brought me joy this week, or maybe just write down a few things that were really funny or really random. This is just mainly a space for me to be creative in 2025 and have a creative outlet that's a little bit more structured than just a blank notebook. Anyways, I did end up adding the tabs also from my shop. These are the violet color, and I feel like they match the planner really well, especially that it is a purple planner, and a lot of the things I'm using are purple. Then for the notes section, I again covered up the, I guess, Hobonichi's version of like note-taking with another vision board. I didn't really explain this one, but it's very similar to the first in that it's got, you know, pets. So this is like little cat paws, a really nice cozy reading scene. This is in the mountains. Joy, which is the whole point of this planner. Another cozy scene watching Harry Potter eating pizza with fuzzy socks. That is like my fall time ritual. Yeah. Tea, a smile, the moon makes me happy, flowers, these are daisies. And then on the other page here, I'm going to be using this as an index, and I just stuck down a couple more vinyls. This one says professional bookworm. I don't know where I got it from, and the other one is a numerology sticker from my shop. And then I think one of the last few things I did here was add in my full page reading stickers. These are also from my shop. It just is a really fun way to track what books I'm hoping to read in 2025. I believe there are over 50 books in this little tracker, so we'll see if I make it to 50. My goal is 25, so we'll see here. But the rest of these pages are blank until we get to the back. Where there's like the pre-printed Hobonichi pages. I didn't really do too much here. I plan on using the favorites pages for 5-star reads or 5-star movies, in which case I will just write down the title and author or whatever, most likely, and then 5 stars. Or maybe I'll write down a small blurb of like why it's 5 stars. I don't know yet. This is kind of a maybe page. And then the My 100 page I plan on using for movies and shows. And if I finish the show, I'll leave it alone. If I do not finish the show, I will cross it out as like a DNF, like I didn't finish. I don't by any means plan on watching or seeing 100 movies or shows, but it's a nice long list, so it's there if that does happen. And then I think that's it. Oh wait, I also added a did you read section here at the bottom for my 365-day tracker. I'm just going to be coloring one of these in if I read that day. I'm not going to put any pressure on myself to read every single day of the year because I feel like that is a really big challenge. And then I ended off here with another sticker or clipping from London Gifties, and then the final washi dashboard. Overall, I'm really happy with how this turned out. I'm excited to use it as a fun, creative, joyful space in 2025. I do believe this kicks off the beginning of my planner setups. So stay tuned for more videos like this where I will be showcasing all the different planners I will be using in 2025 and setting up each one individually from start to finish, so you guys can see how I'm doing things and also a final flip through of what it looks like in the end. But yeah, I hope you had a good time watching this. I hope you have a great rest of your day, and I also hope to see you in the next one. Bye. Hello and welcome back to my Dandelion Diaries. Let's flip through some planners that I used in the month of August. Okay, so I'm going to start with my Journal of Joy here. I love this little planner so much. It's a Hobonichi Weeks through the Purple Night cover, and I've been using this strictly for entries of joy, so things that bring me joy. And honestly, this has been pretty simple to keep up with this month, I guess. I had a few weeks that I think were a little down, but we'll talk a bit about that later. Anyways, for the Calendex section here, or the indexing section, whatever you want to call this, my month of August was another really strong reading month. I read almost every single day. Towards the end of the month, I started falling off, and that's just because the books I was reading kind of slowed down a little bit. But I also was watching a new show to me that's, I don't know, really popular, I guess. It's Love Island on Netflix. Or not Love Island, Love is Blind on Netflix, geez. And I don't know, there's something about the show that's just really addictive to watch. So I watched a lot of Love is Blind in August. Anyways, for the monthly pages here, I've been writing down little bits of joy as like a snapshot, and August was better than July for sure. I feel like I had a lot more things to write down. I got a lot of feedback in the gym for some reason, which again has been really interesting for me. I've never been complimented in the gym before, and this month I got lots of different compliments from different people, which was kind of cool. And then we also did a lot of wedding stuff this month. And we also watched the Hobbit trilogy, and we had friends visiting, and I got to try my wedding dress for the first time. That's like the one I bought, and it fit, and yeah, lots of really fun things happened in August. So like I said, a pretty joyful month, and I had plenty of stuff to write down. For the weekly section, I've been keeping this format the same, where I just write down a little bitty like blurb of the day, and then a paragraph about the week. And a lot of the decorations in here are from Sticky Club. I used to get their sticker subscriptions and have been just using my stash as I go. Anyways, but this first week of August is when I got my first compliment at the gym. And this lady literally came up to me while I was doing like the fly pull down machine. And she was like, "You have a really pretty body. I like seeing all of your muscles." And I mean, I said thank you, but like I felt like I was dying, I guess. I don't know. It was so weird and happy at the same time. Like I'd never been complimented like that in the gym before. So there's that. I also watched and finished season 3 of Prison Break this week. And I think this was a few days here where I just was pushing through and getting a bunch of work done. And yeah, I do want to say there are some days mixed in throughout the week where I was just having a really hard time, but this week was overall pretty good. Then for the second week of August, this week looks like it was another, I don't know, I guess chill week. Oh, this week was really busy. Yeah, we had a lot of like events this week. We had dinner at the lodge. We had a friend coming over. Yeah, we had lots going on. Anyways, this big sticker here is from London Gifties. Okay, and then we have August week 3, and this week was a tougher week, I think, but it ended off on a really good note with a date night and Dungeons and Dragons and just kind of enjoying the outdoors, which is really nice. Also, I'm loving this color scheme for some reason. Like the paler colors I chose for my inks in August just really hit the spot. I will say I had a lot of troubles though with the inks on the sands and paper in my journey planner, which again, I'll talk a little bit about later. Then for the final week of August here, this was a really fun week. I had so many things going on. This is when I got to try my wedding dress and it fit. And then we all went out to dinner with my brother. And it was just a really fun week overall. And this was also when I got to place my Hobonichi order, which is another big thing that happened in August, but I didn't really focus too much on it this year, which is kind of shocking. But yeah, definitely a very fun week to end off August. Okay, Then the rest of this little book is pretty simple again. I don't really use this for a whole lot other than just writing down joyful things. For my reading log back here, I added the 3 books that I started in August, but I did not finish. One of them was The Endless War, which is the 4th or 5th book in the Bridge Kingdom series by Daniel L. Jensen. Really, really good. I took a break, came back to it, and I'm very happy with it. And the other 2 books are the Zodiac Academy, book 8 and book 8.5. I'm doing a tandem read with both of those, and it slowed down a little bit for me, and I think it's because the end of book 7. But again, I'll talk a bit about that in a little bit with my journey planner. This is just like the little prequel, I guess, to all the stuff that I did this month. I have not added anything to my 5-star tracker in the back for the favorites pages. And the only movies and shows, I should say the only movies and shows, we watched a lot of movies and shows in August. Hobbit series, or Hobbit trilogies, so Hobbit 1, 2, and 3. I watched a lot of Love is Blind. We watched part of the Alien Earth movie, but we did not finish it. We fell asleep watching it, which is kind of sad, considering it's like a horror movie. Anyways, and then we started another show called Extant. It's like Extinct or something like that. And it has, I think, Halle Berry in it, and it's pretty decent so far. For the 365 checkoff in the back here, I've been writing or filling in the circles when I did my reading. So continuing on with the end of July and into almost full of August, lots and lots of dots here in the middle, which is really cool to see. And I'm hoping I can continue that trend as the year goes on, but we'll see because I'm getting very, very busy right now. But let's move on into the next planner. So the next planner is my health planner. This thing is like my ride or die. And I don't know what happened to my cover situation. I don't know, because my craft room gets really warm. So I don't know if like something melted the star onto the clear cover, but my like stickers on the front have started to like meld to the cover on this, and since the cover doesn't fit correctly because it's a sneaker weeks, it kind of shifts around. I don't know how else to describe it. The back seems to be doing the same thing. Like this sticker has completely like almost melded into the cover, so there's that. I don't plan on getting another sneaker weeks, and I should say I did not buy another sneaker weeks, but this was definitely a fun color and I really enjoyed the green of this. But anyways, let's get into the actual planning bits of this. For the year at a glance here, I've been doing my pain tracking, so tracking my headaches, digestion, and depression. And I would say August was not overly heavy on any of those things. I do feel like I had a lot more down days, I would say, just because of my unique situation with my dad and like him not being in my wedding. And I will talk a bit more about that in the big planner at the end of this, but there's that. And then the Calendex pages in this week's I've been using for my exercise tracking. And at the end of August, I got a pedometer or a step tracker, and I started counting my steps again. I did this a long time ago. I want to say back in like 2022 or maybe even 2023, where I was tracking my steps every day. And it's kind of fun to see. I do think I need to come up with a better system for this for next year, but I do like being able to see the progress on these pages. So I'm going to keep going on September here. I haven't filled out the first week of September, but I do have them written down on like a sticky note because my thing expires and resets the steps. Anyways, for the monthly bits here, I have a few monthlies that I've been using for collections. For my tea and coffee, the only new drink I guess I had in August was the Mudslide Mocha Freeze from Dutch Bros. Whew, there was cocaine or crack or some kind of hard drug in that coffee because it was absolutely delicious and I chugged it. Like it was probably the best coffee I have had in a very long time. I mean, I'm a big fan of mocha, so maybe that's why, but it was, I don't know, it hit the spot 1,000%. It was delicious. Then for the actual monthlies that I've been using for like the month, this is my mood board for August, or my mood tracker for August, I guess, and lots of ups and downs, very roller coastery. And at the bottom here, I've been doing a habit tracker of like my weightlifting, my daily walks, fast food, no spends, things like that. I did really good in August with no fast food. I was cooking a lot more at home, and I actually started using a like a food app. Since I already track my foods with just like writing it down in a planner, I wanted to see, I guess, like how much I'm eating. And this goes back to like my history as like a, you know, dietitian, hospital, like nutrition degree type person. It's very fascinating to me. So I downloaded a app. I will put the name of it on the screen, and I've been tracking my stuff through that. So it was really cool to see how much more motivated I was to eat at home after I was tracking things. So kind of interesting, I guess. And then same with workouts. I did a lot more workouts in August, and I think that stems from the compliments I was getting in the gym that I don't know, it encouraged me to keep going and like do that kind of stuff. In the other monthlies in here that I've been using for collections, I have a section for restaurants. We did eat out at one restaurant in August, and it was like BBQ chicken. It was a Korean chicken place, and it was really good. And then the other section here is Top Secret Recipes, and I added in my protein yogurt bowl concoction thing I make. So it's essentially low-fat Greek yogurt with PB2 Fit peanut butter powder and chocolate chips and a little bit of maple syrup. It tastes like a Reese's peanut butter cup in ice cream form, but it's Greek yogurt, and it's so, so good. Like, so good. And there's like 40 grams of protein in it. Anyways, I digress. It was delicious. I had to write it down. And then for my talks and tunes, this is where I've been writing down like music, podcasts, other things I've been listening to that I really liked. And I think for August, I wrote down these two. This is Forever in a Day by Benson Boone. I've been obsessed with that song for some reason. And then I also watched a interview between the Renaissance periodization creator and Diary of a CEO, and I found it very interesting and kind of fun to watch. Honestly, it was very, very intriguing. Then we move on into the weeklies, and this is like the meat and potatoes of this planner. This is kind of where all of the stuff happens, I think. I've been tracking my meals over here. I've been tracking my movement, whether I'm working out or running or walking, and how long or time I'm doing that. I did break down my sections a little bit different, I think, than I have in previous... Did I do that? No, I did the same thing in July. I don't think I changed anything since July. But I have a routine checkout here, which is basically another mini habit tracker. It's, am I doing these things every day? That kind of stuff. But not all of them are meant to be done every day. Like, I don't want to exfoliate every single day. Those are like 2 times a week. But I just like to see which days I pick. And then I have a little mental health check-in here for like, how am I feeling this week? Similar to my joy journal, but this is a little bit more... I don't know, it allows me space to be negative, I guess. And then on the bottom here, I've been tracking workouts. So this first week, I said I was feeling neutral, and my happy moment was all of my gym progress, which would make sense because this is the week that the lady complimented me in the gym. And then for week 2 here, this is when we had dinner at the lodge. I added a few more things to the routine checkoff, I think, and it looks like I was really consistent, which is really cool to see. And this week I was feeling proud of myself but tired, and my happy moment was when I hit a new PR at the gym, and this was a huge win for me. This PR is like personal record, or you could say PB, personal best. I have been trying really hard to reach a certain weightlifting goal for my back squat, and I hit it, and it was incredibly satisfying, and just, yeah, very encouraging to keep going on that route. Then for the 3rd week of August here, kept going, same layout, workouts down here at the bottom. This week I was feeling really tired, which makes sense because this is when Aunt Flo was here, and I had my date night with my fiance, and we had a lot of fun with like watching The Hobbit and that kind of stuff. And then this last week of August, first off, I love this color palette, and I love these stickers. These are from the Sticky Club collection again. I don't remember which artist did these, but they're little brains and they have emotions, and it's like all about like mental health, and I loved it. I loved it so much. And the color palette just, it's giving, yes, I love. This week I started a new arm exercise because I had my dress fitting on the 26th and everything fit, and I just want to make sure that I keep up with my arms so that way on the wedding day they look nice and toned. And then on the mental health check-in here, this was a decent week is what I wrote, but my happy moment was definitely that my wedding dress fit because I was really, really worried about that. And then the only other thing I changed on this week was I added in a section for supplements down here at the bottom instead of my workouts, because I've been tracking my weightlifting workouts in the back, which I'll show you guys here in a second. But the supplements I've been trying to take lately are creatine, my multivitamins, and hair, skin, and nails. And I was 7 for 7 on all of them this week, which was awesome. Okay, let's move on into the notes section. Habit tracking. So I have these awesome habit trackers in the back here that I adore. I keep track of sleep, mood, stress up here in a line graph. I keep track of my menstrual cycle here, and then I keep track of like foods and other habits down here, and I like to see how they correlate. So I would definitely say in August I slept pretty consistently on the high side. Like, I don't think I got less than 6 hours of sleep at any point in the month, which was really cool to see. And then I would definitely say my mood kind of fluctuated quite a bit, which that could be due to the hormones in my body, that could be due to a whole number of things, could be due to caffeine, could be due to different food groups I was eating, that could be anything. But on the other side of this is the stress, and I would say my stress was overall pretty high, which also could correlate to why my mood was really fluctuating. So I think my stress was really high in August just because this is 2 months from when I'm supposed to be getting married. We were trying to get a lot of things accomplished, and it was just a lot to do in a very short span of time. And on top of that, I'm getting ready for like planner season and my business launches and all that kind of stuff for the end of the year for 2026 items. So there's just a lot going on in August. So I would say stress was on the higher side. But anyways, I at least exercised a lot more, which helped work off a lot of that stress, which is great. The next section in this planner is my running log, and surprise, surprise, I didn't run once in August. We're going on month 8 of the year now, and I haven't really done any runs, which is kind of disappointing to me, but at the same time, I need to give myself some grace here. And somebody left a comment on one of my videos, and I'm very grateful for how they worded it, is that I don't have the bandwidth for this right now, and that is very, very true, because I think with doing my wedding and everything else I'm trying to accomplish this year, running has not been a priority because I don't have the bandwidth to fit it into everything else that I'm doing right now, which is fine. But I get to decorate it with a cute sticker and write down a little blurb of, what happened this month as to why I was not running. But let's get into the weightlifting section of this. So I have loved keeping track of all of my weightlifting things in the back of this planner, and I'm definitely continuing this into 2026 because it has been incredibly helpful. So the only thing I changed for August was I ended up adding in a little section for like thoughts and reviews of that workout. So previously I've been doing just the title of what body group or muscle group I was doing that day, and then a list of the exercises with sets and reps and weight, like what weight I was lifting. Well, in August I continued that, so I did the title of like which muscle group I was doing, the exercise, the sets, the reps, and the weight I was lifting. And then I just added in a little bitty section of like, how did it go? So I would definitely say August had a lot of really great leg days because I did hit those PRs, but I also had some really good arm days too, which was really cool. And I definitely had a lot more pages in August because I was adding in those little mementos of like how the workouts were going. And I can say that I enjoy it. I like looking back and seeing like, this one, I thought I was going to pass out at the end of August on my last leg day, which is true because I didn't eat enough carbs the day before and my body didn't have the fuel it needed to lift all of the weight that I was trying to push around on this day. But now I can look back at this and remember that day, which is kind of cool. So 10 of 10, going to keep this for 2026 and have really enjoyed looking back at that. Then the last section here is the My 100, which I've been using for 100 positive things in my life. And I added really good workouts because that is definitely a positive thing for me right now. So haven't quite made it to the halfway mark, and we are more than halfway through the year, but I can continue to fill this out for however long that I want, which is nice. But that's it for Health Planner. I'm kind of disappointed that my cover's falling apart, but I'm not really going to do anything about it. It's just going to be how it's going to be. Okay, and then the last book that I'm going to talk about is the main book, and this is going to be the longest section of this video, and that is because I got a lot to say, so buckle up. This is the Journey Planner by Nisha Fernando Designs. Before you ask me, yes, she is coming out with 2026 planners. Yes, they are exactly the same as the 2025 planners. The layouts are the same. I believe the colors are the same. I have no idea how pricing is going to change for 2025 or 2026, but they are coming, and she says they are supposed to be out for sale in October at some point. So there you go. Okay, continuing on. For the year at a glance pages here, I've been keeping track of my menstrual cycle and again pain, so digestion, headaches, and down days. Nothing really exciting happening there. Then on the blank pages after that, I have my adulting log and my 52 weeks of cleaning, so my cleaning tracker for my house. Adulting log has been hit or miss. I feel like I need to redo this for next year or find a way that it flows a little bit easier for me to, because like I feel like I have groups of things kind of split around within my list, which makes it hard to check it off. And then for my 52 weeks of cleaning, I'll flip this way. I've been doing better, I would say, of cleaning more areas of my house, but I will say I am still neglecting my craft space and definitely my garage, and I would definitely say the bedroom. I've been neglecting our bedrooms pretty heavily, so need to work on that for sure. Next section in here is goals, which I don't really do anything throughout the year except for reference. And then we have the quarterly pages, and I love how I started using this. So I changed this up, I want to say in either June or July, where I wanted to make this more about like my pets and my garden situation. And I'm really glad I'm doing this since I'm not doing a full garden planner for this year, because I at least have snapshots of what's going on. And August was wild, let me tell y'all. Okay, so first off, my Blue Heeler German Shepherd mix turned 1, which is awesome. My broody hens decided to give up on all of their eggs, and so they just left the nest with half-formed chicks in the eggs, which was great. So we wasted like, I think 20 to 25 eggs hoping to get chicks, and we ended up just getting a bunch of dead babies, which was really sad. Our new kittens, Eos and Helios, have ventured outside, which has been really fun. And then we also found a massive, and I mean massive, 5-foot long rat snake in our chicken coop, which was just like the, piece de resistance of the month. So never a dull moment in the garden and animal sector at the My Dandelion Diaries residence. So yeah, I definitely have photos of all of these things, and maybe at some point we'll paste them somewhere, but this was a wild month for the garden. Okay, then we have the Calendex section or indexing section, whatever you want to call this, and I've been using this for weather tracking and then also just full moon, new moon, and events, birthdays, things like that. It was hot in August, but it was relatively cool for Texas, I would say. We didn't really hit any 100-degree days, which was wild. Like I don't remember a single year that's ever happened. So definitely a more mild summer, which makes me interested to see how cold the winter is going to be. And then at the bottom here, I've been keeping track of my stats. So the number of pages I read in August was 930 pages. The number of books I read was 3 books. Technically, I didn't finish them, but I started 3 books. I didn't run 0 miles, but I ate out 9 times, did 11 workouts, and collected 60 eggs. I just want to say props to me for eating out less and working out more, because that is definitely a trend that I want to continue. Okay, the next section in this book is all about habits, which I love so much. I just love this planner. The layouts in this planner just give me so much happiness. But yeah, I've been using the habits here similarly to the way I use the habits in my health journal. So they're essentially the same things, just condensed down a little bit. And I like having this data here too, in case I, don't get to keep the health journal or whatever. But really love having duplicate information here. It's not really hard for me to fill out. It takes me like 5 minutes to just do a few dots and be done. Not even 5 minutes, like 30 seconds. yeah, so it's really quick to fill out, and it doesn't really bother me that it's duplicate information. Moving on, my little weekly section over here with my 1 sentence a week. I've just been filling this out as well. And I would say that this month overall has a positive theme. Family dinner was fun. A slow week, grateful for the calm times, friends and mental pride. Oh yeah, I had a lot of friends hang out this week, and then, proud moments at the gym. And then the last week here was, a fun week. So good things all around. And then we move on into the meal planning section of this book, which I really think this is what sold me on getting another one of these for 2026, because having the meal planning section in my main book has been life-changing. I mean, I feel like I have to have this in a book from now on out, which I never thought I would say before because I keep track of my meals in that other planner, but I love this. I love the spacing of it. I love being able to write down a bit more if I need to write down a bit more. I like being able to add in little blips of like when I go to the grocery store, my grocery lists, having a little goal section here. It's been great. Also, these 2 weeks here, I love the way I decorated this. This is the Sticky Club stickers again, and the washi tape is from the Coffee Monsters Co. I love the light blue ink here with the light pink ink here. It's in the orange ink. It's just giving summer, and I love it. But yeah, I've really enjoyed keeping track of my meals in this section, and I can't complain. But yeah, I've been keeping track of also how many weeks I have left till my wedding over here to just keep me accountable. This was the other 2 weeks of August here. Or no, there's one more week after this. But again, I'm loving the color palettes I choose for this. And I really like how I've been doing the deco too, where I just kind of break it up in the pages, because I don't necessarily put food in the meal times that she has listed out over here, but it's definitely in the order that I consume them in the day. So that's kind of fun. I will say there was a creator that I think it was on a Facebook page. They've been using the meal tracking section like this to help with their diabetes. And I thought that was really cool, where they're keeping track of like their blood sugar levels as the day goes. So if you think that's something you may want, definitely check it out, because I think that's really cool. Anyways, last week of August here, I kept this a bit more neutral for this spread, and I really loved it. And again, just kind of keeping track of meals. Except this week, I decided to add my supplement tracker to this page. So similar to the last week in my health planner, where I added it at the bottom of the weekly page here, I decided to add it to the meal planner pages here, and I like how this looks too. So if I don't do a grocery list, I can do another small tracker here, and it works really great. So definitely been enjoying that. Then there's the monthly section in this book, and I changed it up a bit for August. So in previous months, we're going to ignore July and June, but in previous months, I've been doing black ink with the colorful kits from my shop. And in August, I decided I'm going to do a matching ink to the kit and see how I like it, because let's just change it up for no reason. Like, let's just try stuff out. And I really like the way this looks. So I'm going to continue to use one color for all of the days and see how it goes from there. But essentially, these are just little snapshots of like what I did on each day of the week or each day of the month. And that way I can just look at it in a one-page view like this and not have to flip through all of my ramblings in the back of the book if I don't want to. I also ended up adding a little astrology section here, which I don't think I did in previous months. Yeah. So I added all of the main aspects that are important to me for the month of August. And this is kind of cool for me to reference too, since I just really, I don't know, I really like astrology, guys. It's really fascinating to me. So very much happy with that. And I kept up with it for my September already. Next is the weekly sections. And this has been the biggest struggle for me lately, is filling out weeklies. So if you missed it, in July, I did not use a single weekly spread in this planner. Not a single one. They're all blank. And that's that. So in August, I was like, how can I utilize this space so that way I don't feel like I'm wasting paper and I'm still, getting to express something creatively. And I decided to, kind of similarly how I've taken a lot of my health planner aspects and put it in this book, to take my journal of joy aspects and put it in this book. So essentially, I used the columns here to write out my little bits of joy throughout the week, and a little bit more of a long-formed journal content style, I guess, because in the weeks I only have the small space, but in this space I have, a larger column. So I really enjoyed doing this. So instead of using it as like a weekly planning section, I used it more of like a daily small journal, and it's all positive things, which is really cool. And I just had a lot of fun. I really did. And I kept up with it for the entire month, which I am so proud of myself that I kept up with it for that long. Also, I guess I can tell you guys where the deck was from in case you're curious. These ones are from London Gifties. This one is from the Washi Tape Shop. This one is from the Washi Tape Shop, and this one is also from the Washi Tape Shop. So I just have really enjoyed using my supplies for August in this section to do more journals versus planning, because I'm doing a lot of that planning in my work planner, especially with how busy I've been. It's like easier for me to put all of that in one space over there and use this mainly for journaling. Okay, now let's get into the dailies, and oh boy. Okay, so this is the cover page for August. I wrote down my little currently inked section, which if you missed my currently inked theme, it is Hoa 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 from the Twilight movies. It's from a song that's in the movie that I just really enjoy and was very inspired and loved so much. And then I wrote down a little to-do list, a little intentions, and I did come back and actually review myself this month, which I'm very proud of. But let's get into some daily pages here, because me and this paper, we had some words. I don't know. I've had hit or miss luck with the paper in this planner, but the paper section in August has just been a bit harder to chew than previous paper sections in this planner. But anyways, on the first, this was all I did. I tidied up my house and cleaned. And so I didn't really want to write anything else down. So there's that. And then on the second, which was Saturday, I ended up having family craft time with my mom, my brother, and my fiance. Everybody came over. We made burgers and we had pie, and we made all of my wedding invitations, which was so much fun. Everybody had a job. We all sat at the table together, and it was just a really great time. So highly recommend if your family is willing to do a family craft time where you just get a project and all sit down together and work on it, because it was very fun. It was also very cool to see how creative everybody was being. Anyways, on the third Sunday, I had a leg day that I was feeling really strong, and we finished our beer run campaign with Dungeons and Dragons. And this was the day that I had that mocha mudslide freeze thing from Dutch Bros that was just like crack. Oh, it was so good. I still think about that. But yeah, we finished our D&D campaign that was like super short and fun, and just a nice little, I guess, cleanser, like a cleansing palette situation before our next big campaign, which I've already started, which is definitely a bit heavier. So it was nice to get all the giggles and stuff out. And then on Monday, this was when I started reading the Zodiac Academy book 8 and 8.5. So I am doing a tandem read for both of those, because they're technically written, or like the storyline follows in the same timeline in the book. And my problem is with the ending of book 7, not to spoil it, but there is a character that I was very attached to that is no longer going to be in the main book 8. He's in 8.5, and I wanted his POV, so that's why I'm reading them together. But it's a bit slow because it's almost kind of redundant, like going back and forth, because it's the same things happening in the book, just from different worlds in a way. I don't want to spoil anything, but it's just been a little bit challenging to kind of push through the beginnings of the Zodiac Academy book 8 and 8.5. I think I'm like halfway through now, but it's still pretty slow, and I'm just waiting. Like I need some more happiness in the books to keep me going, honestly. But this day I also got kind of sick to my stomach and apparently had a case of the barfs, which is awesome. Okay, then we have Tuesday and Wednesday. Oh man. Okay, Tuesday, this was the day that I got complimented in the gym, and I was very, pleased with it, and kind of wrote to myself, I wonder why I keep getting approached. And I'm thinking, like, maybe I just look really approachable in the gym. Do I look like I need help? I always feel like I'm dying because I'm usually really sweaty and I turn beet red like a tomato, so I don't know. Anyways, Wednesday, apparently everything is fine and I don't want to talk about it. Just looking at this little page makes me smile. I don't even know what happened that day. Probably for the best. Oh gosh. Okay, and then Thursday, I'm still not over yesterday, kind of need to dissociate. And then I wrote down a bunch of emotions, which these are the inside out emotions from Helen at the Coffee Monsters Co. Oh, I know what this was about. And this kind of continues into that. Okay, well, if you read this, just prepare for it to be a little bit personal. I was writing about missing my dad. So if you are new to the channel, my dad passed away 3 or 4 years ago now. He passed away in 2021, and it was very hard for me. He was very young. He died of a terminal illness, and it was difficult. And I think these days I was really just processing the fact that he's not going to be at my wedding. And I think that came from after doing all of the invitations and stuff with my family, and he wasn't there. So that's probably just me just emotional dumping into this, which is good. It's good to process that. But yeah, sorry, that's kind of depressing. Anyways, moving on. This day, apparently, I just stayed on the couch. Couch plus Danielle equals happy, which makes sense. And this, I wrote a little ode to my future husband, which is kind of cool. And then we had a full moon, and I wrote down some things here. And this was, I think, when I was getting really pissed at the paper. Yes. Because if you've noticed, this was doing okay paper-wise, right? Like, nothing looks like it's bleeding through that terribly. It looks like it's doing okay, except for right here and right here. But here, this was so blobby to write on. Oh my gosh, I was losing it. I even wrote it here, like, also I pray the paper is improved next year, like, which is so true. But Tuesday, I had a really good day of just being productive, and so that's what I wrote about there. Ah, yes. Lots of great pages in August, Danielle. Jeez. Wednesday, PMS, or Am I the Hulk? And then Thursday, I had dinner at the lodge. Oh, this was funny. So I didn't write a whole lot this day because I was really tired. I remember this. And there was a guy at the lodge who was a chef, and he did not like spicy food. And I could not understand that because I love spicy food. And it just was a very interesting concept to me that a chef doesn't like spicy food. But I don't know. I mean, everybody has different tastes, so it's fine, but I don't know. But as you can see here, all the bleed through on this is just driving me absolutely nuts. Okay. Then we had some fun date nights, and this I think was me just trying to emotionally recover from being really down. We watched the Hobbit trilogy. We made sangrita, which is like a tomato juice thing you sip with tequila, which is really good. And then we watched the UFC fights and had Costco pizzas on Saturday, which was really, really nice too. And this UFC fight, I don't remember the guy's name. I just remember he was nicknamed the Nightmare. He was wild to watch fight, like really wild. And then on Sunday, this is when I hit my PR at the gym. Okay, so let me talk about this for a minute. I have been trying to hit a 135-pound back squat for 10 reps. And it had been a goal of mine for several months at this point. And I finally did it. And I was so, so, so proud of myself. Like, incredibly proud of myself. And after doing it, especially after watching the UFC fights, it was like, I can squat a UFC fighter 10 times if they weigh 135 pounds. Because, I mean, I don't know, that's so cool. Like, I don't know. I also wrote down my spicy chili recipe. And then Aunt Flo arrived, and she was not very nice. Okay, this was... Oh, these 2 days I needed prompts because I just could not... I didn't have anything to write about that was nice, let me say. So I ended up finding this interesting concept of what is a 9 year, so like the number 9, and you add all the numbers together of the year and it'll tell you what number year it is. And 2025 happens to be a 9 year, and essentially that means it is an ending or kind of like a completion of sorts. So in numerology, 9 is like the end of the numbers, right? So it's the final things. And 1 is the beginning, or where you would start something new. And what I think is interesting is that since 2025 is a 9 year, I'm in a way like ending a relationship and starting a new one for next year. So I'm getting married, right? But in 2026, which is a 1 year, I'm going to be a wife for the first time and maybe a mom. Like, I think that's so cool. And so I wrote a little bit about that. And then on Wednesday, I found this really cool prompt that said, how do you imagine your physical self? And I just wrote a bit about that, and not necessarily like how I would see myself in a mirror, but like how do I see myself physically in like an energy perspective. And so I wrote a little bit about that, and it was better than all the negative things that I probably had to say. Ah, yes, the Hobonichi preview. And I think this is the first time in the month that I actually wrote about Hobonichi for the month, even though they started previews at the beginning of August, which I think I wrote down on this day. The end of July was when I started writing down about the Hobonichi previews. But this is the first time in August that I wrote about it. And this was the day that they had released their full lineup. So you could go to their website and look at all of the different things that they were offering. And I felt very overwhelmed because I was only planning on getting a Hobonichi Weeks for myself and a Hobonichi Cousin for my fiance. And that was it. And boy, oh boy, did those plans change, which happens to me every single year. So probably need to study the psychology of that. Anyways, then Friday we had a really fun date night, and it was just really a good time, and also like more Hobonichi release thoughts. And then Saturday was the new moon in Virgo. I am a Virgo rising, and I just really felt the energy of this moon for some reason very strongly. I'm pretty sure I made an entire like list of everything I needed to get done in my house in one sitting, and the list is like pages long, so definitely felt that energy. And then Sunday we started a new campaign with Dungeons and Dragons, and this campaign is so freaking cool. So my game master, or my dungeon master, whatever you want to call them, he homebrews all of his campaigns, and essentially for this new campaign it's in a dystopian type world where it's almost like, I don't know how to describe it. It's like a cross between like Airbender Islands kind of situation, but make it siphons with technology and guns. I don't know. It's so unique, and it's been so much fun to kind of just play around with. And I really, really like the character I made. She's a cleric, and her name's Inez, and I'm already invested, and we've been having a lot of fun with that. Then on Monday, I got a pedicure for the first time in like months, and I had to write down about some mailbox drama we've been having. It's just been absolutely frustrating, so that's what I wrote there. And then on Tuesday is when I got to try on my dress, and it fit, and it was so awesome, and I'm super glad. And I have 2 more fittings, and I'm really, really excited. And yeah, and the other fittings are just to nitpicky things. Anyways, then on the 27th, we ended up getting our alcohol for the wedding situated, which was really fun. They did like a whole tasting thing for us, and it was at Total Wine and More. So if you have one of those near you and you're planning to do a big party and you need alcohol, I highly recommend. We had a really great experience. We got to try everything. She was very helpful in giving us like pricing, discounts, how many bottles we were going to need for how many people, all that kind of stuff. And this was also when I got my Q3 subscription. And you will also notice this is when I started to journal a bit more. And I think it was because I was finally feeling a bit better from the month. And also I had, I don't know, it was like a shift. I don't know how to describe it, but like you can probably tell like a lot more blank pages in the beginning of the month to a bit more of like filled out pages here in the back. I don't know. The 28th, I wrote about tariffs, and I'm pretty sure I misspelled tariffs here, but I really don't care. This was the day before the de minimis rule went away for the US. So essentially on August 29th, this day, we in the US are no longer able to get, like, not have tariffs or duties placed on orders under $800. So every order now is going to have a duty or tariff attached to it, depending on where it's coming from, if it is outside the US. And I was very, very annoyed, and I wrote about it. And then I also wanted to write about Hobonichi. So this was at the end of the month, and I had to figure out, okay, what do I actually want to get from Hobonichi? Because I am a Hobonichi stan where I order on the date of release or drop or whatever you want to call it. I've done it for years, and it's kind of like a fun little tradition at this point. So I really wanted to narrow down what I wanted to get, so that way I would have a good snapshot of like what I wanted. And this was everything that I chose. And I shared this on my Instagram, and I ended up getting, I think, almost all of this, so which is kind of cool. Anyways, this was my main planner setup idea. I want to do the journey planner with the A5 Iookumi pencil board, and I wanted to get the garden planner cover, but I ended up going against it after I did my planner cover tests on this planner. I don't feel like I would use it, and for the price and the way everything's going right now, I didn't want to spend that money there. I would have rather used that money somewhere else, and that's what I ended up going with. I ended up deciding I do want to stick with the angel planner for my gratitude and manifestation journals, and I managed to get this in before the tariffs went in place, which was awesome. I'm going to stick with Plans by Just Scribble for my work planner. I ended up getting the Tragan Oak Moss cover for the weeks that I think is going to work really well with the Sterling Ink and 2 books. And I know when I was talking about my wish list for Hobonichi and the Tragan covers, how I was really skeptical about like the pencil pouch on top and it being like super bulky. But I think the weeks size is going to work for me because it's already a slimmer planner. So I'm kind of excited to see how this goes, and I may be able to take it to the gym with me this time versus filling it out once I get home. So we'll figure that out when it gets here. And then I did end up getting this week's, so the Iookumi weeks with the cover or with the pencil board, and I'm very, very excited about this. And I'm hoping that the shiny finish of the cover is not going to bother me too badly. And then the last two things I had on my wish list that were like kind of like hard yeses at this point was the 5-year A6 gift set with the Iookumi again cover, and the A6 Techo with again the Iookumi cover. I love this artist, you guys. I don't know, I saw her things, I'm vibing with it very much, and I love them. But my ideas for this is for the 5-year to do a wife journal or even a mom journal. So like I mentioned, I'm going to be getting married in a couple of months here, and I want to keep track of like all of the things, just like small journal entries of like, I don't know, how my life's going to change, because it's like the next big thing for me, and I really want to have a place where I can look back and see how that goes. And I feel like the 5 years are a really good space for that, because I mean, who knows? I could become a mom within the first year. It could take me a longer time than that, because that's my next step after getting married for me. And I really just want to have a nice space to have that all documented. And I really wanted to get this last year anyways, so I decided to just get it for 2026 and move forward. Anyways, then for the A6 Techo, I really want to get into doing morning pages, which is essentially where I would wake up and just brain dump straight into a book, but I don't want to give myself too much space right off the bat, so I think the A6 size is really what I want. But ultimately, I really just wanted this cover, and because of the way the US tariff situation is right now, I can't get the cover without getting the planner. So ultimately, I'm just trying to find a use for this planner, and I think morning pages is what I want to start with it and see how it goes. And yeah, and then the last day of August, this was again more of like Hobonichi launch things and Dungeons and Dragons. So this was another session with the new campaign, which has been very fun. And then I also wrote about my entire experience with Hobonichi launch, which if you bought last year, so if you bought 2025 planners in 2024, September 1st, 2024, and you experienced the pain of that launch, I hope your experience this year was much better. Mine was 10,000 times better. I got put into like the little, cart waiting area situation with a little bear bringing me snacks, and it was really cute. I was in line for like 20 minutes, which I was okay with, I guess. And by the time it was my turn to check out, nothing had left my cart. It was very easy, very smooth sailing, and I just purchased. I do want to mention that I did purchase from Hobonichi directly, and I decided to do that for one of two reasons. One being they had everything that I wanted in stock, and two being price-wise, even after doing some, example calculations, it was still going to be the best for my dollar, essentially, to order from them directly versus ordering from a US reseller, because I was getting more than just a couple of things. Originally, I was going to order from like Atlas Stationers or Jet Pen, since I was only planning on getting a Weeks and the Cousin. But since I ended up getting the 5-year and the A6 book and some pencil boards and some other accessories, I decided to just order direct from Hobonichi because it was going to save me a bit more money. Anyways, that's it for the daily pages. That was a lot of talking, goodness gracious, but we're pretty much done here. For the notes pages here, I've been keeping track of reading. I ended up adding those 3 books down here in a different color, and I didn't realize how similar this color was to my July color, but it's fine. I have not finished any of them. I'm very close to finishing the Endless War, and then, like I said, I think I'm about halfway through on both the Zodiac books. And then for my running log, surprise, surprise, nothing updated here. And then for my date night log, I did add a couple of those things here that I did in August. Goodness, I almost said July. And then I think I showed this, that I ended up doing my 2026 plans here at the back of the planner. And I think I'm going to leave a page like this blank for next year too, because I really like having this in the book that I'm currently using, because it helps me reference like where my mind was at when I go in to go shopping for these things. Anyways, that's all I got. This was a very long chatty video. I hope your August was great, and if not, I hope that your September is better. And yeah, I'm just going through the motions, working on myself, doing all the things I can do to get ready for my wedding, and just, doing what I can. And I think that's where I need to say is important. So anyways, I'm gonna stop rambling. I hope y'all have a good rest of your day. Be blessed, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Bye. Needless to say, September was a very, very busy month. Hello, and welcome back to my Dandelion Diaries. I am so sorry this video is a bit late, but I wanted to share with you guys my September updates in the planners that I have been using for the most part. Anyways, we're just gonna jump straight in because I have limited voice as it is, and we're just gonna push through it. So starting off, this is my Hobonichi Weeks in the Through the Purple Night cover. She is getting awfully chunky. I am so here for the chunk. This is what I use for my Journal of Joy. If you're new to the channel, this has been the best addition to 2025. I've had a lot of fun with this. So far in September, I have not done too many crazy things. I updated my sticker for the Year at a Glance here. I just did a little piggy with a little coin, and that's specifically because of the amount of money I have spent in September, specifically for my wedding. Stuff is not cheap. And then anyways, the Calendex pages, or like the more tracker pages, I have been using for kind of just doing dots of like what I'm like when I'm reading, watching a movie or show, or experiencing other in terms of joy. And September was a pretty slow reading month, I would say. I definitely slowed down a lot from July and August. And I definitely slowed down on my shows, I would say, a little bit. Not like every single day back in August. I did have a few days where I just didn't watch anything, but I did have other every single day, which is really nice to see. So at least something every day was bringing me joy. And then for the monthly pages, I had a lot of things happening in September, and it will reflect a bit more in my main book. But as a snapshot view here of my monthly pages, I celebrated my bachelorette party in Las Vegas with all my girlfriends and my bridesmaids. I got my Hobonichi order. I had a dress fitting. We got our marriage license signed. I had fun with D&D and our new campaign. My little brother got kittens, so we got to go visit him with his kittens. I hit 17,000 subscribers here on YouTube, which is just wild to me. And I also saw Hans Zimmerman in concert. So needless to say, September was a very, very busy month. Then moving on into the weekly pages. These were pretty much just the same as they have been in previous weeks, where I've done snapshots of like little daily things that brought me joy on the left side of the page, and then on the right side of the page I've been doing more of like a paragraph style or journal entry of like the week in its totality, or like in general, like how the week went. I would definitely say this first week of September was primarily focused on the bachelorette party in Vegas, which was incredibly fun. As they say, what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. My bridesmaids and I had a really fun time, and it was very memorable, and it was really, really fun. And I'm glad everybody that participated had a lot of fun too. Anyways, for the second week of September, this week I think I was really stressed. Yeah, pretty exhausting week, honestly, with some bittersweet moments. So we had some trouble finding our cake, and then we ended up going with an Albertsons grocery store, which I have more drama on that later. But we got the cake ordered, which was nice. And I also had a really bad day. I'm not going to talk about it, but I just had a really mentally bad day this week. And it resulted in a lot of tears. But then the next day, I got my marriage license signed, and it was all good. So a lot of roller coaster moments this week, I would say. Yeah, and we had D&D on our Saturday this week instead of Sunday, and it was kind of weird and threw me off a bit. So overall, this week was just a bit jumbled in terms of joy. But it was, there's still moments that I wrote down, which is really what's important here. Okay, for the third week of September, I think this week I just checked out, honestly. Like, I didn't even finish, like, my Sunday. I didn't go back in and write, like, my weekly journal entry. This week, I got a dress fitting. I had my dress fitting on the 16th. I felt like a princess in it. I'm so in love with my dress. I'm so excited to wear it on my wedding day, and that's really just the best. And then I also got a very lovely, lovely package from a pen friend, Sorsha. She sent me a massive so many ink samples. I kind of want to do like a whole video on just her samples, but it's going to be a very long one. So I haven't done an ink video in a while, and that might be the one that I go back into because I'm excited. Anyways, I also got to enjoy a lot of the new moon energy in terms of just like sitting down, resting, reading a book, just like the end of the moon cycle kind of chill vibes, which was really nice. So that's this week in a nutshell. And then ultimately, like the last week of September, this was a week filled with date nights. My fiance and I, I'm pretty sure, tried like 4 or 5 different we went to a different restaurant like every night just to have time together. I was reading When the Moon Hatched. I got to basically solidify all of my wedding plans, which September was very full of wedding plans because it's 1 month before my wedding, and everything had to be like submitted and contracts signed and payments due and like a whole bunch of stuff. And so yeah, on Friday the 26th, which was like 1 month from the day, everything was completed, and that was like a huge joy, a huge weight lifted off my shoulders. And yeah, so that's probably the main joy for this week, is just date nights and getting all the wedding stuff solidified. The other sections in this book are primarily just logs. So I have my reading log back here. I use my reading tracker sticker from my shop, and then I just color coordinate the different books I'm reading by month. I'm currently on my 26th book that I need to add in here. But in September, I pretty much just read When the Moon Hatched by Sarah A. Parker. I finished it in like last week, so early October, so technically I read it in the same month. And it was okay. I'm not gonna lie, it was like super drawn out and very slow at times, and I just felt like I didn't get anywhere in the story. And that might just be the way I read it. I don't know. It might have just been with like everything else I had going on. It was like a 700-page book, and I was just like, yeah, I'm gonna read that. I don't know. So I might reread it and see if I get a different kind of feeling, but first time read, it was not my favorite. So if you had a different experience, I'd love to hear about it. I have taken a break on the Zodiac Academy books, so I'm currently doing a tandem read of book 8 and 8.5. There's a lot of talk of grief in those books, and with my me losing my dad a few years ago and knowing he's not going to be in my wedding, I'm kind of dealing with a lot of grief with that. So I needed to take a break from reading those books, and maybe I'll pick them up after my wedding. But I can't be reading about grief and like going through my own grief at the same time. Like, it's a little too much emotion for me to process with my state of being. So taking a pause on Zodiac Academy, but I am loving that series still, and I'm very excited to finish it. I'm almost done, but I think I'm going to take a break until I can mentally come back to that without feeling so overwhelmed. Anyways, I also finished The Endless War, which is the fourth book, I believe. Fourth book. Oh gosh, I don't know. It's the Bridge Kingdom series. I want to say it's the fourth book, and it was really good. It's surprisingly finished very well, and I'm excited to continue that series too. The other sections back here, I have a favorite section where I have not added anything new. I basically keep everything in here that I consider 5 stars, so nothing new this month. Last thing I had is 5 stars was starting the Zodiac Academy in July. Man, that's wild that I started it only a few months ago. And I still consider it a 5-star series, even though I'm kind of stuck in place right now. But yeah, there's that. And then I have my 100 section where I've been writing down the movies and shows that I've been watching by month. Again, color coordinated, just because I've been having a lot of fun with colors this year. But in September, I watched Castaway and Captain Phillips. They had a lot of Tom Hanks movies kind of circulating, and so I was definitely watching those. I watched another movie called Fall for Me and The Wrong Paris, which are kind of like rom-coms, and they were cute. And then I watched a show called The Perfect Couple with Nicole Kidman, and that was a very interesting show. I wanted more. I did, but it was pretty good. And then all these purple ones down here are for August, and I will save for October, and I will save those for my October recap. And then the last section in here is my 365 checkoff. Again, I've just been coloring in the dates that I have been reading in the year, and I still love seeing this like huge chunk of like everyday reading. That was so beautiful. But it's kind of cool to see that I've still kept up sporadically, and I'm still coming back to it and filling it in. And I'm excited to see what it looks like at the end of the year. So it's just kind of like a satisfying checkoff kind of thing. The next book I want to talk about is my health planner. This is another Hobonichi Weeks. It is a Sneaker Weeks in the leaf green. It's a mega. I've just put a bunch of London Gifties stickers on the front of it, and she is thick. This thing has expanded so much. Like, you can see the curve of the spine. It is so fluffy. I love this so much. I love my health journal. Like, you can see for sure on the bottom like how dirty these pages are that I've just used, and how clean this like last little section is of like the notes pages I haven't used yet. Like, that's just wild to me. Anyways, this book has been probably the one I've kept up with the most out of everything, and that's primarily just because it's really easy for me to update. For the year at a glance pages here, I've been doing my pain tracking, so tracking my headaches, digestion, and depression days. And in September, I had a really good month in terms of like everything. I only had 2 days where I had high headaches, and of course it was like the days I was the most stressed, like finishing all of my wedding stuff. So ultimately I think those were due to just like stress headaches. But the fact that the rest of the days I had nothing is such a win, and I'm so, so grateful. So there's that. And then in the Calendex pages, I have been tracking my exercises. So when I'm going to the gym or weightlifting, when I'm doing any runs or walking or like other type of exercises. And let me just say, September was kind of a flop in terms of my gym consistency. I was doing really good in August, and I want to say I did go a few times in September, but not as much as I wanted to. And that's primarily just because I did not have the capacity. I really was so overwhelmed with everything I had going on. And it just did not become a priority for me. My rest became a priority, and what's done is done. So hindsight 2020, exercising probably would have made me feel better, but in the moment I was not mentally prepared to like exercise my body in that way. I did go on a few walks, not as consistently as I wanted to, and I didn't do any runs either. This year has not been a running year for me, which is sad because last year I did my 10K. So hopefully next year I can pick it up back up again, or towards the end of this year. I think just having my wedding so close to, now is really taking up all of my time and all of my energy and a lot of my resources. So running is like very far in the back burner and not a priority, which is sad, but I know it'll still be there when I'm ready to go back to it. The next sections in here are monthly pages and also more of like collections pages. So the first collections page here is tea or coffee. These are basically drinks that I tried in like various times of the year. Again, I've color coded it by month. So this teal color is September. I tried a sugar-free brown sugar cinnamon latte. It was pretty mid. It was okay. I also tried the cookie butter latte from Dutch Bros, and it was again pretty mid. Like coffee was just not hitting in September. And then I also got to try the orange cream Coke Zeros for the first time. I was surprised. It was very delicious and definitely had a nice kind of creamsicle Coke taste. Definitely pretty good. And sugar-free soda is something that I have been consuming probably too much of in September because it helps with my cravings of things. Anyways, for the monthly section, this is my mood board in a way. I've been using the emoji stickers from Helen of the Coffee Monsters Co. I absolutely adore her stickers, especially the emoji heads. I've put them in this reusable sticker book, and they're just some of my favorites that she's ever created. Anyways, to make it through my stash and to just kind of use the stickers that I love, I use a sticker a day to track my mood. And September is definitely a range of moods here, which is common. I've also been tracking my weight by week over here on the side, and then on the bottom of here of the monthly, I've been doing a tracker where I've been tracking like my weightlifting days, daily walks, when I'm not having fast food, and then my no spend. And I just gave up tracking my no spend at the end here because I was buying so many things for my wedding, and just it was like, I'm not going to focus my energy on that right now. Like, I know I'm going to be spending money. I just need to accept it. So didn't keep tracking that. May bring that back in like a month or so. Anyways, that is pretty much it for the monthly section. And then there's other collections back here. Oop. Okay, so for the first collection in the back pages, this is like my restaurant tracking. So these are the different restaurants that we have been trying to like venture out into, and I do need to add a couple in here. But in September we went to Sakana in Las Vegas, which is an all-you-can-eat sushi place. So good. We went to Walk-Ons, also in Las Vegas, which was pretty good. I had a California club with their fries, and it was actually surprisingly delicious. We also went to Buca de Beppo, which if you have a Buca de Beppo near you, cherish it, because the one by me here in Texas closed, and so I'm sad, but so good. We also went to Buc-ee's, and Buc-ee's is like a huge thing here in Texas, but we specifically went to have dinner there, which I know sounds kind of funny because it's a gas station, but it's so much more than that if you know what Buc-ee's is and you've experienced a Buc-ee's. Anyways, we tried the chicken burritos. Absolutely amazing. So Their brisket sandwiches are really good, but we wanted to try something new, so we tried the chicken burrito, and it was so good. So probably going to get that more often than the brisket sandwiches now, honestly. We also went and checked out a local spot called Amores, which we have been to a few more times since then and is now our permanent Italian spot. I had the chicken Murphy, and it was so good. We've also been to Texas Roadhouse several times, and we also went to a pupusaria. So many good eats in September. Clearly, I was not motivated to cook anything because we ate out a lot, which, again, spending money, which probably isn't the best right now, but we're living our best lives. Then for my next category section here, I have top secret recipes, and I have not added anything new for September because I didn't really cook anything in September that was like new. It's just like the same old stuff that I've always cooked, like the salmon bowls or chicken soup, things like that. And then the last kind of categorical section in here is my talks and tunes, and this is where I write down like the different audio stuff that I listen to that I just want to remember that I really liked in the year. I don't know. I've had a lot of interesting takes on this for this year, and I probably need to revisit a lot more often than I do. But in September, I definitely added in a lot of more podcasty type things, or one podcasty type things. I need to add some more in here. But Renaissance Periodization did an episode with Diary of a CEO, and it was very interesting to watch and listen to, and I really enjoyed that. And then I've been really obsessed with Doja Cat's new album, so I definitely wrote that down too. I also need to write down Sabrina Carpenter's new album, and I also need to write down a lot of other things, so there's that. Then for the weekly section in here, this has not changed in terms of my setup. I still am keeping track of my meals on the left side, and then more of like a habits and mental check-in on the right side. All of the stickers in here are from Sticky Club. I have been loving going through my stash, and these little strawberry guys are just the cutest. Absolutely the cutest. Also not sponsored by Sticky Club, but their advent for Christmas is available now, and I highly recommend, if you've never tried them before, to check out their advents because they have some really great sticker sheets in there. Again, not sponsored. Sticky Club, if you're watching and you want to sponsor me, I'd be so down. Anyways, this week pretty much just ate out a lot. But this was also the week of my bachelorette party in Las Vegas, and so my feelings were this week was epic. I did write down that my low moment was I crashed out from stress, which is true. I had a moment where I just broke down and literally just like, yeah. Yeah, there's that. Then for the second week of September here, this was another week of a lot of eating out. I wrote down that I'm feeling exhausted, and this was also the week that I moved my office. So I have a home office, and I moved my entire setup, like my business stuff, like everything, into a whole new space to make room in a new, like, repurpose a bedroom basically so we can have another room for a bed or a nursery at some point. Anyways, we're just trying to prepare for future things, and it was about time because I was outgrowing my space. So I moved my entire office, which was nice. And this was also the week that we got our marriage license, which was also really nice. For the third week of September here, this week we had a lot of Tex-Mex. I think this was the first week we went to Amores. Oh no, this was the week we went to Buc-ee's for dinner. And this week I had a decent week apparently. I went to the gym by myself, which is kind of nice, but also kind of sad at the same time. There's something about going to the gym when you're alone and you have your headphones in and it's just like a good workout, then it's great. But if you go to the gym and you're alone and you're used to having a buddy and like you're just like staring at the wall, like it's not the best. Anyways, this was also the week that I had my dress fitting and I felt like a princess, which was also really, really nice. And then for this last week of September, this was another week where we ate out a lot. This was the week we went to Amores, Texas Roadhouse. We went to Freddy's Steak Burger this week. We went to the Pupusaria this week. This week was, I think, the week we ate out the most, but this was also the week that we were swarming to do all of like the wedding stuff, like finish everything. So yeah. And this was also the week that I hit 17K here on YouTube, which was also really exciting. So lots of good things, lots and lots of good things. There is one thing about my weeklies that I kind of want to start adding back in. or maybe start adding in, is doing maybe like a macro counter or protein goal or something like that with numbers. I don't know how I feel about it yet, since it would likely be tracked on like a phone on my app, an app on my phone. But I definitely want to take into consideration more of like what I'm putting in my body. Like, yes, I'm writing down the meals, but I kind of want to do a more nutritional breakdown just for like my records and like how I feel like I'm eating in a way. So I don't think I'm going to be starting that anytime soon, but I've been thinking about that a lot lately, and especially with like 2026 books, I may be adding that into more of like my weekly spreads and seeing how it goes from there. So just some brainstorming things out loud. For the notes section in this book, this is where all of the trackers and all of the things are, and September has been pretty bumpy in terms of sleep. So you can see here, like my sleep line went like whoa, 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 whoa. Like, yeah, my sleep was wild. And I think that was just because of the amount of stress I was having. I had very high stress for a lot of the month, and that's mainly due to wedding things and also just the start of like everything. I don't know. This month was like the start of all of the things that have to get done for me apparently. But it's fine. I survived, and we're pushing through, and we're keeping on. So that's that. Then for the bottom here, I've been keeping track of all of my habits. I still am keeping track of like when I'm reading, my languages, my exercises, and then the different food groups I like to track, like my sugar intake, fruit intake, soda intake now, caffeine, eating out fast food, and then also like my skincare, and then also conversation, leaving the house, things like that. If you're interested in like a full breakdown of everything, I did make a whole video on my habits, so I will try to link that if I can. Anyways, the next section in here is the running log, and again, I did not do any runs in September. I am giving myself grace at this point because, again, I don't have the capacity for it right now, and I know it's still going to be there when I'm ready to pick it back up. It's just like I've made it the whole year now, and I think I've gone on like one run, which is really sad to me. But there's still time. There's still 3 months left in the year. I could still pick it back up. It's just everything else has been a priority but this, which is I'm having to accept that. And then the last section in here is what I've been tracking my weightlifting with, which in September I did not do a whole lot. Like I mentioned, it was pretty light. So it's just like these 3 pages essentially. And that's primarily because I just didn't have the capacity. I've been doing a lot of like arm and back workouts at home, which has been nice. And then I've done like a few leg days here and there, and those are also really nice. But I am definitely itching to get back to like a full routine in the gym again, which I know I've been talking about a while, but I feel like I did such a good job in August that I want to get back to that. And now that everything's kind of calming down in terms of wedding planning, I feel like I'm going to have a bit more mental space to do those things. So like go back to my routines and feel a bit more, structured in a way. But that is pretty much it for the notes pages. The last section in here is the My 100 page, where I've been writing down 100 positive things in my life. And I haven't added anything else in September, I don't think. So still lots of good things on here, but I definitely feel like I need to add some more things to keep up with the list, since we're 3 months from the end of the year and I'm only at 41. But who knows? Maybe I'll come up with like a whole bunch of different things in October. But yeah, that is it for the health journal. And then the last book is my journey planner. This is the A5 journey planner in linen with a clear cover on it. And she has gotten fluffy, but not as fluffy as she could be. And that is primarily because my daily pages have not been the best for a few months. And then also I didn't use this planner for like the first 3 months of the year. So I feel like she would be a lot chunkier if I had been a bit more dedicated to the daily pages, but we're just gonna leave it like they are for now because that's what's happening in my life. Anyways, for the year glance page, I have a mixture of like when my period tracking is, so menstruation, and then also pain, which I essentially keep the same in my health journal. So it's just like a copy forward of that information. And then the next section in here is 2 blank pages that I have changed into like trackers and logs. So this is my adulting log. And in September, not a whole lot happened. I did some cleaning, changed out my toothbrush head and like paper shredder things, and clipped our dog's claws and normal mundane adult things. And then for the 52 weeks of cleaning tracker here, I have kept up with like checking off the different rooms in our house that I am cleaning. I definitely want to update this, which I think I talked about in another video, but I'm still very much neglecting bedrooms, so I need to do better about that. And I also need to do better about maintaining our porch, because I haven't cleaned that in weeks, and it needs a clean. It definitely needs a clean. So that's on the agenda for sure for October, to clean the porch. Next section in here is the goal spread, which I don't update, but I do reference throughout the year. And then I have my quarterly pages here, which I have transformed into keeping track of like garden type things, since I do not have a garden journal for 2025, because again, wedding is taking up all of my space. In September, we did have a couple of larger events, I would say. Hermes, our Chihuahua, got caught in a trap, and we had to rescue him from that, and that was really scary. He's fine, no broken limbs, no sprains, no nothing. He's totally okay, which is such a relief. We also had more rat snakes show up in our chicken coop, and then also around our like house and property and stuff, which I'm not terribly mad about. I just care more about like the safety of our animals. So we have like resealed where we think they're getting in the coop, and as long as they like stay away from us, I'm okay, because like they're not poisonous. If anything, they'll probably help keep our field mice population down and all that kind of stuff, but there's more snakes, which sucks. And then we also had more coyotes, which, if you remember last year in my saga with the bobcat and coyotes, I feel like we're having round 2 of that this year. Although I'm hoping it's going to be a lot less. So just, hoping for the best for our animals. That's really all that matters to me with the outdoor situation right now, is just making sure our animals are taken care of. The next section in here is the yearly Calendex pages, which I have been splitting the month in half and doing weather tracking on one side and then major events on the other side. And September had been pretty warm, I would say. Again, like no 100-degree days, and it's so weird for Texas. Like August, usually we have at least 10, and we had like none. And then in September, it's just been like in the 90s. So, and then I didn't update my stats down here. I'll have to do that at another date because I don't feel like it right now. And then the next section in here is habits. So these are essentially the same habits that I'm keeping track of in my health planner. This is just a different format. And I've really been enjoying having this in this big book, because it's like, I don't know, it's all in one. And I really have been enjoying that a lot. So this is essentially the same as what was in the health journal. So I'm not really going to go over it again. This sticker here and this tape is from the washi tape shop, London Gifties, in case you were curious. The next section is all about meals, and I have been doing okay in September keeping track of my meals in the big book. I prioritized using it in my little book, my health planner here, this one I just talked about, just because I'm so used to that one, and it's very easy to pick up and fill out, and it's fast. Essentially, this is the same thing, and it's just a bit more space, which I love. But I do think I did not fill this out to what it could have been. And that's primarily because I was already putting it in the other place. And I was not picking up this book very often in September. I don't know if it's because I was like I didn't have the energy to fill out a full page, or like what was going on. But I did have kind of a disconnect with this book in September. And I think it's mainly just because of the size of the page. And I know that sounds really silly, but with the 8 million other things I was doing, coming to a bigger book just was kind of scary in my mind for some reason. I'm over it now, but it's just kind of like in September, I just didn't want to use this book, which is fine. Anyways, yeah, all of these pages here are essentially the same as what was in my little book that I just talked about. Okay, let's talk about the monthly pages. This is where I tried something new. Yes, I did. I did try something new. Okay, so last month, the new thing I tried was doing a colored pen for all of my little snapshots. And I kept that for September, but I changed the way I do my graph down here. So instead of just doing the 3 different line variations like I normally do, I changed it to 1 highlighter and then 2 other line variations. So same things I'm tracking. I just wanted to see how it would look if I changed it up. And I really like this. There's something very satisfying to me about looking at this. It just looks really cool. I don't know. But this is essentially the only memories I really have for September, because I did not use the daily pages. So I really struggled with picking this book up, and I wrote down some things in pencil for each day, and maybe I'll go back and fill them out at some point. But I essentially took a page out of my book from May and June, and how I only wrote down certain things that happened throughout the month on the days that they happened. And I'm going to go with that because I did not have the willpower or capacity. I really didn't. So these 2 pages are pretty much all I have in terms of memories of September, because I did not utilize the daily pages to keep track of really anything except for like a few pencil notations here and there. So it's fine. I did write down my monthly task list over here and some happy moments and the main astrology days, which is something I like to keep track of. And ultimately, this is how my stress, mood, and sleep tracker turned out. The stress is the purple, the highlighter, and then the mood is the dotted line, and the sleep is the solid line. So I'm really happy with how this turned out. And I continued it into October already. So I'm very excited to see this continue, because it's very fun for me to look at, and it's kind of colorful, and it's a nice, I like the way this looks better than just the plain 3 lines. I don't know, there's something more satisfying about it that I really like. Okay, let's move on into the weekly pages, which I did use in September. So previously I had not been using the weekly pages at all. Like, I didn't use them at all in July. I used them sporadically in June. The weekly pages were just not something I was reaching for. But in September, this is a space that I definitely utilized in this book. And I essentially did very short entries, like journal entries, like 1 paragraph essentially, of things I was grateful for, things that were bringing me joy, or emotions that I really wanted to kind of put to page. And so I'm very happy to see the entire month filled out. And even if like they're very short, like it's still there, and I love being able to look back at it. I should mention all of these lovely tapes are from the Washi Tape Shop, and you can use code Danielle10 in case you're interested. They do have a lot of really fun Halloween tapes right now, which I'm hoping to make another video showing you guys some of those tapes. Anyways, I've really been enjoying the weekly sections where I'm writing out my feelings and joys and gratitude things, and I've just been having a lot of fun with this, and I'm going to continue it because I don't really utilize the timeline anymore like I did in the beginning of the year. I think I did an example. Yeah, so like I have, like this is more like timeline planning, and then this was the other way I was using it where I was breaking it down into categories. Don't get me wrong, I still love using it in both of these ways, but right now for my brain and what's working for me, the entries are doing a much better job. So like I mentioned, I did not use the daily pages for pretty much anything in September except for like writing down a few things here and there. I did stick in some things that I want to keep in here in case I decide to go back and kind of fill out what was going on, since I do have a few pages with like the pencil markings. One thing I will say is I discovered Mooncat nail polish, and I have been very obsessed with painting my nails and doing my own nails, and I've gone on a whole adventure with that and have really been enjoying it. So I definitely want to write about that at some point, but like the rest of these pages, they do not matter. And on that note, let's just go straight into the notes pages, because that's pretty much the only other place in this book that I used in September. So I filled out some more of my reading log here. I wrote down the date that I finished The Endless War, which is the Bridge of Kingdom series by Daniel Jensen. 3.5 stars. It was really good. I got very invested again. It was paced a little slow, which I did right here, and I am hoping to continue the series. And like I mentioned, the other two books that I was still reading were the Zodiac Academy 8 and 8.5 as a tandem read. I am definitely going to take a break because of like the grief thing I was talking about, but I did start my next page where I finished the book When the Moon Hatched by Sarah A. Parker. 3 stars. I wrote pretty mid. Story was way too drawn out, and I still feel that way, but I really would love to hear your thoughts if you've read that book, and maybe I'll just give it another shot and read it again and see how I feel. But the next book I have started is Spark of the Everflame, which is the Kindred Curse saga by Penn Cole, and I've really been enjoying it. I'm only in like the first 10 chapters, so we'll see how it goes, but I really enjoyed her writing style. It's very easy to read, which is really nice. The other sections in here are running log, not updated, not surprised, and then the date night log, which I did write down all of the like major dates that we went to here in our little list for September, since we went to so many different places. But that is pretty much it for my journey planner. I am excited to get one of these for 2026 when Nisha comes out with them. She did mention that October is when she is planning to have them ready, so I'm just waiting like the rest of us, and I'm definitely excited. So I didn't even buy a Hobonichi cousin for myself because I am dedicated to using the journey planner for 2026, and I'm sticking with that. So that is going to be exciting when that comes in. Other than that, I've just been getting over being sick, getting my voice back. I've been continuing wedding stuff, which has been taking over my life, but we're in the final stretch and we're almost done, and I'm very excited, and it's gonna be great, and I'm really excited to finish and marry my best friend and all that kind of good stuff. And then I'm also excited to do 2026 things, because that is coming so fast. I do want to say, as I close out, I do have both ink vents on the way, so if you participate in Inkmas with me, I will be doing both the Diamine ink vent and the color vent this year again. I'm a little nervous about the color vent, but I did pre-order them both, and I'm excited and also very nervous. But there's that. Anyways, if you have any questions about my planners, let me know. I'm sorry, again, this video is a little bit late, but I seriously had no voice at all last week, and I just kind of was trying to get over that. So I did my best, and that's all I can do. So anyways, I'm gonna wish you the best. I'm gonna end it off here. I hope you're doing well. Be blessed. I hope you're excited for 2026, and I also hope to see you in the next one. Bye. Hello and welcome back to my Dandelion Diaries. I'm very proud of myself this past month because I managed to jump back into these planners and journals after kind of taking a 2-month break, I would say, from my planners and journals, mainly because in May I went on a pretty extended vacation and I did not take anything with me and kind of broke my habits. And then in June, I ended up just not reaching for anything because I was kind of just not feeling it / coming down from all of the joy that I experienced on that trip. So I wanted to share with you guys today a flip through of these books, which are the 3 that I primarily use for the month of July. And I also want to chat a bit about how I kind of jumped back in. And I'll probably save that for the end. So let's get started with this first book here. This is my Journal of Joy. So this is a Hobonichi Weeks Through the Purple Night. It is just a standard with a clear cover on it. And I have to say, jumping back into this book for July has been really, really fun. And if anything, it's kind of showing me how much I enjoy having a book like this in my stack, in my planner stack. For the year at a glance here, I've just been doing a sticker a month. I've already added my sticker for August, and I just did like a little dagger with a rose because I've been really into a fantasy series, which is something I'll talk about with this book. For the Calendex section, I have been using this as a tracker of sorts of like what's bringing me joy, using zig dot markers to kind of decide if I've enjoyed reading, watching a movie or show, or having something other happen. And in the month of July, pretty much, every single day. I have read every single day in the month of July, and again, it's because of this fantasy series that I'm reading right now, and I'm just gobbling it up so fast. I also started a movie series in July, or a TV series in July, and I'll talk about that too. For the monthlies in here, July, I kind of spent my time not in the monthlies. And previously what I've done in here is just written out kind of brief excerpts of what I was finding joy in on the day of, as kind of a snapshot view. And I decided that I wanted to kind of softly reintroduce my planners to myself, and the monthly just was not something I prioritized for this book, which kind of goes inside with what I'll talk about later of like using the portions of the book that I really felt were necessary for me. I did write down a few things just because I thought they were important for me to know, like when I started them, primarily being when I started this massive series of the Zodiac Academy, which is what I've been reading. And I also wrote down the other duology that I read, which was the Narrows duology, and a couple of dates that my fiance and I went on. But overall, I'm hoping to get back more into the monthlies in August, but for now, I'm happy with what I did there. For the weeklies, I pretty much kept this as I had before I took a break, where I was writing a small excerpt of what was bringing me joy on the left side, and then a more paragraph weekly entry of like how the week brought me joy, or like all the positive things, and like a little bit more of a summary. And I have been using the Sticky Club stickers just that I have in my stash. I adore Sticky Club, and yeah, I'm not sponsored by them, but most of the decoration in this book on the weeklies especially is going to be from Sticky Club. Anyways, for this first week here, we had our last D&D or Dungeons & Dragons session on Mondays. We officially have moved our schedule to Sundays, which was really exciting for me. I also had some joy with my family because this was Independence Day week. 4th of July here in the US is pretty much celebrated as like the birth of America, and we usually have a good family get together. We made brisket, had great mac and cheese, and just had a nice time hanging out with family, so that's something to note as joy. For the second week of July, I didn't really want to do a weekly synopsis, so I just put in this big sticker from London Gifties. It's part of her, I think, Tea Girls tape set, I don't remember. But this week was when I started Zodiac Academy, and let's just say I pretty much did nothing else except for read those books, and I've made it all the way to book 7 at this point in a matter of days, and and I don't know if it's a problem, but I've really been enjoying them. So most of that is this joy this week was reading, but also we had a really fun date night at the grocery store, which I'll talk about that at another time. Anyways, next week after that, I again followed along with the Sticky Club stickers here and just stuck with my entries and then my summary. This week was the new moon, and I had finally started getting myself back into a gym routine. I remember this, and I was really proud of myself. And then I also started a new campaign with my D&D group, and it's called the Beer Run. My dungeon master or game master really enjoys making his own campaigns, and so this one is all about us finding this magical beer for a college party, and it's just been epic so far. Probably gonna be a pretty short campaign, but it was really fun to start with, for sure. And then ending off July here, I'll just show what I'm up to this week so far. First of all, I love this pastel color palette I chose. It's just so good. But this week so far has been really fun in terms of I've been doing a lot of adulting things. I made a really good salad in the kitchen, and I finally got my car washed, which has been months, probably, if not maybe a year. I don't even know. But I also discovered a video called Cozy Cardio, and I had a lot of fun doing cozy cardio. Basically, you put a movie on and you take your walking pad or your treadmill or your stepper or whatever kind of equipment you have at home, and you just like work out while you watch the video, which is, I know, not like a new concept, but I thought it was so cool, and I don't know why my brain never thought to do that. So I watched a whole movie while walking on my walking pad, and it was really fun. Anyways, the next section in this book is all in the notes, and I have been using this primarily for writing down the books, and I read a lot in July. I read 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 books. Jeez, in July. It's a pretty heavy book month. I guess something just switched in my brain, and it was just like time to read or something. Anyways, I finished the Powerless series by Lauren Roberts. That last book ripped my heart out. I also decided to give the Twisted Love series by Anna Huang another chance. Twisted Games, 5 stars. Twisted Love can go, fall off a cliff. I don't care. Twisted Games, oh my god. The Reese Larson, the main male character. I'm usually one that I need a lot of plot to go along with romance, and these books are primarily romance, and Grumpy Sunshine is like my favorite trope, I guess. I don't know. Anyways, after that, I started the Zodiac Academy, and I made it through The Awakening, Ruthless Fae, The Reckoning, Shadow Princess, Cursed Fates, and Fated Throne. And out of those 6 that I started, like I finished those 6. I'm on book 7, which is Heartless Guy. But out of the first 6, there's 2 5 stars in there. The emotional damage of those books is just insane. I did have to take a couple of breathers because my heart literally could not take the turmoil that was going on with some of the characters. So I did read Throne of the Fallen by Carrie Manscalo. That one was okay. It's about the god of envy and like his whole court situation. It just was really slow compared, I guess, because I was reading Zodiac Academy, which was really fast, and then I went to this really slow, and it wasn't as good. And I think that's why I gave it 3 stars. It was still a fun read, but it wasn't like whoa. And then I read the Narrows series, which is Fable and Namesake by Adrienne Young, young adult, beautiful, fantastic, loved, gobbled it up, read them both in like I think 2 days. So good, really nice, easy read too. It's about this girl. It's kind of like piracy, high seas, but not pirates. They're called dredgers. They like dig up gems out of the ocean, and then they have to like fight to keep them. It was really good, really good. The plot was fantastic. Anyways, the 5 stars category that I have in here is what I've been using in the favorites pages of the weeks, and I did have only 1 5-star, I would say, for July, and that was Zodiac Academy, only because I'm 7 books in out of the 9 books of the main series, and there's 2 5 stars in there for me, so I'm going to call it a 5-star series. That's why I put it in here. I also put on here from June, I finished the, oh gosh, what's it called? The War of Lost Worlds, or what did I call it? The War of Lost Hearts series. It's the Carissa Broadbent, Daughter of No Worlds. That's the first book. That series, the ending. Oh my god. I won't spoil anything, but if you enjoy the Throne of Glass series and you kind of have a bit of a longing to feel a similar pain that the end of that book gave you, read Daughter of No Worlds by Carissa Broadbent in that whole series. It's only 3 books. They're really great. Fantasy is the primary plot. There's a little bit of romance. It's so good. Okay. And then the My 100 page here, I've been writing out the movies and shows that I've been watching. We started watching Prison Break back in June. I think we're on season 2 or 3 now. It's not as good as I remember it, but that just probably is because I've seen it before. I also started watching a show on Netflix called The Royals, which has been interesting, and I'm rewatching Black Sails, which has been really, really fun, and I loved it. I'm loving it just as much as I loved it the first time I watched it. I also ended up buying the Cinderella live action DVD back when Amazon, I think, had their sale, because I got it for like $5, and it's one of my favorite live action Disney movies, so I had to purchase that and watch it. And then I ended up using the 365 sheet here for my reading tracking, and as you can see, I got a whole month in here of dots, and this is so satisfying. So even though up here is nice and sparse, I'm still really proud of myself for the little blurb of consistency that I have right here. This is cool. So this gives me hope that if I were to ever actually be consistent for a whole year of reading every single day, not saying that's really probably healthy to do, but this is kind of cool to see what it would look like if it was like all filled out, I guess. But yeah, that is it for my journal of joy. I'm going to go ahead and move on into my other Hobonichi weeks here, which is my health planner. And this has been quite a fun time yet again. I kind of just wanted to take things slow, so I only used what I felt was necessary. And with this planner, I felt like everything was necessary. I don't know why, there's just I have some kind of like pull to this planner. For the year at a glance section, I track my pain, so headaches, digestion, and depression. And I would definitely say towards the end of July, I started getting a lot of headaches. And I don't know if that's because the weather is going to be changing or if it was like the heat or what, but I did get quite a few headaches at the end of July. Then for exercise, I have been using this Calendex tracker or Calendex page to track my exercise again with those zig dot markers. And I've been doing a lot more daily walks. I've been trying to walk for 45 minutes a day, and it's been pretty easy towards the end of July, I would say. And then I've also been doing better with my gym routine. So instead of essentially forcing myself to go every single day, I've been trying to go every other day. So taking things slowly. I'm trying to like reintroduce my life back to myself, and that's something that I think I've had success with this month, is just taking things one day at a time, going slow about it, being intentional. And it's kind of cool to see that even though I'm not going every day, I still have dots on here, which is better than some of majority of the other months of the year so far. So I think what I'm doing is working, and I'm hoping I can add on to it as the months continue for the rest of the year and maybe into next year. But yeah, anyways, for the monthly page, I've been using this as a mood tracker. I use the emoji stickers from the Coffee Monsters Co. These are probably my favorite stickers she ever creates, and she keeps adding to them with all the emotions, and it just makes me so happy. But I essentially pick a sticker for an average way I felt throughout the day or mood I felt throughout the day and put a little brief synopsis underneath it. And then something I started new in July is I added a tracker at the bottom of the page here. And I like this. I don't know why, it looks nice. Even though I'm already tracking this data elsewhere, I just like the way this looks. But what I'm tracking down here is my weightlifting, my daily walks, when I am not having fast food, and when I am not spending any money on stationery. So it's kind of cool to see, I guess, how this is lining up. I've also been using these small icon stickers from the Coffee Monsters Co., which have been really, really fun. It just makes things look a little weird because I don't have enough space to do like a full square for each day of the month. So it's like a really skinny X. I guess I could do a dot, but regardless, I really like the way it looks, and I've already set up one for August, so I'm gonna continue that for this next month too. Then for the weekly section in here, this is where things have been a bit challenging for me, I would say. So the first week in July, I decided not to track my meals in here because I was kind of, again, going slow, being intentional, and I wasn't really feeling motivated, I would say, to write down what I wanted in here. So I just left it blank. And surprise, surprise, the second week was the same. I will say I do have meal tracking in this other planner, the journey planner, which I'll get to in a minute. And I do think I tracked stuff in this. So it could have just been that I didn't want to have it in two places because I was already writing it down in one place. But I will say after this week, the third week of July, I went ahead and went back into this and decided, you know what, I miss it. I want to kind of have a space again and enjoy it. And so I did. And I tried to keep it as simple as possible by just using pens. I didn't put any stickers down. I just wrote down and went with what I felt like doing, and it worked out really great. And this was kind of like the, you know, putting my first step into the pool, right? Like I'm getting ready to go swimming now, and I have my foot in, and now I can take another step. So this week worked really great. And then that led to the next week after that, and the next week after that. So like, it was kind of like the push start that I needed to get back into meal tracking in this planner, because I really do enjoy it. I love the size of this planner. I love the portability. And ultimately, I just love having all the data in one space for one category of my life. And I think this planner is something I really enjoy that with, and something I've done for years. So yeah, let me explain, I guess, this layout, because this is different than what I've done before. This is where I track all of my meals over here. I decided to make the top part of the notes page over here a routine checkoff, essentially like a little baby habit tracker, but not something that's required that I do every single day. The middle section is all about my mental health. How am I feeling? What did I do for me? Happy moment, low moment. And at the bottom here, I have my workout plan, or what I'm planning to work out body-wise, body groups, muscle groups, things like that. So I kept up with that for the following weeks. I would say the end of July, I really just kind of dove headfirst into this book again, and I loved using it, and I still love the concept of this, and I think it kind of reignited my love for it. Yeah. Sticky Club is still the primary decoration here on stickers. The only difference on this spread here that I changed was I added back in my 2 columns over here, which shows my workout, which would be like which muscle group I did or how long I was working out. And then I also added a T. I meant to put R, but I think I just put T for some reason. I don't know, but it's supposed to be like my running time, and I ended up doing some exercises with that on here too, so I wanted to denote that time. Okay, and then this is the current week we are on. I went with an all black theme. I don't know why. I guess I was just feeling it, and I'm really enjoying it, even though the other book is like super pastel, and I'm really enjoying that too. 2 sides to every coin, everybody. Anyways, I kept up with the same kind of layout here and have been really enjoying this concept yet again. The other sections in here are primarily functional. So I have a body measurement section that I don't update until the end of the year, a letter to myself, which I don't update except for the beginning of the year, and then my habits. So I have been keeping up with my habit tracker in this little book and in my journey planner. So I think I enjoy the layout of this better because I can correlate my sleep, mood, and stress graph up here to any menstruation notes here, to any of my food tracking, habit tracking, caffeine tracking, reading tracking, language tracking, all that kind of good stuff. I can correlate it all together like this because it's essentially on the same page. With the journey planner, I can't do that because space isn't necessarily big enough, and that's okay because I think I like having it in both places, and I'll get to that hopefully at some point. But this is how my month of July ended up looking like. I did a lot of sleep variation, and I would say my mood was also very variable as well this month. And I think that correlated a lot with my sleep, but also my change in exercise routine, and also my eating habits changed a lot in July. I went from eating out like, I don't know, majority of the month I would say, to cooking more at home, and that also changed the way my kind of sleep and stress and mood kind of changed too. Anyways, I still am going to keep up with this. I love this kind of functionality of the habit tracker, and even if I do have the habits in another book, I'm still going to keep track of them here because I feel like this just makes me, I don't know, I like this data layout a lot. Okay, I'm going to move on. I don't know what I'm saying anymore. After that, I have a running log in the back here. In July, surprise, surprise, I did not do any real runs. This is primarily because of the heat, but I do hope to get back into this at some point. Last year I ran a 10K, and I'm really feeling the itch to do that again. So hopefully I can push myself for the rest of the year to get back on my running game and get back into it. But we shall see. I have a lot going on this year. And then in the back here, I have my weightlifting log. So I've been keeping track of the different exercises and weights I've been using in the gym, just so I can have a kind of log of what I'm doing, my progress, and ultimately just notes about my gym experience, which has actually been primarily the reason I got back into this book in July. So because I can track my meals and stuff and everything, like everything that I put in here, I can pretty much put in this book except for the weightlifting section here. And that primarily drove me back into this book because I really liked having this log system of what weights I'm doing, what exercises I'm doing, my sets, my reps, and kind of seeing the progression of like, do I need to add more weight to my exercises for my weightlifting, or do I need to maybe increase my reps before I add my more weight? Like, this has been so much so much fun to keep track of, and I know it's only like a page here that I have of workouts, but ultimately it would be nice to see when I am consistent going, 6 out of the 7 days of the week, or even 5 out of the 7 days, having more and more of these kind of notes in here so I can come back and look at them and see my progress. And that's really what I want this for, as like a log for future me to see my progress. These date stickers are from my shop. I have them in clear matte and white matte. I like the clear matte on the cream paper, but the white matte would look good if you had like a white paper, I would think. Anyways, I've also been using London Gifties washi tape here, and then this little clipping down here is also from London Gifties. It's just part of one of the floral tapes that I got from her. And yeah, we're already in August, so it's time to start a new month, and I'm hoping that I can be a bit more consistent and have a bit more notes for August. The last section in here is the My 100 page, and I haven't really updated this at all. It's essentially a list of 100 positive things in my life, and I'm on number 40. I still want to add more to this, so don't get me wrong. I know we're halfway through the year and I'm not really halfway down, but I just like having a nice positive list, and at some point this will be full. It just may not be, anytime soon. I don't know. Maybe it will be. I don't know. Anyways, let's stop talking about weeks and get to the meat and potatoes of my planner system, and that is the Journey Planner. So I think I've talked about how much I love this planner a few times now, and ultimately I'd say the all-encompassing aspect of this planner is really what sells it for me, and that is I can fit pretty much everything in this book. And in July, I started something in here that I think really does make this book the one book to rule them all for me, and something that I'm really excited and looking forward to for 2026 is the release of the new 2026 Journey Planners, because I think that's going to be my book for 2026. I've already kind of firmly decided in my head, like, that's really what I want. Anyways, for the year to glance page here, I've been tracking my menstruation and again my pain, so the same things out of that health planner that are here. And then for my blank pages here, I think originally wanted this to be like vision board or goal setting, and I changed this into my adulting log and my 52 weeks of cleaning to clean my house. Adulting log wise, I did do quite a few things in July. We changed our air filters. I changed out my dish sponge. I ended up getting a haircut. We rotated our mattress and cleaned out our mattress pad really good. We bathed some dogs. We cleaned our paper shredder, all the kind of normal things. I think I am going to be updating this list for 2026 because I want to add a few more things to my adulting log and kind of maybe fill this page out a little bit more. Anyways, for my cleaning tracker, I have decided that I am going to be updating this again for 2026. The more I use it, the more I feel like I need to add more, which is silly, but this has been really useful for me to see how many times I'm cleaning something or a space in my house that I am neglecting. And definitely I'm neglecting my porch, my garage, and my craft space, because I go weeks without cleaning all three of those places, and that's probably not a good thing. Garage, okay, whatever. Porch, we're there every day. And craft space, I'm here every day. So I definitely need to get better about cleaning those, and kind of seeing this data really helps me see where I'm lacking and where I need to put more of my energy to. And maybe I need to come up with a way to make it a task that's fun or something. I don't know. But that is what I've been using this section for, and I really enjoyed updating it and seeing how that's been going. My goals section remains unchanged. And this is the main section that I updated for July. So I originally wanted to use this section as a place for my garden and my animals, and ultimately that is what I have come back in and done. I updated or backfilled, I guess, the previous months of the year already with birthdays and things that have happened in the garden. And in June, a lot's happened in the garden, and that's something that I've kind of neglected since I'm not doing anything major this year because I'm getting married, that my garden planner has been neglected. And so I wanted a space to at least have a document of what happened this year, because next year when I start a new garden planner, I need to have some kind of history of what happened. Anyways, back in May, we adopted a Chihuahua named Aramis and then 2 kittens. And we also lost one of our ducks, and another one of our chickens got broody, so we had her sitting on a bunch of eggs. Well, we were expecting to have a bunch of chicks in June, and we think a snake or something got into the coop and took all of the eggs because all of the eggs that she had been sitting on disappeared. So we gave her more eggs, and essentially we now have 2 chickens being broody and about 20 eggs hopefully going to hatch anytime soon here in July, because we gave them, at the end of June, beginning of July, and hopefully we will have some babies soon. Because not just that happened, we also ended up losing our rooster and another one of our hens to what we think is another bobcat. Which, if you were here this time last year, we had a very similar occurrence where we lost pretty much we lost several birds to a bobcat, and we ended up capturing it. So I'm hoping that in August here we can find the bobcat and not lose any more of our girls, and also hoping that we get our chicks and one of them happens to be a rooster, since our boy is no longer with us. Anyways, I'm really happy I updated this section and that I'm going to be using it as a kind of log for my garden for now, and then hopefully in 2026 I can pull this information forward and use the garden planner that I am intending to use a little bit better. Okay, moving right along. Then we have the calendar section. I've been using this for weather tracking and then just main events. May and June ended up looking like this. I did not end up doing my tallies for my stats for June, and that's fine. All of these tapes up here, by the way, are from the Coffee Monsters Co., and I just correlated them with these. They're Pentel Sign brush pens, Pentel Touch brush pens. Yeah, I love these. These are my favorite brush pens. Anyways, here is July, and again, I have not updated my stats. I definitely need to do that. And then that's what the rest of the months look like so far. So yeah, then we have habits. Again, this is where I've been keeping track of all of this stuff in my health journal, so having it here too is kind of just bonus. But I do like having it in this planner, because if I ever need to only have one planner on my shelf, I can use this one, and it's totally fine because it has everything in it. And that's something that I really am drawn to, that I can still have all these multiple books to play in and have fun in and use however I want. But if it came down to like shelf space archiving, this book literally encompasses those books too. And I can be content with archiving just this book, and maybe if I was forced to get rid of the other ones. But I hope that never comes down to it. Anyways, these are the habits I'm tracking here. I'm not going to read all of them off because there's too many, but I've been keeping track of them here. And then on this little section here, it's like a weekly habit tracking, and I've just been doing a 1 sentence or a 1 line of like how the week was going. And since I don't really have any notes to put in this section yet, I've just been doing deco. These are butterflies from London Gifties. Again, I really enjoy her PT tapes, so I just have a collection and I just kind of reuse the tapes over and over again. Okay, next section here is all about the meals, and I had a lot of fun in May for this. Or not in May, in July. Goodness gracious, I've been talking too long. Okay, yeah, so here is July. Again, I did not track any meals those first 2 weeks. I thought I did, but I didn't. That's okay. And it probably was just me easing myself back into the planner and kind of embracing what I wanted to keep track of, and that just was not something that was a priority for me. But then moving into the next 2 weeks of July, I kept track of my meals in here. And I don't know what it is about this layout in the journey planner. I just love the way that I have enough space, and how it's like gridded out. I don't know. But I can add deco and also keep track of all the things I want to keep track of. These are from Sticky Club, and the checker washi tape is from the Planner Monkey Co. Anyways, I've been keeping track of my meals here, same way that I would in my health planner, but it's a bit more easy to discern what time, like what I'm eating at what time of the day, and maybe that's why I like it so much. Anyways, this is the week we are currently on, and again, I'm just really enjoying this like pastel blue thing. I'm entering my pastel era, I guess. I don't know. But I've been keeping track of my grocery list this week on the side here, and then also an update to my countdown to my wedding, because this is something I need reminding of to make sure that I'm keeping track of like my health and fitness, so that way I'm going to look best on my day. Okay, Next section in here is the monthly, and this was another section that I just did not feel like really using. In previous months, I would write down a synopsis a day, and I really enjoy having that to look back on of like what, oops, where's April? This is when I really started using this. I really like having the synopsis of what I did each day, just as like a snapshot of the month. And so I had done that for a couple of months. June does not count. And then in July, I decided, you know what, I'll be okay. Let me just use this planner for what I want, and I can always come back and write in what I need to based on the daily pages, because that is something I kept up with. So I left it blank for now because I just could not be bothered, which is fine. But I could be bothered to update my tracker down here. And that's primarily because this is the sleep, mood, and stress tracker that I had in my health planner. So I was already tracking this data, and it was just really easy to update. And because I was already updating it in the other planner, I decided I wanted it to be in this planner too, because in my habit tracking section, I used to have it underneath the habits. Like here, you can see it on May really well. I had it underneath the habits, and I liked this, but I felt like it was really smooshed. So I decided to put it in the monthly on the bottom because I had all this lovely space that I just was not really using at all. Like there's May and April, like this is such lovely blank space. So I decided I'm gonna put the tracker here and see how it goes. And I really, really like this. And so in August, I'll give you a preview. I went ahead and set it up. And then I ended up using this other half over here for astrology, which is something that I'm also really passionate about. Anyways, the monthly in July, I just kind of said, you know what, it's fine. I don't need to update this. It'll be a-okay. And that's the same thing that can be said for the weeklies. I did not use a single weekly spread in the month of July in this planner, primarily because I just was not feeling it. I did not have the desire to set my weekly schedule in here. I just, yeah, this is the current week we're on. I couldn't even be bothered for this week. I don't think it's because I'm against the weeklies in this planner. I do use the weeklies. I have used the weeklies before. I think it just comes down to I need to find a way to use them again that works well for me. And I just haven't had the desire to try to experiment lately. So I've just been keeping up with what I can in this planner, and that is something that I need to appreciate. Yeah. Moving along into the daily pages, I ended up moving the July header page to the last day of June because I didn't have anything written here, and I wrote a letter to myself about what was going on and why I haven't been using the planner for a couple of months, just so that way if I ever were to look back at this planner and maybe flip through it, read it, and see all the blank pages, I can wonder why, and I'll know that like I have this entry here of like what happened. But for my overview page for the month, I like to have my currently inked, some main tasks I need to get done for the month, some intentions, and a review. And while my intentions were a bit brief, let's just say my review says it all, that things did not go to plan, which is fine because I still have documented my life in here and I've still enjoyed seeing what I've done. So let's flip through the daily pages because this is going to be a recollection of my month, and I'll tell you a little bit about what happened. So first things first, at the beginning of the month, I got very much into Instagram again, like Instagram Reels, and I came across this crystal wholesaler from China. It's Zane Crystal, and I was obsessed with his mystery scoops and decided I wanted to buy one. So I bought a mystery scoop from him, and his order was actually shipped pretty quick and delivered pretty quick. It came with these Labubu stickers, which I think are hilarious, and a tarot card, and I got the priestess. So I ended up just sticking her in here and writing a bit about that because I thought it was really cool. And then I also ended up getting some crystals from my favorite crystal wholesaler in the US, or she's not really a wholesaler, she's just a seller, but it's Contempo Crystals. And I think I was just really craving amethyst because I've been struggling with sleep and I couldn't find my other amethyst. So naturally, when your crystals disappear, if you're into them, you buy more. So that's what happened at the beginning of the month. Then on Thursday, we went to H-E-B to get ready for our Independence Day family meal. And I love H-E-B. We found these snacks. They're called Drizzlicious. They're rice cake snacks, but they're like s'more flavored, I think. oh my god, they are amazing. They are so good. I should have taken a picture and just put a picture of them in here. They're so good. Anyways, we also got our brisket that we needed for the weekend. And then on Independence Day itself, I ended up writing a bit about my feelings on the day just because of what's been going on in the US and how it didn't really feel like a celebration for me. So I tried to write down things that I felt were positive about the country that I currently reside in, and that's what I wrote about there. Then for the 5th, this is when we had our family dinner, and I didn't write a whole lot because I ate so much that I went into like a food coma and just didn't write for the rest of the day, which is fine. But we had brisket, jalapeno sausage, walnut Brussels sprouts, and bacon baked mac and cheese. And then my mom made this blueberry banana cream pie and a strawberry cheesecake. Oh my god, so good. So just, oh yes, so good. Really yummy. Anyways, and then Sunday we had our first Dungeons and Dragons session on Sundays. So back in June we were doing Mondays, and then now we've switched to Sundays, which has been really nice, and I had a lot of fun. This is a sticker from Sticky Club, and then the D20 stickers are from my shop, but I wrote a bit about what happened. This was our second to last session, I think, or second to last, yeah, so we were ending a campaign. This is like the second to last session for that campaign. And then this is when I started the Zodiac Academy. Okay, so let me just preface this. If you read any of these pages, you may get some spoilers. So if you plan on reading the Zodiac Academy, just don't read my rantings. But I was so engrossed in this book series, like so pulled into this world, that I wrote 6 pages about it. Basically 1 page per book. So yeah, these stickers over here on the side are Sticky Club. The book stickers are from my shop, and these girls are from London Gifties. I'm obsessed with some of her more gothic-like tapes, but they're kind of rare and few and far between. So if she ever puts them up, definitely snag them because they disappear real quick. Anyways, this is essentially all of my rantings about the emotional damage and the plot and the romance and the turmoil and the devastation of these books. Book 1 definitely kind of pulled me in with the characters. It was definitely written a bit more elementary, kind of like the Harry Potter books, but, you know, more adult, I guess, like more adult words. Yeah, so I was intrigued, and I had to keep going, and then I made it to the second book, and yeah, the plot, the anger, the devastation, like, and then book three, my first words here: how does everything get so much worse but also so much better? I'm not kidding. The books in this series, the characters in the series, the way you get so emotionally invested and then have your heart fucking ripped out. Sorry. Shadow Princess book 4, the ending destroyed me. I was sobbing on the couch. My fiance had to come check on me because I was sobbing so hard. Yeah, my first sentence here. The way I felt after finishing this book can be described in the following words: distraught, heartbroken, angry, devastated, crying my fucking eyes out. How much I hate cliffhangers. How happy I am that this is a completed series. Yeah, if I had to wait for book 5 to come out, I don't think I would have made it, because the ending of book 4 shattered me completely. Like, I was just, this was 5 stars. Book 4, 5 stars. 5 stars. Oh my god. Anyways, moving on. Book 5 was a continuation, and I immediately had to start it after the ending of book 4, and I have to say, the plot in book 5, the plot. Yeah. Anyways, book 6, same thing. Book 6 was also 5 stars. The battles and the character development and the found family, and just, it's giving me very similar emotions when I first read the A Court of Thorns and Roses series by Sarah J. Maas last year, and these books are a much darker, I would say. They're a lot more, I don't know, like it's called a bully romance. So the male characters bully the female characters, and it's not light, like, you're ugly, your hair's, messy today, whatever. Like, it's not like just banter bullying. It's like full on bad. Like he like drowning in a pool bad. Like, they're like trying to kill each other, essentially. Bully romance. It's very interesting to read. It's the emotions behind it are very interesting too. Anyways, book 6 was also 5 stars, and I'm currently on book 7, and I I want to talk about it. So if you are reading the Zodiac Academy and you have read up to halfway through book 7, please talk to me, because I need someone to talk to about this book series. Okay. Anyways, Sunday we had the end of our Dungeons and Dragons campaign. It was fantastic. I almost died. I got to use this big spell that I had been saving for like the whole campaign, and it was really fun. And yeah, a really good ending. We had a really good ending to the campaign, and it lasted, let's see, we started that one in September, and then we ended it in July. So what is that? 9 months, I think. Close to that. Anyways, I also went to the gym on Sunday, and I had a really prideful moment, I would say. So I've been working really hard on my front squat exercise. It's basically where you put the squat barbell, which is 45 pounds, on your chest versus your back, and you do squats. And it has taken me years to perfect my form for a front squat. And I had a lady come up to me in the gym and tell me how good my form was. And I don't know, it was just like, oh my gosh, I did it. I got complimented in the gym for doing something right. And I don't know, it just felt really, really good. And the fact that she wanted advice from me because she's been trying to work on her front squat, like, it just made me feel really good. And I had to write about it because it was just a nice little moment. Then we come to Monday, and I think Monday I was just having a hard time because I was just in this slump of coming off from, like, all of the joy of like this past week of reading Zodiac Academy and having the end of my campaign with Dungeons and Dragons and my gym sessions. And then Monday came, and I was just like, oh, it's Monday. So I wrote a little bit about my slump on Monday. And then on Tuesday, this was the day that I heard this song for the first time, I think, which I don't know how it's the first time I've ever heard this song, but I listened to it probably 4 times because the way I felt listening to it resonated really strongly with me. It's I Miss the Misery by Hailstorm. It's a very alternative rock band. She's a female artist. I wrote down the lyrics to the first part of the song here, and then I wrote down like how many times I listened to this song and how much I love it. And I think it's because it reminds me of all of the things that I have overcome. And I don't know, there was just something about it, and I had to write it down. Then on Wednesday, we got Wingstop, and this is my really poor sketch of Wingstop. But this is also when I started to test out the Van Diemen's Natura Dualis ink. So this is the Sea Spray ink here, and it looks so good in a full page. It is light, but it's legible. I put it in my medium nibbed Lamy Safari here, and I love. I'm so happy with it. Okay, then Thursday, this was another day that I wrote about how I was really proud of me with my gym sessions. And I'm really, like, I don't know, just reading all this back is like making me so happy that I was having such a great beginning of the month. Like, it was just fantastic. And then on Friday, this is when we went to our grocery store date. So let me explain what we did here. So I wanted to have dinner with my fiance, but we didn't want to go out to eat. So we decided we would cook something at home. So we went to the grocery store, and it was like a game. Like, I got to pick the entree, he got to pick the sides, he got to pick dessert. So I don't know, it worked out. But I wanted salmon. I was really craving salmon. So I decided to do a sriracha salmon, and then he was like, well, let's have cucumbers with it and rice and make it kind of like a sushi bowl with cooked salmon. So that's what we made there. And then for dessert, he wanted to get pie, but I really wanted brownies, so we got both. It worked out, but it was really fun because we went to the grocery store together, and like the only mission was just buying stuff for dinner that night, and it was really nice, and we had a really fun time. Saturday, okay, yeah, chilling at home. Very nice Saturday. Just enjoying my books and resting. This is pretty much all I did for this day. I'm pretty sure it was read Zodiac number 7, which that book is almost 1,000 pages, and I made it a good way through on this day for sure. And then Sunday we had Dungeons and Dragons again. We started the or no, it got canceled. That's right. One of our players couldn't make it, so we just canceled. And I think, oh yeah, this is also when my period started. So I wrote about that instead. Oops. Oh well. Anyways, I also wrote a little bit about Sailor Manyo's Nadeshiko, which is this ink which I've really been loving lately too. And then Monday, yes, with Aunt Flo becomes the depression. This was this whole entry is about this ink that I was sent by Kara. I'm obsessed with this ink, Kara. If you're watching, it's so perfect. But I love the first words I wrote on this page. Feeling a bit depressed, so I'm using this fantastic sparkling ink to write about it. And I don't know, just that makes me kind of happy. I also got a Jet Pens order this day, and I saved a little comic because I thought it was funny. It says, "Let me just find a pen," and then someone comes up to her saying, "Did someone say they needed a pen?" And she pulls out like a whole case full of pens, and this is 100% me. I'm going to be the penabler. Yeah, and then we had the new moon on Tuesday, and I wrote about that. And then on Wednesday, I got my Emoji Madness order from the Coffee Monsters Co. I replenished my stock of emoji heads. I had made it through quite a few of them with my mood tracker, and just since she had them all back on the website again, I decided, you know what, let me stock up really quick. And so I bought all of these ones. And in case you're curious on like how I store all of these emoji heads, I usually keep them in a sticker book. Since I got a whole bunch of new ones, I ended up just putting them in a new release sticker paper book from the Coffee Monsters Co. This is one of her older ones from her floral release, I think. But it actually ended up being perfect and holding all of them with one blank page to spare. So I was able to put all of the emoji heads in here by emotion, which helps me use this, I don't know, helps me flip through them a little bit easier than having just multiple sheets. Does take a bit of a time to stick them on sticker paper, I will tell you that. I put a movie on in the background and just kind of like went to town. Okay, then Thursday we had the new moon in Leo, and I just used some tape here from, I think, Notebook Therapy, and this one is from the Washi Tape Shop. And then on Friday, this was, I don't think anything really happened on this Friday. I think I wrote down that I was not feeling my best. Oh, I know what happened on this Friday. If you are on Instagram and you follow a certain creator, you probably know I don't want to call it drama, but something happened to one of the creators in the community, and she's no longer going to be in the community now. And I won't give names because I respect, you know, whatever happens, whatever people choose to do, it's their choice, okay? I just really was upset by what happened to her, and I wrote about it, and that's what this is. Anyways, the next day was a really hot day. Okay, then we have Sunday again, D&D, and we started our new campaign, and it was the beer run, and it was so much fun. Oh my gosh. I'm playing a rock gnome necromancer. I'm basically the goth kid of the group, right? We're all college-aged kids going for beer, and I'm having so much fun being like a little shit college kid that's like super goth. And I'm also like the druggie of the group, and I made somebody poop their pants with prestidigitation, and like I've just been having a lot of fun playing a little chaotic goth kid, okay? It's just been a good time. And then I also kind of wrote about my caffeine crash out. So I discovered that I think was over consuming caffeine again, and I I think it was mainly due to energy drinks. I was drinking a lot more energy drinks to kind of keep up with work and all of my tasks and all of my reading. And I think it took a really big toll on my body because I started to feel like I was just not okay. So I wrote a bit about my caffeine crash out, and then I wrote a bit about more over here on the next day too. So I started off with my rants about feeling very overwhelmed with all the things I need to get done because it was becoming the end of the month and the deadlines were kind of creeping up on me and all that kind of good stuff. But I also wrote about adrenal fatigue, which is essentially when your adrenal glands can't process or are overworked. They're pushing through so much hormones and everything that they feel very overworked, so you'll feel fatigued and you might have higher stress, maybe even lower sleep, all those kind of things. And so I wrote a bit about that here and how I can fix it. And the main thing to do that is to, one, lower stress, eat better, and regulate sleep. And to do that, I think for me, the best thing would be to cut back on my caffeine, because caffeine is obviously disrupting my sleep, but it's also kind of increasing my heart rate in a way, so maybe causing me a bit more stress. And so cutting that out. Then I wrote down I think just a little bit more of like what I did for the day, and that's pretty much it for Monday. Then we move on into Tuesday. This day I wanted to write about planners, and I wrote about what I wanted for 2026 because we were creeping up on the end of the month, which is when Hobonichi usually starts releasing what they're going to put out for their planners for the next year. Usually at the end of July, so July 31st into August 1st, you get previews of what starts for Hobonichi, and that's kind of what I was writing about here. But I was also writing about Sterling Ink and Nisha Fernando Designs, because those are the other two brands that I'm really looking forward to seeing what they come up with for 2026. I also wrote about this stupid shitty paper because it's been bleeding horribly in random places. Like, it looks fine in some places, and in other places it's like bleeding super heavily, and yeah. Anyways, then we come to the 30th, basically second to last day, and this was the day that we lost the rooster to the bobcat, also the day I got a car wash, and also the day that somebody took out our mailbox. The juju on the 30th of Wednesday, this was just a bad day. This was just a bad day. The only good thing was that I got my car washed. Everything else was just like, okay. Anyways, we had to fix the mailbox, which sucks because every time it gets taken out, it gets like taken out. So we have to buy a whole new one. And then the chicken drama with the rooster and my old girl Stella getting taken is also on here. And another one of our chickens may have a broken leg. It was a whole ordeal. So yeah, we have our work cut out for us yet again. Never a dull moment here at the My Dandelion Diaries residence. And then the last day of the month, I ended up writing a bit more about the loss of my chickens because I was just really feeling sad. And I ended up doing some like online therapy shopping with London Gifties. She did her release, which I think is up now to the public if you wanted to check out her tapes. These are her tapes here. But she did a release, and I ended up purchasing a few tapes from her just as like retail therapy to try to make myself feel better from the death of my chickens. And then I also ended up writing about the Hobonichi and Sterling Ink things again. Whew, that was a lot of talking. That's pretty much it for the daily pages. I'm really proud of myself for using every single page in July, even if I didn't have a full page every single day. I'm happy to see that I at least made an effort to jump back into this portion of the planner because I think this is the portion I enjoy the most because it is like a recollection of my month. The last pieces of this book are the notes pages, and this is where I've been keeping my reading log. Essentially, the pages that keep track of all of the books that I have read, color-coded by month with 5-star ratings to give me an idea of the rating, and then also the page numbers so I can count how many pages I've read for the month. Like I said, in July I read 12 books, or I should say, yeah, I read 12 because I finished The Mother of Death and Dawn as well. So yeah, which is a lot. This is like, you can see how big of a chunk July is compared to the other months up here. It's more than the other months combined, which is crazy. So I had a really good reading month, and I definitely like how I can look back on this and see my ratings. I ended up going ahead and fleshing out the second half of the year on another page, just because I am now pretty much out of room on these pages here. I also have a running tracker in here, which again is not updated because I didn't do anything there. And then I have a date night log, which again was updated because I did do the date in the grocery store date in July. And then lastly, I ended up putting my 2026 plans in the back of this book, which I did this in a whole separate video if you're interested. I walked through like my thought process and everything for that. But now I want to chat about, I guess, my feelings of how I got back into the books, and really just ultimately that it's okay to take a break and come back. So this portion of the video is just going to be me talking. There's not really going to be much visuals, so if you have like a basket of laundry to fold or something, just go right ahead. But essentially, I wanted to say that I gave myself permission to go back into these books and to not use every single page and be okay with that. And I know in this community we have this perfectionist mindset, like it has to be perfect, you have to use all of the pieces, it can't be ugly, it can't have just a functional aspect to it. Like there's so many rules that we place on ourselves, which is silly because you make your own rules. Do what you want, do what makes you happy, have fun. Like that's the whole point of this. Like you're doing this to keep yourself organized and to have fun. Like that's what this hobby is for me, and I'm sure for many others. So going into July, after being away from these books for a couple of months, I really tried to just give myself grace. And like I said, when I was talking through some of these, like take it really slow. And if I needed to skip over certain sections of the book that I wasn't really feeling drawn to, I would skip over them. So like I didn't do a couple of the meals in here. I didn't do a couple of the weeklies in here. I didn't do the monthly in here. Like I made those choices because I still wanted to use the book. I still wanted to use a section of the book. And just because I'm not using another section of that book does not make it any less worthy or worth it to me. So giving myself grace, taking things slow, and kind of moving forward with what I could accomplish really helped me jump back into these books and feel like I could be consistent again after breaking the habit for 2 months because of a really nice vacation. So while I didn't necessarily have the best, I would say, overall filling out of all of these, I am very happy with the outcome of what I was able to fill out in July, and it has given me more motivation to move into August to create more things in here and keep track of more things, and just ultimately, you know, keep using my books the way I like versus buying something new and, you know, trying something different, but just keep using them the way they had worked before, just taking it slower so I don't have to force myself to do everything all at once, which is always, I think, a bad start. Don't try to do everything all at once, because I feel like you're just going to set yourself up for failure. But yeah, I think that's all I really wanted to say. Take things slow, you know, do what you can, and don't be hard on yourself because you make your own rules, okay? But yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed seeing how my month of July went through in these 3 books. I'm hoping to do more in August, make sure, you know, try to make sure that I can be a bit more consistent still and kind of, again, ease my way back into all of the things that I want to get done. But yeah, I wish you guys the best. I hope you're doing great. Be blessed, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye.
Hello and welcome back to my Dandelion Diaries. Today we're going to be setting up my health planner or health journal. It's kind of a mix of both. Also, I want to apologize for my voice in this video. It's been going in and out ever since I got sick. So if I lose my voice halfway through the video, I'm sorry. I'm doing my best. Anyways, as with most of my planner setups, there will be timestamps down in the description if you're interested in any certain section of the planner itself. This is the Sterling Ink Common Planner in the weeks size, or N2. I have the horizontal layout like this, and I will be setting it up all the way from cover to cover. And this one is the forest green color. It's really hard to get this color to pick up on camera for some reason. I have no lights on up here. This is just the light coming in from my window. And yeah, it just looks black to me in my little viewfinder, but maybe to you guys, you can see how green it is. It does have a green to it. Anyways, without further ado, I'm going to start with the cover and, like I said, work from front to back. And we'll be going through every single step of the process as long as I have camera battery and storage. So let's get straight into this. So for the front, I originally was going to put the Lauren Phelps Designs gold cover that I had with the collab with Nim and Fleur, but I decided, since I'm putting that on my main planner, my A5 common planner, I wanted to go ahead and do another kind of like stickers slash vinyls collage. These two are clippings from London Gifties PET tape. I believe this one is the Cozy Kitchens, and this one is Tea Time Girls or something like that. This one, it does have holographic foiling. This one does not. I have this really perfect, honestly, vinyl from the Coffee Monsters Co. I've gone through a few of these. I have a stash of these, I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, this is Nutrition Facts. It's a health journal. I mainly put food stuff in here. I felt it was perfect. This is a 2024 vinyl from my shop. This is one of the Coffee Monsters seals from her tea ones. I just cut it out so I could easily like place it where I wanted. And then this is a Be Kind to Your Mind vinyl from my shop. I also have this one over here from Leela Journals. It's just like a little teacup, but I think I want to put this one on the back because it doesn't really match all of these, but it's still like in the same color scheme, which the color scheme I'm kind of going for is like green and pink. So yeah, anyways, I'm going to try to arrange these. I know I want this one in the bottom corner for sure. Okay, I think I like this. So I'm going to stick the PET down first. Okay, and then to kind of like fill in some of these like more empty spaces, because I think it needs a little more. I also don't like that there's only like 2 pink things here, so I'm going to add some more pink. I have this sheet from the Sticky Club that I got some time ago. Not 100% sure when I got it, but I wanted to use some of these because I felt like they were pink and green and fit really nice with my little color scheme. And they're sakura flowers. So I don't know, I feel like they will go with kind of like the more zen type vibe that I'm going for. I don't have to use all of them, but I definitely want to use several. And I felt like the foil kind of matched the other foil on here. Okay, I think I'll stop there. Okay, so that's all I'm gonna do for the front cover. I think this looks so cute. I love I'm loving the collage vibe. I'm really enjoying this. Okay, so for the inner cover, I was really struggling with what I wanted to do with this. Which, by the way, if I haven't said already, I try to do my thought process off camera because if not, y'all will be here for 8 years and nobody has time for that. So I was tempted to do like a collage of my Coffee Monsters Co. tapes because for my health journal, I really like to use the Coffee Monsters Co. stuff because it's happy and it makes me smile, and health to me isn't just, healthy eating and exercise, it's also a mental thing, and looking at something that's cute and makes me smile is, I don't know, really beneficial. So I was tempted to do those, but I also have this tape from London Gifties. And I think I kind of want to use this because it's just the cover, and like I'm not going to do anything here, so I'm only going to be opening this every I mean, yes, I'll open it every time I use the planner, duh, but it's more of like I'm not going to be referencing this page, it's just decorative. So I was thinking if I used this tape instead, I don't know, because I don't know, I also feel like the Coffee Monsters Co. tapes are like sacred in a way. If you've ever shopped with her, especially with her washi tape, she doesn't re-release them, so whatever you have is what you get. So like once you run out, you kind of run out. So I don't know. Also, I am going to turn a light on because the sky is getting really dark outside, so just, yeah, I'm gonna turn a light on just to help keep it lighter in here. But yeah, the sky is getting dark outside. Anyways, I'm thinking I'm gonna go horizontal like this, or not horizontal, vertical, Danielle, and just kind of like go all the way across versus doing a diagonal, because I think diagonal would be fun. Whoa. But I don't really have the energy or effort I want to put in of cutting all the corners. So I think I'm just going to do the vertical. I mean, horizontal would look kind of cool too, but then I have to cut the center. Yeah, we're just going to do vertical. I've decided. Okay. So with that, let me get my little scissors. And I don't want this to be exact. Like, I want them to kind of like go off the edge of the page. Which I know I just said I didn't want to cut the corners, but it's okay. I don't remember what this one is called from London Gifties, by the way, but I do think she has some of the ones like this still in stock. Can I do this one? And I think it'll fit like 4 tapes, like 4 tape widths across. So I'm going to aim for 4. Okay. So I'm just going to start on the edge here and work my way over. Okay, I decided to leave a little bit of space because they're not exactly the perfect width for this, but I am going to go back in and I'll show you what I'm going to do with that. Okay, so before I trim it, I am going to go back in with Coffee Monsters Co. tape. I know I said I wasn't going to. This is the, I think, Potato Party Time. It's the potato one. There's no foil on this one. And I feel like it is neutral enough that I can stick it in between this and it'll look really cute. And we all know that potatoes are the superior vegetable. So it deserves a moment in this planner. Oops, I'm picking stuff up off my desk. Because I think that'll look really cute with like potatoes. Okay, I'm re-clipping this stupid side. That is one thing that annoys the crap out of me with new planners, is the freaking covers not cooperating because they're new and they just want to flap open, which I know with this one, like the Sterling Ink brand ones, it will relax over time. And since this is the compact version, it is going to be a little bit stiffer in the beginning because it's just a thinner planner, but it's still annoying. Nothing against Sterling Ink though. Okay, why am I loving these little potatoes? Oh my gosh. It's actually kind of making me hungry looking at this. Like, that burger looks so good. Honestly, that bell pepper does too. Like, spicy burgers right now sound fantastic. Probably should have eaten before I made this video. Anyways, I like that. That looks really fun. It looks a little busy, but I don't know, I like it. I'm gonna trim the edges here. So I accidentally cut the edge of the paper here, which sucks, but it is what it is. And there's nothing, I mean, I don't know a fix for that. So if you know a fix for if you accidentally cut your paper and there's like this awkward like little dip in it, please let us know in the comments if you have a fix for that without, like, I don't know, ripping the whole page out or something. I will say this is a lot easier going vertically, or I guess if you did horizontally it would be the same, than doing any kind of horizontal washi, just because horizontal, diagonal washi, because I feel like with the diagonal, it's really tough on the corners, which, I mean, it looks really cool, so I'm still going to do it, but I'm just saying, speed-wise, this is much faster. Okay, so I think I am done with the inner cover. I really like how this turned out. It's so cute, and it's really bright. That is, like I said, another thing about this planner is I'm going to be using a lot of really bright colors. I typically like my planners to be really neutral, at least neutral, like, you know, pastels or like more black, white or tans and things like that. But with my health planner, and honestly my garden journal too, I want color just because it makes me happy in a way. Like, I don't know, I feel like both of those planners to me, I just need that kind of brightness in it. Like, I don't want it to just be boring to look like. I want it to be fun, so I use it. Okay, so for the inner flyleaf page, I went back and forth. I was not sure if I wanted to even do anything on this page, if I wanted to do, like, you know, my name or like health planner or whatever. And ultimately, I decided I'm going to glue the page together, because with this specific copy of this specific planner, I don't know if it's my journal alone, but I feel like this glued page here is a lot higher up than some of the other common planners I have. So I don't know if it's just this specific book, the way it was cut, built, whatever. I don't know if they're all like this, but this one I feel like has a really high glue here to where the page is really high up. So it's really like extra awkward in a way. I hope I'm making sense. So I'm going to just glue it to the hard page here, and we're going to leave it blank and move on with my life. This is a Tombow permanent adhesive tape runner. I think it's the one I've used in all of my videos. It works fantastic on paper. I find it struggles with like harder cardstock. So just if you want to do like what I've been doing and glue like a postcard down or something, just know you may probably have to apply a little bit of extra tape. And I'm trying not to push too hard because this is, like I said, that really awkward page. And instead of going the other way, I'm going to push down at the spine here and roll my hand forward because I don't want it to bubble at all. I want it to be as flat as possible. And by putting it back with the rest of the book, I'm hoping I'm going to succeed with that. And the verdict is, okay, yeah, it did pretty good. There's like a little bit of weirdness here because of the tape runner. I put too much pressure, so there's like this awkward line. I don't even know if y'all will be able to see that, but there is like almost no bubbling, which I'm really happy with. Also, if you hear my dog, that is Apollo. He has probably found a squirrel, or it is our mailman coming to deliver the mail. Okay, so for the year at a glance page, I do want to do something over here, but first I want to decorate this other page. Again, I wasn't sure if I wanted to do like a vision board, you know, health journal, health planner, my name, whatever. But I had these affirmation vinyls from the Coffee Monsters Co. that I've been hoarding. I've had these since I think she first released them. And this is the year I'm deciding I'm using all of my supplies. I'm going to try to buy as little as possible. And I'm mainly just going to be shopping my stash. And, you know, if I want something specific, I'll create it myself and test it out and see if it's actually something I really want. But yeah, I really, 2024 is my year that I'm not buying a million stationery things, because I think 2023 I was too excessive with some things and fell prey to some marketing. Anyways, I'm going to be using these vinyls, but I also loved this PET tape from London Gifties that was just released in her Advent. So spoiler alert, this is Advent PET tape clippings from one of the days. I won't spoil which day. But anyways, I really, really love the way this looks. It is so pretty. It's like peonies, it's pink, purples, and blues, and some greens, and there's like the holographicness to it. Anyways, I really liked this, and I figured it matched the pinks and blues of the 3 affirmation vinyls I had. So yeah, I also took in some of these greenery ones from, I think this was one of her tea tapes as well, but it has that same foiling, so I figured it would match really well. Anyways, what I'm thinking is I'm going to put the PET tape behind this. Let me scoot this over. I may have to unclip it to really show you guys what I'm doing here. But I figured if I put the PET tape behind it, it'll look like they're sitting on top of like a flower bed almost. And I just cut one of these in half and then balance out the page that way. And then I have a quote that I want to put on here too, depending on if I have enough space. So yeah, I know I want to put this one here though. So I'm going to go ahead and cut this one. Actually, let me cut all of these out and I will be back in a minute. Okay, so I went ahead and cut everything out, and then I went ahead and also cut one of them in half because I knew I wanted to do like one on each side kind of thing, like this. I'm thinking I'll do the florals on top of the greenery just because I think that'll look better. And I'm just going to play with this for a minute before I stick anything down because I want to see if I really want to do this or not. Because I don't know, I feel like that looks really pretty all lined up together. And then if I did the like vinyls on top, which I know it's going to cover up a lot of it, so maybe I'll scoot this more forward. I don't know. I know for sure I want this one over here, so I'm just going to stick this one down. And then I'm going to look at this for a minute, and then I'll make a decision, I guess. Okay, I think I like it, so I'm going to do it. I'm going to stick everything down. Yeah, we're just going to stick it down. Just going to stick it down. I'm going to start at the bottom. So I'm going to wait to stick the middle one down until I do these ones. And I think I want to do I'm important first and I am loved last. So now I think that is good placement. So I need to move it up a little bit, not put it right flush on the edge. Also, I hope you guys can see what I'm doing, just because I know since I turned that light on, the glare for this is going to be a little rough. Oh, so cute. I love that. Okay, so I'm going to clip that side now. Okay, so before I do my quote, I want to explain kind of what I want to use this side for. So I want to do this with tracking some symptoms. So I didn't do any kind of like pain tracking or sickness tracking in 2023. And I feel like that was something that was really lacking from a health planner for me. Not that I get sick all that much, but it's the headaches, if I have any kind of like stomach problems, or like honestly really down depressive days. I really want to document that and see like if there's any kind of trending, if it happens like certain times of the year. Maybe I have headaches from allergies. Maybe I get stomach aches around the holidays because of all the more rich food or something. Or maybe I get down around the holidays because I've lost a lot of people in my life. Like, it's just something I want to look into for myself. So I did a little key here. I'll probably end up writing it on the page at some point, but this is kind of the colors I was going for. It's like pink, green, and lighter green, but I may change it to blue. I don't know yet. But I want to track headaches, stomach issues, or like, I guess, like digestive issues. And then I put down days as my third thing, but it would be like maybe like more depressive days, or maybe days I'm really anxious, like more mental health issue days, I guess. So I definitely want to use that for this page. Now, moving on to the quote. The quote I have is from Benjamin Franklin, and I saw this and I felt like it was perfect for my health journal, and I do like to add quotes just because I find them kind of inspiring. And the quote I picked is, "Early to bed and early to rise makes a man healthy, wealthy, and wise." And I felt like it was really appropriate. I think I want to use green instead of black though, just because like I said, I want this to be really colorful for me. And yeah, also I'm going to grab another book to put underneath this so I can write. This is just another How Many 2 Weeks. And I'm actually going to pin it to the other cover so it doesn't move. And I think instead of doing like a cursive-y, loopy font, I'm going to write in print. And I really like the way there's a creator on Instagram. I think it's Plans Over Cold Brew. I'll try to link her on the screen somewhere. But she has this really cool way of writing, and she uses these pens, the Pentel sign pens or Pentel brush pens. And I really like the way she writes with them. So I want to do that myself. And I want to give her credit because it's definitely her handwriting style. I really like how that turned out, I'm not gonna lie. Like, I really, really like how that turned out. That looks so cool. Okay, so I'm done pretty much with these pages here, so I'm gonna unclip that from there. And I'm going to work on the next section. I don't have, do I have, okay, I'm just gonna take one of my old pieces of paper. I don't think that's going to transfer, but I'd rather be safe than sorry. Ooh, okay, so the blank spread in this book, I, again, went back and forth. I couldn't really decide what I wanted to do, and I had these, again, vinyls from the Coffee Monsters Co. Like I said, I'm really trying to use my stash. I did order this one for 2024, and then decided I didn't really want to put it on the front of a cover. And I remember I had this one left over from 2023, and I figured they match, so why don't I do like a before and after kind of thing. So the way I was thinking of doing this is by taking my body measurements and doing like my body measurements at the end of 2023. So I don't know, after Christmas, I'll measure myself and put my measurements. And then at the end of 2024, so like after Christmas in 2024, I will put my measurements again and see how much my body has changed. Just because I do want to do a lot more exercising in 2024. Just because I feel like the second half of 2023, I really fell off the wagon and I really want to get back to it. So with that, I have these two clippings here from a washi tape. This is from the washi tape shop. It's the Blooms and Vogue washi tape. I believe they also have it in a PET, and they have another version. I think it's like chic something, where the girls are, they were more like neutral colors. Anyways, I wanted to use this one because I felt like it was bright and colorful and kind of like matched a lot of the other colors I was using. And because she's like in her PJs, like me right now, honestly, while filming this. And then she goes into like this boss mode over here. So I really liked the back and forth. And what I figured is I can take my measurements and like do like a little line. So like, let's say I measure my neck and it's, I don't know, 10 inches. I don't know how big a neck's supposed to be. And that's what that is. And then I'll point to my arm and then my wrists and then like my butt and then my legs and my calves and my ankles or something. Like I'll just do like the whole body, and she's already like here, and I can just point to the direction, write out what it meant, what the area is and what the measurement is. And I will share all of this with you guys. I know this can be really personal for people. I personally do not care. I am happy in the body I am in. I only like to exercise because it makes me feel good. Like it just helps my mind more than anything. I don't really care about body shape. I don't care about weight. I don't care about measurements. It's just, I think this is a fun idea to see like how my body changes through the year. This isn't like I'm trying to lose 20 inches off my waist kind of situation. I feel like people who have those health goals, all power to them. I'm just not that kind of person. So if sharing this kind of information is uncomfortable for you guys, just know I'm not putting any numbers down on the page today. I'm just doing the girls and kind of showing you what I'm doing. Anyways, with that, I'm going to stick them down. So I wasn't sure if I wanted to do like opposite or like all on the bottom. I don't know. I think I kind of like the opposite. I'm going to do it the other way. I think I like her because it's like 2023, this is past, and then like 2024, she's like standing on top of the year, and like this was her year kind of thing. I think I like that better. Okay. Sticking the stickers down. Okay, I really like how this looks. I think what I'm gonna do in terms of writing is, again, take some of the like bright Pentel brush pens I have. So I'm gonna use a blue for this side, and then I think I'm gonna use a pink for this side because it's like blue versus pink. And I'm gonna do, again, that kind of like print style writing. Wait, I need to flip it this way. And then I'm going to flip it around and do this side. Oh, I probably should have done this side first. Here's hoping I don't smudge my writing, everybody. Okay, I think I'm happy with the way that looks. Obviously, this will fill in once I put all my measurements in here. I'm only going to be doing this side for the time being, and then at the end of 2024, I would fill out this side. But I don't know. I think this will be kind of fun to see how this turns out at the end of 2024. Like I said, again, I'm going to stick that paper in here because I don't trust the ink not to transfer. Okay, so moving on into the goals pages, I actually am going to use this as a goals page. Specifically, I know I did my goals in my main A5 common planner where I broke that down and did like a whole, I think, 30-minute discussion, if not longer than that, of what goal it was, how I broke it down from someday all the way to daily. With this, I did the same thing where I typed it all out and I know what I want to write down, but I broke down my health goals into like categories. So this is all going to be health related, and I wanted to break it down even more than I already did. But I wanted to do it a little bit different for health because, again, it's more fun, I guess. And I'm going to do these. So I picked out some emojis that I felt were really corresponding to the goals that I have. And I want to do like the little emoji here and then write out the goals this way. Anyways, I'm not going to take as long as I did last time just because I feel like that was a lot of talking. So I'm mainly just going to do I don't know. I'll probably do like some talking with this, but I'm just going to do it mainly, and I may put some music over it. I haven't really decided yet. I'm just going to ramble on for a minute. Anyways, but I'm just going to start with my first goal here, and I'm going to use, for writing utensils for this, my Tombow Funosuke brush pen and the hard tip just to write it really small since this is a smaller area. And then I'm going to use my Uni Jetstream ballpoint pen again because I'm going to be moving my arm across and I don't want to smudge anything, and I need to write really small too, and that has a 0.38 millimeter tip. So anyways, the first goal, breaking down health goals, is running. So with running, someday I want to be able to run a marathon. And to break it down even further, I decided that this year I wanted to run a 10K, which is 6 miles. And I guess breaking it down even further than that, like I'll just go through it and I'll speed through my writing. Half a year, I want to be able to run a 5K nonstop. So 3 miles straight nonstop, like no walking in between, no breaks or anything like that. Breaking it down even further from half year into quarterly would be I need to run a little bit over 5K per quarter just to like train for running a 5K nonstop. So let's say I run 4 miles, but have like breaks in between where I walk every now and then. And then I do that multiple times throughout the quarter, then I would be able to hopefully by 6 months run that 5K or 3 miles straight. Breaking it down into a monthly section, I would want to do my longest runs on the weekends because I feel like that's when I would have more time to dedicate to the practice of running and getting into like a, I guess, more meditative running state. And then weekly, I would want to run at least 3 days of the week, so 3 out of 7, because I feel like that's a good balance. And then to keep my motion going, especially with like my legs, because I feel like that's where my fatigue happens the most with running, is in my legs, sometimes my hips. Obviously, besides lungs, if you've ever ran before, lungs tire out really quickly, so it's kind of like what you're training the most is your lungs. But I want to be able to walk at least 20 minutes a day if I'm not doing any running, just so that way I continue the momentum with my muscles. The next goal that I have is with weightlifting. So I wanted to use this cute little emoji here. That's lifting weights and struggling. I thought it was perfect. So breaking that down, someday I want to have defined muscles in my arms, legs, back, and like my whole body. I just want to look toned in a way. And then for a this year goal, I want to be able to squat 185 pounds for reps. And I also want to have a new deadlifting PR of 225 pounds. So right now I can squat like 135 pounds for reps, no problem. So by the end of 2024, I basically want to add 50 pounds to that, which is, it's a lot more than you think it is when you're actually squatting it. So there's that. And then for my deadlift, I basically can deadlift 135 pounds, no problem, even up to 195 pounds, I think. I have to re-reference my PR list. But for 225 pounds, that's basically two 45-pound plates with the bar. And I really want to be able to deadlift that this year. So to break that down at a half-year check-in, I would want to do a progress report, like kind of evaluate where I'm at and see if I need to adjust my lifting goals, because obviously those are some pretty heavy weights, and if by half a year I'm not halfway there or kind of creeping towards that, I would want to reevaluate and see if I need to adjust my PR goal. For quarterly, it's the same thing. I just want to check in with my progress and see how I'm doing. Again, if I need to adjust anything. And the same with monthly as well. I feel like a lot of weightlifting just goes more into like a weekly practice or even a daily practice. So with that weekly, I want to lift at least 6 days, or no, at most 6 days a week, but also varying my muscle groups so that way I'm not overtraining any one spot on my body. And then for daily, I want to record and review my weightlifting sessions. So I went back and forth on how I wanted to do this, if I wanted to like actually like write it down in a journal or just kind of like keep track of it in my phone. And I decided I wanted to keep track of it in my phone just because that way it's all there and I don't have to, I don't know, get as nitty gritty with writing all of the weights down, because that takes a lot of time, honestly. Writing down every single weight of every single exercise and doing it on my phone is a little bit more, I don't know, a little bit more user friendly for me. For the next goal, I wanted to break it down into more of like food categories, because I feel like running and weightlifting are my main exercises. So I want to do more of like a food section. And with that, this is going to be like healthy eating, and even going back to being vegetarian. So for my goals with this, someday I want to eat pretty much solely from whole source foods, whether that be from my garden, from any animals I raise, or anything like that. But that's obviously someday. This year, though, I want to primarily eat more vegetarian and more from my garden and like food products that I'm producing myself. With that, it's kind of like growing the food, processing the food, canning the food, storing the food, things like that. As a half year, breaking that down, I want to have kind of established a routine with eating from my garden and eating more limited, like limiting my processed foods. And then with that, I would probably do a quarterly check-in, just because at 6 months, it's kind of hard to gauge what I've done. I need to break it down more, right? So with a quarterly check-in, I can see, okay, every 3 months, I'm getting X from my garden. Do I need to source from other places, like more of a Whole Foods market or something like that? Or is my garden sustaining us enough? And then on a more monthly basis, so breaking it down again, I would want to do a grocery store trip that would continue to replenish any kind of fruits and vegetables that I cannot grow or don't have growing at the moment. And then I want to preserve actually foods that I would get from the grocery store if I can't grow it myself. So for example, we'll use peaches or something like that. They have a really good sale on organic peaches. I can bring that home in bulk, cook that down, make my own peach jam, make my own peach pie filling, anything like that. Same thing could be said for other fruits that are hard for me to grow, like apples. I do have an apple tree, but we are not having any success with it yet. So mainly fruits are what I'd be buying from the store, just because they're harder to grow and they take a longer to establish in like a new garden space. Then on a more weekly basis, I want to limit my eating out, and also follow a meal intake that goes on the fasting guidelines that I follow. I mainly set like an intermittent fasting goal for myself, and then I fast 24 hours twice a month, just according to my menstruation cycle, just because I feel like it helps me keep more regular, since I don't take any kind of influencing things for my menstruation cycle. And then on a more daily basis, I want to track my meals, which is what this whole planner is really for, and make notes on what I like and don't like, based on recipes that I've made, which is also going to be part of this planner. Okay, so the next section of goals I have on here is more for like mental health. And I wanted to use this cute little like peaceful emoji with a pillow. I felt like this was really a perfect image for my mental health goals. And I just want to say with this, mental health looks different for everybody. There's varying levels. Just take what I'm saying, I guess, with a grain of salt. I've worked on my mental health for a really long time and no longer take any medication or anything. And this is something that I want to continue working on into 2024. And this is just how I break my needs down. Please know this is very individual to me. If you wanted to do something similar with your mental health goals, highly recommend talking to a professional and getting yourself situated that way. But this is just what I'm going to be doing for me. So if this bothers you, just skip ahead for like a few minutes. So with my mental health goals, I want to someday be completely anxiety and depression free. I know exactly how that sounds, but I do believe that the power of the mind is very strong. This year specifically, I want to work on being more actively conscious of my episodes between anxiety, overthinking, or days that I'm really depressive. So by actively being conscious of it, I'm documenting it, which is part of my yearly tracker in this book. And then at a 6-month point or half year, I will check in and evaluate my needs. If I need to schedule any therapy, if I need to change anything with my diet or exercise regime, if that's affecting my mental health in some way. Same with quarterly. I will do another check-in and review. I also will do more of a quarterly personal diary journal review where I would go in depth into my feelings, write out how my 3 months have been, etc. I won't be sharing that with the internet. Then on a more monthly basis, I will do the same thing again. So every month I will do a review check-in with myself where I write down, journal out my feelings or any kind of whatever I need to say a month. And then I will do another one every 3 months. So it seems like a lot of writing, but I like to write and it helps me process what my brain is doing. On a more weekly basis, or breaking this down even more into a weekly section, I will work on things that make my life feel simpler. So things that help with my anxiety are doing tasks that are repetitive and also doing things that make me happy. So planning, doing art, doing being outside every day, playing with my dogs, spending time with my family, things like that. So I will work on things that make my life feel simpler that way. And then on a more daily basis, I will do kind of a more meditative gratitude words of affirmation thing, which I will be setting up that journal with you guys soon. That one I'll be using my Magic of I journal for. But on a daily basis, I feel like meditation helps tremendously if you are struggling with mental health. Even just sitting down in silence with yourself for 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes in the beginning, and then growing that silence and meditative space into like 10, 15, even 30 minutes can help so much with trying to learn like what your brain is feeling and how you can help yourself in a way. But I'll leave that alone for now. But yeah, that's what I plan on doing for mental health. So the next section of goals I want to cover is cooking. So I actually cook a lot for my family. I'd probably say majority of the time I cook like every day. I will say I will have instances that I don't, but cooking is something I really want to continue to grow with in my health journey. I feel like it can coincide with health, so that's why I'm putting it in this book, because I feel like cooking is part of, being healthy. And for cooking, I want to break down my goals the same way. So someday I want to be able to cook, I put bomb meals, basically like really good meals every single day for myself and my family. This year specifically, I want to focus on cooking more vegetarian meals. I feel like I need to broaden my recipe base for more vegetarian style cooking. Then at a half year point or within 6 months, I want to have documented at least some of the recipes that we liked. Basically, whatever I made that we liked that was vegetarian, I want to put down what it was, why we liked it, if it's worth cooking again or not cooking again, things like that. On a more quarterly basis, I will watch like cooking style videos for new cultural foods, this kind of matches with my more inspirational goals for my main common planner. I do want to learn how to cook a lot of new cultural dishes this year just because I do enjoy eating a lot of different things. And then on a more monthly basis, I will basically check in my pantry, fridge, freezer, things like that, and do more of like a food clean out. So using the foods before they expire versus having to just throw them away since I forgot they were in the pantry or the fridge or the freezer, whatever. Then on a more weekly basis, I want to do meal prep or batch cooking. This helps eliminate any kind of like daily cravings I have, just because there are some days that, you know, you really want that slice of pizza. And if I had already prepped lasagna in the fridge, the same flavors are there. It's just not going to be covered in cheese and baked in an oven the same way. I mean, it kind of is because lasagna is basically like pizza, but the pasta version. Anyways, with that, I basically want to just cook less to allow myself to crave less. I hope that makes sense. And then on a more daily basis, I will cook meals for myself and my family. And I want to work more on making sure we're meeting our nutrition cues. So like proper amounts of protein, proper amounts of vegetables, fruits, carbs, fats, all that kind of stuff, which I'll be going over in this journal as well. And the last section that I want to include in my goals for my health planner is more medical related. So I still think this coincides with health quite a bit, but medicine is something that I really want to learn more about. And with that, it's more of like someday I don't want to have to take any kind of medication whatsoever. Like I don't want to take blood pressure meds. I don't want to take headache medication. I don't want to take anything like that. And then more for like this year kind of basis, I want to focus on researching more homeopathic, like medicinal remedies. So like cold and flu remedies that are more like homeopathic. If I have any kind of like skin rashes, same with headaches, any kind of minor cuts and burns, things like that. I want to do more of a natural based kind of research with that. That's mainly what this is mostly research, but I want to put it as like a goal for me this year. Then on a half year basis, so within like 6 months, I kind of want to evaluate and see where my herbalism, which is kind of what I'm calling this practice, would be, and if I have any recipes that I have tried and loved or anything like that. So like for instance, like I've made fire cider before, which is basically a concoction of vinegar, fruits, and spicy things that help with any kind of cold symptoms, because it kind of like burns it out of you in a way. Like that's why it's called fire cider. Anyways, I also want to kind of follow up with, like I said, those recipes and see how they're working for my family too, if they're willing to try them. Then on a more quarterly basis, I want to work with the seasonal herbs in my garden to kind of learn how to dry those, make any kind of recipes with those. And then on a more monthly basis, I want to monitor when I get sick, to see if I get sick any specific time of the year, which again goes back to that year at a glance tracker at the beginning that I'm going to be doing. And then I guess like the weekly, daily kind of section is more of like, if I get sick, I'm going to try to do the more natural remedy first. And then if that doesn't work, then I will keep going and do any kind of other medicine. But I also want to do more of like a daily practice to where I don't need medicine. So I try to do more preventative things like healthy eating and exercise, which is kind of like the whole point of a health planner for me this year. Okay, so I think that's all I'm going to do for the goals pages for now. I feel like that was a pretty good breakdown. If you have any questions about this, please let me know. And if you don't want to ask in the comments, feel free to send me an email or DM me or something. I'm always happy to talk about this kind of stuff. I actually have a background in nutrition. I have a bachelor's in science in nutrition from my college, and nutrition is a passion of mine, so I really do like to break this down. I'm not going to give you any free advice or anything, but I'm happy to talk to you about it. Anyways, moving on into the more quarterly section, I'm not going to set this up with you guys just because I want to use this when the planner starts for January, but I will explain kind of what I'm doing here. So in the priority section up here, I plan on doing like 3 to 5 main goals for this quarter. So this could be anything from like my goals with the weightlifting and running to any kind of like new recipes I want to try out. So let's say for this quarter, I want to try out cooking some kind of Japanese dish or some kind of Chinese dish. And then next quarter, I want to do more like Indian or Palestinian or anything like that. So kind of like breaking that down up here. And then for the monthly section here, I wanted to do some kind of tracker like I did in my A5 Common Planner for 2023, but there is not 31 squares across, and it annoys me to do like 2 sections, like 15 days or whatever. So instead, we're just going to do like a monthly review of how my progress is with my health goals here. And I'll do the trackers in the back with you guys. But for the more Calendex side of page or the index page, I will be having a tracker over here. So I want to kind of mark what kind of workouts I'm doing. So whether I'm running, lifting, walking, or all 3 someday, I just want to do like a little dot and see how I'm doing with that. And then at the bottom, I want to write down my weightlifting record for the month. So I put PR, but it's not really going to be a PR unless I beat my old weight. So for instance, like squat would be like 135, deadlift would be like 185, bench would be like 95 or something. Don't come for me. I feel like my bench needs a lot of work, okay? But we're working on other stuff this year. Anyways, but I want to break it down into more of like muscle group and like the main weight that I'm doing for that. Moving on into the more monthly pages here, I want to use this as like a mood board this time, because I feel like for 2023 I was just not really utilizing the space well enough. So I want to use either like little emotion stickers or maybe like a sticker a day of like how I was feeling, because I feel like this size is really good for one of these boxes filling up like a whole sticker. So I want to use it for that. And then I also want to track my weight by week, which is something that I do in my monthly spread versus my weekly spread, because I like seeing the progress within the month versus like only seeing the weight every week. I feel like this is a more useful section for information for me. But I am going to use some monthly stickers on the side here just because I like the way that looks. I'm going to keep these really plain for now, and then throughout the months I'll decorate and show you guys what I do, but I wanted to use these, which are from my shop. These are the bold monthly prints, and I wanted to use the white matte version because I feel like whatever sticker I'm going to be using in the day is also going to be on this kind of paper, just because I like this kind of paper. Like from the Coffee Monsters Co., for example, she has a lot of paper like this, or anything. Like most sticker shops just use plain white paper. Anyways, but yeah, that's what I want to use for this section. So I'm just going to peel these up and put them down over here. Because I don't know, I feel like I like this a lot better. And then I will probably fast forward through this part because it can get kind of boring. Okay, so with that, we move on into the weekly section. So I didn't actually write on this. This is that trick that Suhei Plans mentioned in her video. Such a fabulous trick. I put down some clear sticky notes and kind of laid out how I kind of want this to look, or what I'm thinking about doing in the weekly section, just because I wanted to give you guys kind of a visual of what I'm doing versus trying to explain this part, because I feel like this is where a lot of my information goes in my health planner. So I'm going to zoom you guys in and kind of like take you in a little bit here. So on the side that has like the week days itself, I want to do this as a place where I'm tracking what I'm eating, so like meal tracking, but I also like to do this side over here where I break it down into like my exercise, what group of muscles I worked on that day, and then any kind of meditation time I did. I've been doing this all of 2023. I really like the way this looks on my layout, mainly just having this as meals. However, since this planner is bigger by just a little bit than the Hobonichi weeks that I have been using, I may end up adding some more information into this box, not just meals. I may do something like, I don't know, my walk information or running information or some kind of exercise information. But for now, I just want to use this side as meals. So on the other side, this is like one giant blank page, and I plan on breaking this into sections. So the first section, I really want to be more about like food. So this would be like my fasting time, like what time I'm fasting from, like when I break my fast, when I stop eating kind of situation, just to see how my intermittent fasting is going. And then I also want a section for meal ideas. I'm basically carrying this over from my 2023 planner into 2024. I may tweak it a little bit, but I do like this kind of information. It's just sometimes it's a pain in the butt to fill it out. But we have high goals for 2024, so we're putting it in. The next section I made more of like towards my mental health. So how am I feeling this week? Happy moment. And then I also wanted to include a low moment. So a woman, Allison from Little Coco Studio, talked about her health planner and how she is including low moments and how she, like, why, and putting down like what happened and why kind of situation. I love that. I definitely want to contribute more to like my why, like why am I feeling this kind of way, just to help myself with any kind of healing I need to do there. So I definitely want to include a low moment. I know that sounds kind of negative, but I want to see like how this goes. And then at the bottom, this would be more of like, I guess, more exercise routine based. Like, did I go on my walk? Did I lift any weights today? Did I go on a run? Did I meditate? I'll probably include other things with this, like reading and my Spanish practice and other things too. I haven't really decided all the things I'm going to list out here, but this is how I plan on kind of breaking down the weekly section in this book. The other thing I want to do in the weekly section here is put on tabs. So these are the tabs I'm going to go with. These are from my shop. These are the, what color is these? Soft mint. This is the green from the ocean colors. I felt like it matched because the planner is green and a lot of my deco is green. But I also thought about doing these. These are the rose tabs, and this is the blank version because I felt like the rose matched really well with like the pink from my coffee cup and like my little sakura flowers and my brain. So I'm going to do the months with, or like the weeklies with the green, and then for the extra pages in the back that I'm going to set up with you guys, I'm going to do the blank ones, and I'm going to write in what I'm putting on those sections. But for now, I'm going to put these tabs on here. I don't know if I'm going to include this in the footage just because it does take a hot minute, and I have put tabs on in almost all of my videos for you guys. So I'm going to, if there is space in the video to put them in here in the video, I will show you guys the tabbing process. I will say Shiv from Just Scribble did give a really good tip with doing tabs, is starting from the bottom and working your way up, especially if you're in a planner that you're not sure about like sizing, like how you want to lay it out. So she suggested starting at the bottom of the planner and then working your way to the top, like so go backwards from December to January versus January to December, and that way you can have a better idea of where your tabs are because you're going from the bottom up. I hope I'm making sense with that. Alrighty, so all of the tabs are on. I went ahead and just did goals monthly and then the January through December here. And then I also did a notes tab, but the notes is also going to be tabbed at the top here with the other color for the habit trackers that I'm going to make with you guys. But I will be back in a minute. Won't really be a minute for you guys, but I have to go take care of something really quick, and I will be right back. Okay, I'm back. So the next section I want to work on with you guys is the habit tracker section. So I really want to do this similar to my 2023 ones that I did that I get so many questions about. Basically, here's November. This is what I do. So I make a 2-page spread where I have like a bunch of habits on the bottom. I have like my cycle information here, and then sleep, mood, and stress. I really wanted to put my sleep, mood, and stress into the quarterly pages of this book, but that's where it wasn't going to fit because it's just too skinny here. So I'm just going to continue this layout into these pages here, and I'm only going to do January through December, so only 2024 months. I'm not going to set up anything for 2023 because I want to use this only for 2024, and I don't see the purpose of setting up extra stuff. So with that, I'm mainly going to keep this very plain. For some reason, if my habit tracker looks really, really crazy, at least on this scale, on like a bigger scale, I don't like using it. So with this, I want to keep it very simple, like black and white. But instead of doing all black like I did last year, I'm going to use my gray fine liner just so it's a little bit softer to look at. But I am going to go ahead and tab this section of the planner just so that way I'm going like tabbing as I go along. I hope that makes sense. So these are the blank ones from my shop. These are the blank mini planner tabs. This is in the rose color. I also have them in every other single color that I have on my site. And I'm just going to use my Uni Jetstream here, and I'm going to write habits on this top one. You could use a Sharpie or really any other kind of marker that you want. It's totally up to you. And I'm not going to write it on both sides because I don't feel the need for that. But you definitely could write it on both sides if you wanted to. And I'm going to flip this like that. Okay. So this will be the January spread here. And since I like to look at my tracker this way, I mean, if we're doing exact copies, this is basically what it's going to turn into. It's just not going to have the cream paper, which I'm so excited not to have to look at the cream paper for this, which, I mean, I like cream paper for some things, but not this. So the beauty of this is it has guided dots from one side to the other side. I don't know if the camera will pick those up, but there are little dots on the page that help you kind of like divide it into sections. I'm basically going to divide this in almost half. Actually, yeah, I am going to divide it in half. And I'm going to do it with the 31 days up here. So I'm going to leave a 2-space buffer on the edge here because this is the bottom of the page. Actually, yeah, I think 2 spaces is good enough. So I'm going to put a little dot there, and then I'm going to count 31 squares this way to make that first line. And that's about where it was. So before I draw the line, I am going to double check my numbering just because I'm that type of person, you know, measure twice, cut once kind of situation. So I'm going to count it all again and double check that it is 31 spaces. And then this will help set up the stencil kind of for the rest of the pages, just because it'll be easier to count how many outside squares basically. So there is 31 spaces there. So I actually kind of changed my mind about my 2-space buffer here, which is fine. I'm still going to draw the line to extend that far, but I think I'm going to make it 4 spaces in case I want to put a washi, because that should be about 12 millimeters, if not more. So I'm just going to bump this 2 spaces over. And then the way I set this up now is basically I'm going to leave X number of spaces in between of what I want to track for my menstrual cycle here. But I'm going to go ahead and count out the things I like to track here. So I originally had like a moon phase here, the cycle here. I think I did something like fluid or something like that, which I didn't really keep up with, so I'm not going to do that again. I want to say I did either like date nights or vegetables or something here, which I don't know. I may keep the date nights because those are kind of fun to look and see how often we're going on dates. And then I had like a little notes section here. So I think I'm going to roughly leave, we'll say like 5 squares. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And that should leave me more space for notes this year. And then, oh, I went all the way to the edge of the page. Oops, that's fine. And then I'm going to basically connect these to the outsides of the planner. So instead of doing a line all the way across, I'm going to leave this little section blank. Okay, so that's essentially where we're at so far. I know this looks probably really crazy. Then for the other page, this is where I have my long list of individual nitty-gritty things that I track. Usually it's like food groups, any kind of exercise routine type stuff, any kind of like things I want to track, whether like I'm going outside enough or practicing my Spanish or whatever. So I'm going to continue this line over here, but I'm going to skip 2 spaces just because as this planner gets thick, this will likely get really hard to read up here. So I'm going to shift everything down a little bit just so I have enough space here to read the days of the week. I really hope I'm making sense to you guys. So basic line structure is down. That's pretty much it for the gray fine liner. I'm basically going to do this 12 times. So I probably won't do all 12 on camera, but I'll probably set up one more with y'all maybe. I don't know. But let's finish this. To write in the numbers, I am going to use this, which is a Rytech fine liner. This is the really tiny one, the 02. You could use a Pigma Micron. You could use a black Staedtler. I don't know what happened to my black Staedtler, so that's why I'm using this one. And yeah, I find that the fine liners hold up better on the Tomoe River paper for doing multiple things in a row for tracking situations because they don't indent into the page as much. For example, when I flip this, it's going to just have the shadow of whatever ink is from the fine liner versus having the indentation of like the ball from the ballpoint pen or the roller ball or something like that. So yeah, that's why I like to use the fine liners for this versus the ballpoint or the gel pens or anything like that. I find it works better for my needs. This is probably going to be weird, but I am actually going to number on the top here and not on this line. That is because I actually track things in between here and I don't need that second set or that set of numbers right here. I'd prefer to have it on the top up here. So with that, I'm basically going to number 1 through 31. And that leaves that nice 4 space gap that I wanted at the end here in case I want to put a washi or something. Now what I'm going to do is number the y-axis. So technically this is x-axis even though it's all the way up here and not on the actual axis itself. But the y-axis I am going to number 1 to 10. So this is where I'm putting my sleep, mood, and stress tracker. Sleep, I typically would hopefully sleep 8 to 10 hours is my guess at the max. Obviously, if I sleep more than that, I can make an exception, but I'm not going to change my graph over here because 10 hours probably should be the max that I'm sleeping per day. Anything over that, and I feel like I'm going into like a depressive episode or and something is wrong if I'm sleeping more than 10 hours, basically. Then for stress and mood, I basically rate that on a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being the worst mood and the least stress, and 10 being the best mood and the most stress. I hope that comes across making sense. If you've watched any of my health planner flip-throughs, you'll see kind of how the graph looks like over time as the months go on. Okay, so after I have set up the kind of access for this, I am going to put my key on this side. Like I said, this section I keep really minimal, just black and white, because I feel like there's so much information going on it. If it's too colorful, it overwhelms me. So for my sleep, I typically like to do a full bar or a straight line, no dashes, no nothing. So I'll do that for sleep. Then for mood, I usually do a dotted line. And then for stress, I've done a dashed line. Obviously, if you like to put a bunch of colors on here, you could easily do 3 different colors to do this. You could even do a multi-pen that has black, blue, and red. Use the Hobonichi pen and do it that way too. I prefer, like I said, the very simplistic, all black kind of situation. I don't think I'm going to put the moon cycle on here again, but I am going to leave that space in case I change my mind, just because it is kind of interesting information. I just didn't feel like it added any value to me in 2023, so I don't know if it's worth setting it up for 2024, but I am just going to leave that spot blank. Then I'm going to basically put in the rest of the things that I'm going to be tracking here, so one being menstrual cycle, and that will be a dot. So like when I have my period, I will put a dot under that day, depending on how it corresponds. Then I don't really want to track fluid again, but I'll go ahead and track dates. So I usually just denote that with little heart just because it's faster. And then I also want to track like veggie intake. And with that, it's basically like if I had an abundance of vegetables that day, I'll put a leaf down. It doesn't happen very often per month, but sometimes we just have a crap ton of veggies. Like we just have a giant mixing bowl worth of salad, which is kind of, I don't know, kind of works sometimes. And then this section here is basically just notes. So throughout the month, I'll make any notes I need to make of what's going on with me. I like to see how this correlates all together, basically. And because I've never used this pen on this paper, I'm going to see how it did on the back side. Looks like it's just some ghosting, nothing too substantial. This is the new Sanson paper, which this Rytech has worked on fine before. I like to see how it looks because I'm going to have multiples of these in a row. Okay, with that, I'm going to do one more thing for this, and that is write 1 through 31 here, and then we will write in the month. But I basically just wanted to show you the structure of this before I do the rest of them, because I set up the whole year in advance, because having to do this every single month just adds more time to any kind of things I'm working on. And since I'm already sitting here doing the whole year's book worth of setup, it just makes more sense to me to do it all up front and have everything kind of set out. Okay, so whenever I get in here to like set up the month, I am going to write down the list of things that I want to track for that month. I do not do this in advance because sometimes I change what I would track or what I want to see. So I leave this blank basically until the month actually starts. But since that's pretty much the setup of the whole tracker itself, it's really simple, guys, like really simple. I am going to then write in the month up here so I know which month I'm on and so forth. So for January, I'm just gonna, this is like the only thing I add color to is basically the month, and I like to correlate all of my trackers with the same color for everything. So for instance, all of January is going to be this kind of goldish color. All of February will be the pink. All of March will be the green. All of April will be the purple. So on and so forth. I have all of my colors kind of lined up over here to the side just for ease of use in this video. Sometimes I don't pre-plan what colors I want. I just match it to whatever decoration I'm using, which, yeah. Anyways, I'm going to write out January 2024 habit tracker over here. Alright, so with that is pretty much it for the first habit tracker setup here. Like I said, really minimal deco. Last year I included like a little mini calendar of the month. I didn't really find it necessary to do that again, so here we are. I may go back in later once the month has kind of started and we work through it and add more stickers, but I really don't add a whole lot to this page. In the interest of my time, I am not going to film the rest of these on with you guys, but every month will look just like this. I will try to have all of them completed for the flip through, but I want to go ahead and set up the next section of this just so we can keep on with the video, and then at the end I'll show you everything that's kind of completed. But after I set up all the habit trackers, I want to do my workout logs. So I basically counted forward all the pages I would need for the habit trackers, and this is where I would want to start the workout logs. So I'm going to go ahead and set up my other tab here. So same blank tabs in the rose color, and I'm basically going to write workout log. And with this, I am going to kind of get close to this for a second. I'm going to put it on backwards. So basically my writing is facing me because that's the tab that's going to fold under. If you see, this one's blank, so I'm basically just copying the blank side for right now. You could easily just flip the book around. It's just this is easier for me since I am filming. And then as you can see, both the writing is on the correct side. Anyways, so for my workout log, this is actually really simple. I pick a washi and that same marker that I used already for January, and I'm basically going to write workout log underneath January and then decorate the page with some washi. So that's pretty much it. All I'm going to do for text at this point. And just fair warning, all the washi's I picked are from the Coffee Monsters Co. because I love using them and they make me happy in this planner. So this one, I chose to do the affirmations one because I felt it was absolutely perfect for this. Okay, and that is pretty much it for the workout log. So again, in the interest of saving time for the setup portion of this video, I'm only going to be doing January with you guys, but I will set up the rest and show you at the end. So now the next section that I want to set up is my running log. So again, I counted all the pages and now we're to the section where I would put my running log. So I'm going to go ahead and do the tab for this. And again, I'm just going to line this up right here. And all of the text is forward. So for the running log, I'm not going to be doing a 2-page spread for each thing, but it's basically exactly what I've been doing with everything else. It's going to be the same color, and then I'm going to use the same washi tape this time for each month. So for this, I'll show you February and January, but I'm basically just going to letter out January. But with this, I am going to set up almost like a little, I guess, descriptor of like what's going to be going down, but I'm going to do it in a very, light color. So I'm going to be doing in the gray. So what I like to track for my running log is essentially the date that I ran, how much time I was running, so like the time of my workout essentially, how many miles I did or like distance. Since my watch tracks it in miles, I just write it down in miles. And then I like to keep my pace information here, and then if I have any notes about the run. And I'll zoom you guys in because I'm sure that's really hard to read from so far away. So I know it's really light, but this is what I'm talking about right here. So like date, time, mileage, pace, notes. And this is basically all the information I'm going to write down for that. And then I'm going to go back in with that exact same washi. So like I said, they all match for the month. And I'm just going to put this at the bottom. One thing I like about the Coffee Monsters Co. washi is I feel like it's really easy to pull up if I make a mistake. I don't really see that happen with a lot of the other companies I use, if I'm being honest. But for some reason, Howland's tape always does well for me. So then, since I'm only doing 1 page per thing, because I only need like, I mean, if I'm running every day, that's 30 spaces. So, and I'm not running every day because I feel like that's a lot for my body. But this should be enough room for what I'm doing for that. So now I'm just going to write February on this side. And the tape that I picked for February is another Coffee Monsters Co. Like I said, I'm using a bunch of them. And this one is the, I think, Sweet Treats. This was part of her advent calendar for 2022, I think. But I loved the little pink sprinkles in it because I felt like, I don't know, February is pink to me. I'm sorry if that bothers you. Okay, so again, in the interest of time in this video, I'm going to finish the rest of these months off camera. So we're just going to move on into the next section for the back pages. And the next section in here that I want to do is my show and movie tracker. I went back and forth on whether I wanted to set this up or not, just because I'm trying to watch less per se, but at the same time, I like to have a record of what I am consuming. So I decided to put it in anyways, because I mean, this book has plenty of notes pages. It's like a week's mega. So yeah. You kind of understand the recipe I have been doing with this, I would think. So I'm going to do, again, 1 page per day with this. And I'm going to start up here at the top, but I'm going to leave the washi tape spot at the top this time versus putting it at the bottom, just so I'm not creating so much bulk in one area. I'm spreading it out a little bit for now, at least. Actually, with that being said, I'm going to put the washi down first. All right, and then let's do February together since we're on the same page. And I didn't put paper between this, and I'm hoping nothing smudged, so I'm just going to go back through and double check really quick. Everything looks okay. Okay, yeah, the sandstone paper seems to dry really fast. That's great. Okay, so again, interest of time for the video, I am going to skip ahead to the next section, and I will show you guys what this looks like once I've completed the rest of the months. Okay, so this next section is basically going to be all about recipes. So I'm going to do another tab. But before I get to the recipe side, I actually wanted to do kind of a nutritional goals page here using, oh my gosh, these. So I got these as a freebie with one of my Coffee Monsters Co. orders in 2023. I don't know which one. Honestly, could have even been in 2022. But I really wanted to use these as a way to kind of break down my nutritional needs. So I am going to letter the top of this using my Tombow Food No Scale brush pen and the hard tip. And I'm basically just going to put nutritional goals up here. I am going to weigh down this side of the page though, because it's annoying me that it's flipping up already. The struggles of new planners that don't lay flat. It is very annoying. I'm just going to say it, but I love this planner and I am willing to sacrifice the beginning no flatness for the end flatness. But anyways, okay. So I'm basically going to put down up here. So actually I'm going to use my other Pentel brush pen. I like these better for what I'm about to do. I'm going to continue with that kind of fun style of writing that I have been obsessed with watching. And basically put down nutritional goals up here. Okay, I lied. I did nutritional values, and I'm actually going to underline it. And then I'm going to put down these. So I'm going to start with carbs, I guess. Yeah, we'll do carbs, proteins, and then fats last. I think that is so cute. And then I'm going to write with my fine liner, just because I like it a little bit darker than the Jetstream. And this is going to be pretty more permanent, and I'm not going to be moving my hand everywhere anyways. So for carbs, I want this to be, okay, let me break this down really quick before I write, just so I can kind of explain it a little bit, because I feel like talking and writing is really hard. So whenever I break down a meal, I want it to be broken down into like carbs, fats, proteins first. And then I'm going to break that down into like, okay, are we getting our servings of vegetables? Are we getting our servings of vitamins and minerals, whether it be from like any micronutrients or anything like that? And then after that, it's going to be like any kind of fruits or dairy or any of the other main food groups. So following kind of like a plate situation, you would want certain colors on the plate to represent certain food groups. So you would have like the My Plate, which is vegetables, protein, starch, fruit, dairy, water, etc. I'm not going to do a plate per se, but I'm going to break it down into percentages like a pie chart or a plate chart, if you will. Anyways, so with 100% being the total value, I would want carbs to be, just because my body runs on carbs. Carbs are very important for you. This could be anything from like complex things like whole wheat, whole grains, to any kind of starchy vegetables like corn, potatoes, beans, anything like that. Protein, I would want to be probably the, 20%. You could even do 25% of your meal. So this would be any of your meats, or you could do tofu, tempeh. Beans can also go in this category, fish, anything like that. And then fats, I would probably do the least amount of my calorie intake from, so percent of calories. And I'd probably make this either 15 or 20%. I usually try to keep these pretty balanced because I feel like you need to have enough fats in your diet to make sure you're feeling full and satiated. And then you also need to have enough protein in your diet to make sure that you are continuing that satiation. So like the proteins and the fats are a little bit harder for your body to break down than carbs, but you need a lot of carbs to produce energy. So that's why it would be the highest percentage, at least for me. This is all for me. I'm just explaining it how I would do it for me. So essentially, all three of these percentages need to equal 100, which they do. Next, I'm going to break down basically what I did for you guys and say like what is going to go in each category. Okay, so that's pretty much it I'm going to do for this page. I will probably go back in here and write out like a number of servings per each food group that I want. I have to just kind of write out what I want to do with that yet. I haven't really thought that through that much, so I don't want to write it down. But I'll definitely show you guys what I come up with when I get there. With that, I'm basically going to do another page here on the other side, and this is going to be where my recipes start. So I want to just title this page like Recipe Index. I don't know why, but that looks really weird, like I misspelled recipe, so I'm going to double check that really quick. Okay, I spelled it correctly, even though it looks really funky. And then I'm just going to write index underneath it in that same kind of print style. And basically with that, that's all I'm going to do for this page, because the rest of these pages are where I plan on writing out my recipes and any kind of recipe notes that I have. So, for instance, like if I make my brother some kind of like pasta dish or something and he likes it, then I'll write down what the pasta dish was, what ingredients I used, and if he liked it or not. And then same thing could be said like if I try that new cultural dish I've been wanting to try every quarter, I'll write down the recipe and any notes or thoughts about it. And then I'll probably end up decorating each page or maybe taking a picture of the dish when I make it. And yeah, that's pretty much it for this section. And that's actually the last section I'm going to be doing for this book. Which brings me to the back of the pages. So again, we have that really awkward flyleaf page. I am going to glue it to the other flyleaf page because I just don't feel like dealing with it. And again, I'm going to do the same thing I did before. Start at the spine and roll forward, just to hopefully help prevent any kind of bubbling. Even though I'm not really doing anything on this last page, I still want it to look pretty seamless, and that turned out way better than the front one. And of course, it's because it's in the back. That's just how that works. Okay, and then I'm going to do the exact same kind of washi wallpaper in the back here. So I'm going to do that really quick off camera, and then I will be back to show you the back cover. Okay, so I have finished the back cover now. So here's the front one. So the back one is basically exactly the same, just so they match. I don't know, it makes me happy when things match. So for the back cover, I'm going to clamp this down because she's been open so long, she's trying to stay open now. I wanted to use this little die cut. So this is from Leela Journals. Like I said, I just felt it was so cute, and it didn't really match anything on the front, but I still wanted to include it. And since I do plan on putting this in a cover, I don't really want to deco the back too much. But I mean, in case I decide to take it out of a cover, I'm still going to decorate the back because I like that. This is really tough to get off the backing. Ooh, that's die cut. Okay. So let me kind of line this up here. Perfect. And then I did want to add some sparkly washi. So I don't even know if this is washi. It's more like actual tape. So I've gotten questions on this before. This is the same tape that I have used on all of my plans.